Chapter 20, Let Us Smash the Noble Pigs' Noses. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 20. Let us smash the noble pigs' noses. You pig-headed cowards. Do you not have the courage to come and face me? With a disheveled mane and bared fangs, Vigoro let out a roar and jeered at the orcs. Though the orcs and goblins standing in his way likely didn't understand his words, they retreated as if they were afraid of him. Vigoro's role in this battle was to act as a diversion. One glance at Vigoro was enough to tell that he was highly ranked among the ghouls. Leading a group of 10 warriors including female mages, he made a show of rampaging around, defeating every enemy that came into his sight. The plan was to have a separate group including Badya rescue the captive women while this was happening. It was a simple plan. If their enemies were humans, they would have quickly realized that it was a diversion. However, it worked against monsters. Aggressive behavior is something that all monsters have in common. With members of their own race being killed by Vigoro and his group, they could not help but to focus their attention on him. Orcs in particular were a race that were quick to become enraged, and Vigoro had even quickly defeated the leaders like the orc generals. There was no time for them to gather their troops together. A rare kind of orc called an orc tamer set monsters like wood wolves, huge boars and giant pythons on the ghouls, but even those were easily crushed. They were nothing compared to the undead led by Vandalyu. I didn't have a hard time at all fighting against the orc generals that are supposed to be of the same rank as me. Rather than me having become stronger, this is Vandalyu's work. The effects of the strengthened follower's skill and the battle axe that was a magic item that Vigoro had been given. Even the various supportive spells cast on him by the mages were still active because Vandalyu had transferred his mana to the mages to recast them. And when Vigoro and his group had encountered orc mages and goblin mages that would have been difficult opponents, Vandalyu had appeared out of nowhere to release a black fog that surrounded the enemy mages and sealed their magic. That was why they were experiencing such an overwhelming victory with not even a single injury, let alone a casualty. The ghouls did feel a little shameful to be completely dependent on this child, but ghoul society placed value on ability. It was only natural for superior individuals to stand at the top. And Vigoro understood that Vandalyu was superior to himself. Without a doubt, Vigoro had the advantage in muscle strength and physical ability. In battle techniques, too. However, Vandalyu had the overwhelming advantage when it came to magic and mana. And above all, he possessed the strengthened follower's skill, the skill that a superior individual should have. I have the capacity to become the chief of 100 ghouls, and Vandalyu has the capacity to stand above me. Vigoro understood this. However, he couldn't help but to feel pathetic. As he was now, wasn't he pathetic for someone serving under Vandalyu? No, for someone who was Vandalyu's family member. Bugga. That was why when Vigoro heard a roar even more powerful than an orc general's, both corners of his mouth twisted upwards in a smile. There was a young noble orc whose body that was over 2 meters tall made Vigoro look small in comparison. His features seemed to be made out of pure ugliness and pride other than his brilliantly shining blonde hair. As his rage-filled pupils spotted Vigoro from a height of 3 meters, his expression softened into one of scorn. He would scatter these insolent small fries in place of his useless subordinates. That was clearly what he was thinking. A noble orc. Vigoro, what are we going to do? Seeing not an enemy of the same rank as Vigoro like an orc general, but a powerful noble orc that was clearly a superior foe, even these elite ghouls couldn't conceal their unrest. Vigoro was a rank 5 ghoul barbarian, and this enemy was a rank 6 noble orc. Though the number was only different by 1, the actual difference was significant. Generally, in battles between monsters, if 2 monsters face off head-to-head starting at healthy conditions, the higher rank one will win unless the other monster has some significant advantage. No matter how much experience a fox has and how much it practices its skills, there is no way it can win a head-on fight against a tiger. Vigoro himself had once said that if he were to fight a noble orc, he would definitely lose. What are we going to do, you say? We fight. But right now, he didn't feel as if he would lose. Letting out the roar of a lion, Vigoro closed the distance between himself and the noble orc. Looking down at him, the noble orc performed a sideways sweep with his own axe that was even larger than the axe that Vigoro had received from Vandalyu. Vigoro crouched close to the ground as if crawling to avoid the blow that could have sent his head flying if it connected. He felt anger at the fact that some of his mane was cut off, but before paying too much attention to that, he used 3 of his limbs to leap sideways. The reason Vigoro did that was because the axe that was supposed to pass over his head instead came swinging down with a loud crash. Normally, axes have bad balance, and after swinging them once, time is needed to prepare one's stance again. Regaining one's balance immediately after swinging an axe is impossible. But the noble orc's incredible physical ability made it possible. Boo! It swung its axe consecutively with no technique, only pure physical strength. It seemed that there were plenty of openings in between, but if Vigoro were to let up his focus on evasion to attack that opening, he would likely be cut to shreds. Vigoro kept dodging the attacks nimbly. One of his hands was still holding his axe while the other gripped the earth and helped him kick his body off its surface to avoid the noble orc's attacks. Each of the noble orc's swings contained terrifying power, and its physical strength made them quick as well. But each of its movements was obvious and linear. Against an opponent like Vigoro, it was like telling him, "I'm going to attack like this, right now, before every swing." Ga. Buhihi. Wa. Vigoro, the noble orc, and the warriors that each of them led were engaged in battle. Vigoro had an idea of how the battle was progressing through the ghoul's battle language, but the noble orc's head was completely focused on his ghoul opponent in front of him. Why wouldn't any of its attacks land on him? He was one of his great father's sons, the strongest of them all, Bujabulio. Why could he not land a single attack on something like this ghoul? For noble orcs, male ghouls were just small fry and female ghouls were nothing but meat pots. So why were such ghouls making him embarrass himself in front of his subordinates and slaves? Bugga. With his rage and irritation taking over, the noble orc unleashed the martial skill, Bisection. It was a level 2 martial skill, but even if a human were to use it, it would be powerful enough to cut down a tree in one strike. If a noble orc used it, it was capable of smashing a boulder. However, the more powerful the noble orc's attack, the larger the opening following it was. Vigoro avoided it and made great use of the chance at a counterattack that he had finally found. Axe whip. Vigoro's long arm bent loosely like a whip. Buoh. The noble orc immediately tried to bend backwards to avoid it, but Vigoro's long arm bent once more and his axe inflicted a deep cut in the noble orc's right arm. Ga. Vigoro's right hand left the handle of his battle axe. And then he gripped the mid-air battle-axe with his left hand and he used his martial skill once more. Buhaidit, the noble orc deflected the axe aimed at his neck with his own axe. But after Vigoro's axe was repelled, his arm suddenly changed direction and severed the noble orc's right leg, which the noble orc hadn't been paying attention to. Unable to keep his balance, the noble orc toppled over sideways. This time, Vigoro's axe dug its way deep into his neck and decapitated him. The axe whip technique, in which the user increases the flexibility of his arm and flings it like a whip, and the triple axe whip technique, in which the process is repeated consecutively. These were martial skills taught only to the long-armed ghoul men. You. Who's next? Vigoro let out a roar of victory and stamped down on the head of the noble orc, which was still wearing the screaming expression at the moment of his death. Seeing this fearsome sight, the orc knights began to fall apart and flee for their lives, but there was no way that these slow orcs could get away. The few remaining goblins and kobolds followed their masters into the grave. Grr. How's that, Vandalyu? Your family is strong. There was a small child who had called the ghouls his family, gotten involved in a battle he didn't need to get involved in and even took on the title of king. Even now, he was working harder than any of the ghouls. How could Vigoro call himself a young chief, a warrior, if he didn't produce results that could make that child proud? Standing in a pitter-pattering rain of blood, Vigoro gave a pride-filled roar. Bugin's third son, Bud Ibis, had absolute confidence in his own beautiful looks and his skill with a bow. He wasn't proficient in close-quarters combat like his brothers. But he believed that a noble should not clash with their inferior prey directly and become stained in an unsightly way by their blood. He believed that a noble should shoot their prey from a distance with elegance. Bugo, Buhihi. When he had heard a report that there was a group of ghouls being led by a female ghoul, he could only think of how fitting the prey was for him. That group apparently contained many female ghouls. His only thoughts were of capturing them, picking out ones that he fancied, presenting the other attractive ones to his father and distributing the rest among his subordinates, thus placing him in a superior position to his brothers. Buhi. Bugya. He had no intention of letting his guard down. He had given 5 orc knights the honor of serving as his advance guard, and also brought with him 10 orcs and 30 small fry goblins. At first, things were going well. The warriors serving as Zadiri's advance guard were unable to completely stop Butabiza's subordinates, and his arrow powerful enough to pierce straight through an adventurer in full plate armor was only barely stopped by the female ghoul's wind attribute magic. At this rate, the female ghouls would run out of mana in less than 5 minutes, and then the orcs could push into them. Bud Ibis was confident in his victory. And then much more than 5 minutes passed and the female ghouls had showed no signs of running out of mana. Gui. Gi. Instead, a group of undead attacked from the side. With clouds of the rotten beast's poisonous breaths floating around and a phantom bird's long-ranged fire from its spirit wings raining down, Bud Ibis and his subordinates were shaken. In the opening created by the undead, the female ghouls rallied, causing even more unrest in Butabiza's forces, and then the rotten beasts rushed in. The female ghouls had been supposed to run out of mana long ago, but they were releasing spells towards Bud Ibis even now. Butabiza's subordinates who were supposed to have pushed into the female ghouls were instead pushed into, and turned into twitching, blood-stained corpses. Buhi. Bujabulio. Bubobio. Bu. With his face that he conceitedly believed to be beautiful twisted in fear, Bud Ibis called for help from the brothers that he secretly looked down on and the father that he despised. However, what reached out to him was not the helping hand of his family members, but the cold hand of death. Tch, how noisy! Great wind blade. The enormous, great sword-sized blade of wind created by Zadiri's spell cut Bud Ibis in half horizontally as he tried to make an unsightly escape. Bud Ibis managed to take a few more steps with the top and bottom half of his body still intact, but then his strength gave out and he collapsed, his organs spilling onto the ground. Fuh. Surprisingly, he was not a greatly difficult foe, but he was a noisy rascal with a scream that pierced the ears. Boy, we are fine now. As Zadiri's exhaled, a semi-transparent, thin, string-like object detached from her shoulder. This was Vandalua's spirit form that had been transferring her mana. He had apparently attached it to Bone Bird and had it bring it to her. Without even seeing Bone Bird off, Zadiri's raised her staff high. Everyone. There are few enemies left. But do not let down your guard. A short while earlier. The group of ghoul warriors including Badya quickly finished securing the building containing the captive ghoul women. There had been orc guards here as well, but it seemed that their primary job had been to make sure none of the other orcs did anything excessive to the women rather than to prevent the women from escaping. As they hadn't planned on killing members of their own race, they weren't very well equipped. And the ones who had come here to procreate had been even more poorly equipped, they might as well have been fully naked. The outer wall turning into wood golems had caused the village to fall into a state of chaos. Most of the orcs had tried to run out of the buildings while goblins and less intelligent orcs tried to get into them. Badia and her group had charged in during the middle of this large traffic jam and cleaned them up quickly before things escalated into a proper battle. The women inside the buildings were in a terrible state. In order to keep captive the ghoul women who possessed the superhuman strength skill, their bodies had been immobilized by being buried in boulders, likely with a spell cast by the orc mages or noble orcs. In addition, it seemed that they had been tormented. There were whip marks on their skin. There were some women who weren't in this state, but they had been treated just as horribly. Their hands and feet had been deliberately broken. Ghouls had much more vitality compared to humans, so they functioned as tools to give birth to orc children with no problems even if they were treated horribly. That was why they had been treated this way. The human women in the same building. The ghouls expected them to be in better conditions, and that expectation was correct. They couldn't say this out loud after seeing their actual situation, however. Unlike most monsters, the ghoul women had a sense of values. Perhaps this was why they were not rendered mentally crippled, even after receiving such deep emotional scars. What do we do with these women? But the human women seemed completely broken. Their eyes were lifeless and their bodies were limp, like corpses. Even though the humans were mortal enemies for the ghouls, as a fellow woman, Badia couldn't help but to sympathize for them. She wanted to do something for them, but... Hearing words from her allies in the ghouls' battle language, Badia recollected her thoughts. The meaning of those words were, "A powerful enemy is approaching." Badia came out to the front of the buildings to see an enraged noble orc with fangs bared, as well as orc knights guarding him with shields raised. Her companions didn't hesitate to call for reinforcements. None of the ghouls here, including Badia, possessed outstanding ability in combat. They could easily defeat orc knights, but a noble orc would be too difficult. Even factoring in the supportive spells and difference in equipment, there was no way that this group of rank 3 and 4 ghouls could win against 10 rank 4 orc knights led by a rank 6 noble orc. In fact, they would be trampled one-sidedly. Did their leader decide to dedicate some of his forces to recapture the women? I would have thought that they would be headed to where Vigoro and the others are. Seeing the noble orc arrogantly looking down upon them, Badia couldn't help but to wonder this out loud. In fact, the reason the ghouls had come here was so that the noble orcs and their subordinates wouldn't use the ghoul women as hostages. But on the other hand, there was nothing more of value here. Even if the noble orcs defeated Badia and the other ghouls here, the battle would definitely not go well for the orcs, as the groups led by Vigoro, Zadiris and Vandalyu would be able to move about freely. Recapturing the women would increase the orcs' morale to some extent, but it would not increase their strength in battle. Common sense would have told the orcs that it would be a better decision to leave Bastia's group alone, instead dealing with Vigoro and Zadiris' groups. Of course, most monsters didn't possess common sense, but everyone had expected that at least monsters with the noble orc's intelligence would have made that decision. Bufufufu. However, the young noble orc looking down on Badia and her group, Bubobio, was a noble orc that defied those expectations. He was aware that the battle would not turn around with just the efforts of his subordinates and slaves, but had confidence that if he stepped into battle himself, he could win. Like his brothers, he led his subordinates to act separately from them and add achievements to his own name. The thought of helping his brothers didn't occur to him at all, his head only contained thoughts of defeating them and currying favor with his father. That was why Bubobio had chosen to secure the women. There were no noble orc or orc women, they were races made up entirely of males. In order to preserve themselves, the females of other races were absolutely necessary. If he were to recapture the women for the village, it would become a highly valued achievement. That was what Bubobio thought. It was a choice not to win the battle, but a choice brought about by the thought of gaining the greatest achievement to his name while exercising the least effort. It was only natural for him to decide against what would be considered common sense. Pointing the tips of their prided greatswords in the direction of the ghouls, the orc knights raised their shields and lowered their center of gravity in a prepared stance. Gur, they're going to charge in. Gar. By some time. They had to somehow hold out until reinforcements arrived. Badya and the other ghouls hardened their resolve while the 10 orc knights simultaneously charged in while using their shield bash skill. Or as they began to, the ground surface began to move. Yuun. The ground turned into dozens of earth golems that stood to face the orc knights. But there was no way that these brittle clay doll like golems could stop the shield bash of orcs that weighed over 100 kilograms. They should crumble instantly, but Bugya. Before the orc knights clashed against the earth golems, their legs were caught in holes in the ground, causing them to fall down. Earth golems were made from the dirt on the ground. It was only natural that holes with the same volume as the golems would form. And then the earth golems collapsed on top of the fallen orc knights, burying them alive. After seeing these unbelievable events unfold, both the ghouls and Bubobio were silent. They were more effective than I thought, these golem. Made improvised pitfalls. Oh, such tremendous technique. As to be expected from you, Bakken. You even gave them a burial. Though we'll have to dig them up again later. With the rattling of carriage wheels, Vandalyu and Sam appeared. Yes, it's me. Ah, there's still the noble orc left, so let's not let our guard down. Yuri. Right. And the enemy's head is still intact, so please defeat him quickly. Well, that goes without saying. Wait a minute, you want me to defeat him? Yes, from an experience point perspective. Badya was flustered and surprised, but Vandalyu requested that she defeat Bubobio as if it was the obvious thing for her to do. It's alright, I'm going to support you. No, I think it's impossible for me to defeat a noble orc even with you supporting me. It's impossible because you think it's impossible. Even that sheedy professor that valued results over anything said that. And you're alright with learning from those words. But you know, he was really a rotten-brained, idiot professor. Even though Vandalyu was the laboratory animal, the professor should have been the one taking responsibility when the experiments didn't succeed, but he always said things like, "You don't have enough spirit." He was a nagging, disagreeable fellow. The only time Vandalyu had a positive feeling towards him was when he let out his dying scream. Looking at Bubobio, Vandalyu recalled that professor's blonde hair. It's fine, if I support you, Badya, you won't die. He's coming this way now. With a sigh, Badya raised her axe. Bubobio stood before her, trembling with rage. Bugu. Bubobio was enraged at the fact that Vandalyu and Badya had forgotten him and were having an enjoyable conversation together. With a roar, he raised his great sword. As he did so, the ground beneath which the orc knights were buried began to crawl. Vandalyu was calm. He knew that he hadn't managed to dig holes deep enough to kill the orcs instantly, so he had been expecting that they would emerge eventually. Rita, Saria, and everyone else, please finish off the ones that are buried. Badya, let's defeat the noble orc together. Ku, alright. Still wondering if she would really be alright, Badya stepped forward. From behind her came the screams of the orc knights who had managed to finally crawl out of the ground, only to be slaughtered by a glaive, halberd or ghoul claws. Bu. Bubobio charged towards Badya with the force of a brick wall. And then he swung his great sword towards her head with a speed too fast to be seen by the eyes. Evade to the right. Badya obeyed her instincts to dodge that lethal attack that her eyes couldn't follow. But, Buoh. As if dissatisfied that his lethal attack had been evaded, Bubobio forcefully pulled his great sword back and performed a thrust. A half-step to the left. And in the next moment, Badya had evaded that thrust as well. But. Buoh. Buoh. Boo. Bugo. As if panicking now that he had been dodged a second time, Bubobio began unleashing attacks one after another. A sideways sweeping single flash, a diagonal flowing cut from above, a triple thrust aimed at Bastia's neck, stomach and leg. If any of these brutal attacks landed, they would have been fatal regardless of Bastia's well-trained body and high-quality armor. But Badia evaded them all. Just how? How could this female ghoul move so fast? Why did Bubobio's blade not find its target, even though he was supposed to be unrivaled? The expression on Bubobio's face had gone beyond anger, and there was now even some fear of Badia. How am I able to dodge these attacks? And even Badia was surprised. Indeed, after the battle so far, she had seen that Bubobio wasn't particularly highly skilled. He was about as skilled as she was. However, there was a vast difference in their basic physical strength. If Badia was lucky, she would be able to dodge one or two attacks, but having these attacks unleashed one after the other should have ended in her being chopped to pieces. But for some reason, Badia had known what she needed to do to avoid dying. She had sensed that she needed to move right, immediately did exactly that, and the great sword had swung down at the spot that she had been standing. She had sensed that she needed to take half a step back, and then the tip of the great sword had passed right in front of her. As if she could see the future, she had known what she needed to do to survive. It was as if she had acquired the future sight skill. I see, this is Vandelyu's support. A cool, soft hand was supporting her. It was this hand that was telling her how to avoid being killed. Vandelyu's arm, which he had used spirit form transformation on, had fused with Bastia's back. Through that arm, Vandelyu applied the danger sense. Death that was constantly active for himself to Badia. Danger sense. Death was a skill that detected the danger of death, which meant that it could definitely detect each of Bubobio's lethal attacks. Danger sense. Death wound detect the attacks of a kobold sword whose individual swings inflicted only light damage. If Bubobio had simply kept his composure and mixed feints in with his attacks, things might not have turned out so one-sided. However, the enraged, impatient, scared Bubobio was unable to keep his composure and repeated only these lethal attacks that would kill in one hit. The three brothers, Bubobio, Bubitus and Bujabulio, were weak compared to the noble orc race as a whole. Rather than them having been born this way, their weakness was a result of the environment that they had grown up in and Bugin's failure to train them adequately. Since they had been born after Bugin had made his escape from his home into this devil's nest, they had been surrounded by nothing but servant orcs and slave goblins and kobolds from the moment they were born. They had made most things work with the physical strength that they were blessed with from birth, and all the enemies they had faced were foes that were easily defeated by swinging weapons at them, not requiring them to improve their techniques. Naturally, they neglected their studies, and since they faced only lower-rank enemies, their levels didn't increase and their combat-related skills didn't go beyond level 3. The rivals that they did compete against were their brothers that were just the same as themselves, so rather than working hard, they simply competed over who could get the easiest achievements. If this had been a harsh environment such as the large devil's nest to the south that housed many other noble orcs and other monsters that could challenge them, Bubobio and his brothers would have been forced to work hard to survive. The noble orcs thought that children who could raise themselves were superior, while children that required the parents to directly raise them were inferior. If Bugin had discarded this notion and trained his sons himself, then perhaps they would have had high-level martial and magic skills. Instead, what he had produced were three foolish sons who had only experienced easy victories against weaker foes. They hadn't had any problems with this until now. Their enemies were all inferior, after all. However, Badia and the other ghouls were far more diligent than the orcs in training themselves. Vandelyu and Teria had even provided them with equipment even better than that of adventurers. Factoring in the supportive spells and the effects of the strengthened follower's skill, this was more than enough to overcome a rank difference of 1. Even then, Badia would have a hard time defeating a noble orc without taking any damage. But with Vandelyu's support, she wouldn't die. Since a 1.1 battle would only end when one of the participants died, the outcome of this battle was already clear. Buhi. Now out of breath, the noble orc's movements became noticeably slower and it stopped using its martial skills. Using martial skills normally consumes mana, but in this case, it also drained stamina as well. Bisection. Buggy. And then Badya went on the attack and Bubobio's arm was severed by her axe. She unleashed a merciless series of martial skills, as if returning the favor. Strong flash, instant response, single flash. As Bubobio tried to turn and run, he toppled forward as Bastia's axe, empowered by the weapon. Throwing skill lightning attack, buried itself in the back of his head. I defeated him, Van. I defeated a noble orc. Badya was likely exhilarated at the fact that she had gained a large amount of experience points by defeating this powerful enemy. She rushed over to Sam's carriage and picked Vandalyu up and started swinging him around. You defeated him, so please put me down. He was happy that Badya was so overjoyed, but having his vision shaken up, down, left and right wasn't a pleasant experience. The other ghouls wouldn't stop cheering either. But it was fortunate that Badya had gained the experience points, just as he had planned. Vandalyu couldn't gain experience points on his own because of his curse, and even if he could he was already level 100 so it would have been pointless for him to gain the experience points himself. That was why he had wanted Badya, who could use the experience points, to defeat the noble orc. Now, we have to deal with these guys. Bugoaya. An angry roar came from the largest house in the village, interrupting Vandalyu. At the same time, the walls of that house began to collapse from the inside, but even the sounds of the walls falling were drowned out by the roar. A noble orc well over 3 meters tall appeared. He was holding a magic sword with a 2-meter long blade and wore an extravagant suit of armor. Even Vandalyu and the group of ghouls that was with him could see this noble orc. They were rendered speechless. The happiness that they had felt moments earlier had vanished, and they were now trembling in fear instead. But it couldn't be helped, this was a true noble orc. This was a monster that could rival a dragon. Vandalyu took this opportunity to slip away from Bastia's arms and analyzed how much of a threat Bugin was with danger sense. Death. He wondered how they would win this battle. If he cooperated with Badya to fight him. No matter what he did, Badya would die. If he waited for Zadiris and used magic as their primary way to fight. No matter what he did, the rear guard including Zadiris and the ghouls of the advance guard would die. If he used Vigoro at the center of his tactics. No matter what he did, no matter how good or bad his luck was, Vigoro would die. If he used Zadiris, Vigoro and Badya as the primary fighting force while also combining the strength of himself, Sam and the other undead. He thought he could win. But no matter how good their luck was, some of them would die. If Vandalyu stepped forward to face Bugin alone, with everyone else just supporting him. There was more than a 50% chance that he would die, but only a 10% chance that the others would die. Well then, please lend me your support. Before anyone could express their surprise at these words, Vandalyu used the no. Attribute spell flight to float into the air, and then flew towards Bugin with the speed of a bullet. Chapter 21, An Unsightly, Humorous Boss Fight. You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Chapter 21. An unsightly, humorous boss fight. Up until he heard his foolish, idiotic son's dying screams, Bugin had finished his preparations for battle, but remained seated on his throne. The reason for that was because he was the ruling king. The king was not supposed to step out onto the battlefield. That was the job of his achievement. Hungry sons, their subordinates and the slaves. That was why Bugin had simply sat on his throne, reprimanded the failures that were his subordinates and ordered his sons to join the battle. And then he became aware that his servants and slaves had perished, and his sons had been slaughtered. At that moment, Bugin's rage exceeded its limits. Buga. He unsheathed his prided magic sword and stood up from his throne and destroyed the walls of this building that had taken longer to build than the other orc dwellings, but was still nothing more than a shabby house. Sending splinters of wood flying, he gave yet another roar. His rage wouldn't settle down at all. How much effort had he put into increasing the numbers of the foolish orcs to this extent? No matter how stupid, foolish and inexperienced they were, how long had it taken him to create sons? It hadn't been easy to gather slaves, women, weapons and armor, either. Bet owed him all of that hard work was about be nullified in a single night. He couldn't hold himself back any more. These insolent ghouls who had attacked his village. He would slaughter all of the males, capture every single female and have them give birth to as many orcs as had been killed tonight. As Bugin lost himself in his rage, he saw something flying towards him with incredible speed. Bugin didn't think it was more than something in the background until it was about 10 meters in front of him. And even now that he had noticed that it was there, he forgot his rage for a moment and wondered what this thing was. It looked like a human child with long, white hair, white skin, a right eye as red as blood and a bluish-purple left eye. For a moment Bugin thought that this was a young female ghoul, but the ears that could be seen protruding through its hair were pointed. Did this creature possess elf blood mixed into its veins? The reason Bugin was confused at this child's appearance was that he felt nothing from it. No presence, no sound, no smell, no bloodthirst, no hostility, no fear. He felt nothing at all. If someone explained it to him by saying that he was having a hallucination, he would have believed it. This creature that he felt absolutely nothing from was so bizarre that he thought it might disappear if he closed his eyes and opened them again. Still floating in the air, it held its arms out as if to block his path, wrapping black mana around itself. Finally, Bugin realized that this was an enemy. The noble orc Bugin. The ghoul king Vandalyu. The scene of the two of them preparing to fight each other looked incredibly stupid. At first, while Vandalyu was covering himself in black mana and casting his impact, negating barrier and magic absorption barrier, Bugin was simply staring at him blankly. Fogo. As Vandalyu finished casting his spells, Bugin gave a short chant. A spear of earth suddenly appeared from below Vandalyu. It looked as if it was going to turn him into a skewer, but the moment its tip touched the impact, negating barrier, it turned back into fragile dirt. Combined together, the impact, negating barrier and magic absorption barrier absorbed all of the power from any attack that originated outside the barriers. Electrical energy would be absorbed from lightning, heat energy would be absorbed from flame and, of course, mana would be absorbed from spells. Bugin's spells were quickly rendered useless. Bufu, Buga. With that, he had likely discerned the effect of the barriers. Thinking that unarmed combat would be more effective than magic, Bugin raised his magic sword. Bugaga. And in the next instant, he had closed the distance between himself and Vandalyu. With a speed that was unbelievable coming from his enormous body that was 3 meters in both width and height, he swung his magic sword down. His attack looked like it could cut a rock in half as if it were paper, but it was blocked by the impact, negating barrier and didn't even land a scratch on Vandalyu. The impact, negating barrier absorbed not only the mana, but also the kinetic energy of the weapon. Kinetic energy is the energy needed to make a physical object move. To move a 10 kg dumbbell, 10 kilograms of energy is required. As that kinetic energy was absorbed by the impact, negating barrier, Bugin's magic sword could not reach Vandalyu who was behind it. In response to the strange sensation of having his weapon repelled by a soft wall, Bugin's face twisted in confusion. With Bugin's blade stopped right in front of his face, Vandalyu looked at Bugin with no expression on his face, but this is what he was thinking. This is bad, I'm going to die. On the surface, it seemed that Vandalyu was surrounded with an impenetrable defense. However, that impenetrable defense wouldn't last forever. Stopping that one preliminary attack that wasn't even a martial skill or anything cost me 50,000 mana. Vandalyu had been using his mana excessively since the battle began, he had already spent half of it. He still had more than 50 million remaining, but if Bugin attacked with a martial skill, it would cost tens of thousands of mana to block it. Possibly even hundreds of thousands. Of course, martial skills also consumed the user's mana, so they couldn't be used endlessly. However, Bugin could also use magic, so he would have much more mana than his sons. And his stamina would be even greater than that. If Vandeleur ran out of mana and his barriers disappeared, he would have no way of escaping Bugin's attacks. I'm weak, after all. Are you strong? If someone were to ask Vandeleur this question, he would answer, no, I'm weak. He could use death. Attribute magic that nobody else could use. He possessed over 100 million mana. Because he was a damper, at 2 years of age, he possessed more physical strength than an average adult man. But he was weak. If one were to separate everyone in Lambda into the strong and weak, Vandeleur would undoubtedly fall into the weak category. Death. Attribute magic was more restricted than other attributes of magic, there were limits to what Vandeleur could accomplish with it. There were almost no spells that dealt direct damage to the target like Flame Spear, Earth Axe and Wind Strike. Its defensive capabilities were being demonstrated by Vandeleur right now, but since he could never go on the attack, he would be defeated eventually. And whether he had 100 million mana or 200 million mana, he would die if his vitality dropped to 0. His physical strength was barely stronger than an adult man's, there was no way that it would be a match for this monster that could even challenge a dragon. That was why Vandeleur was weak. Vandeleur did not possess a permanent strength that worked in any situation. But that didn't mean that he had the choice to give up and die. Get up. First, he turned the ground beneath Bugin's feet into golems to try to destroy his footing. His plan was to stop his movements until Badia and the others got here, and then have them throw endless long-ranged attacks until Bugin died. But. However, Bugin quickly crushed the earth golems under his feet as they began to move. He stomped downwards with the unarmed martial skill kicking strike, and each stomp caused multiple golems to crumble. It was only a tactic to buy time, but Vandeleur was surprised that he could only buy a few seconds by spending tens of thousands of mana. Next, Vandeleur fired the no. Attribute magic spell, Mana Bullet. This was a simple spell where he hardened his mana into a ball and threw it at his target, but since it didn't have any attribute, it was a spell that one could expect to work to some degree against any enemy. He fired off multiple mana bullets the size of his own body containing about 10,000 mana each, aiming for different parts of Bugin's body with different timings, and then topped it off with a single, extra. Large mana bullet containing 100,000 mana. Regardless of Bugin's huge size, this barrage would send Bugin flying to the edge of the village if they hit. But Bugin blocked all of them with his magic sword. Boo. He moved his magic sword with incredible speed to repel every single mana bullet. The martial skill instant response increases the user's reaction speed. Bugin used a superior version of the spell, Super Instant Response, and a defensive spell where the user deflects magic with a sword called Magic Breaker consecutively while channeling mana through the blade of his weapon. Vandeleur was astonished to see him perform this feat that even a first-class swordsman would find difficult. He was the father of that weak Bubobio, why was he this strong? Vandeleur's mana control skill was low relative to the amount of mana contained in the deflected mana bullets, so the mana quickly dispersed without affecting the nearby terrain. For some reason, Vandeleur could sense something inside the house that Bugin had emerged from with his Sense Life spell, so he was being careful about where he fired. Boo. After repelling all of the mana bullets, Bugin raised his magic sword in the air and used the martial skill, Cross Cut. The impact, negating barrier made an unusual sound. The barrier hadn't been able to absorb all of the destructive power in the magic blade in an instant, so the blade had made it halfway in. I can't hold back here. It seemed that Bugin had intended to finish things with this attack, so his eyes were wide open in surprise. Vandeleur looked down at him as he poured mana into the impact, negating barrier to repair it and strengthen it even further. The cross-cut executed by Bugin was strong enough that it would cut the average knight or adventurer into 4 pieces. Cross-cut was a martial skill that actually had a lower skill level requirement to be effective than super instant response. Bugin was capable of using even more powerful martial skills than this. If he'd suddenly decided to go all out, I might have died. The impact, negating barrier protected Vandalu's body from almost any attack, but there was a way to break through it. A single attack focused on one point, containing too much energy for the barrier to absorb. Pushing through by force, the kind of tactic that the main character of a story might use against the villain. Vandalu had loved such plot developments when he had lived on Earth, but the problem was that he was on the receiving end of it, and it might actually be possible for Bugin to accomplish it. There was no way that Vandalu could die here, fail to avenge and revive his mother and become some stepping stone for a noble orc's ambitions. He had to think of a way to kill him. He decided to position a lemure behind Bugin. And then he would unleash a mana bullet at the same time the lemure released its bloodthirst. Bugi. The lemure vanished, releasing a powerful bloodthirst. It was something that Bugin couldn't ignore, even with an enemy right in front of him. The more powerful the warrior, the more sensitive to bloodthirst he would be and the more his body would react automatically. And then the plan was to simply use mana bullets to turn him into a bee's nest, but Bugin used super instant response once more to increase his reaction speed and put his huge, flexible upper body to use as he performed a sword dance. This was a martial skill in which the user attacks in any direction. Bugin attacked both behind him where the bloodthirst had come from, as well as the mana bullets coming from the front. Bugagagagagagagaga. The magic sword that gleamed as it reflected the moonlight flashed in every direction, it even looked beautiful as it cut the black spheres of mana into pieces. And then Vandalu felt a premonition of his own death. He quickly thickened his impact, negating barrier. Gaga. Bugin pointed his magic sword towards Vandalu and released a piercing thrust. A few millimeters further, and Vandalu would have touched the cold blade. The thrust was so fast that Vandalu would never have reacted in time if it hadn't been for his danger sense. Death. Bugin was able to deal with the bloodthirst of a lemure and the mana bullet simultaneously, while also launching an attack. Bugin's strength in battle exceeded Vandalu's expectations. Now that it's come to this, what killing methods do I have? Release pathogens into the air with the incurable disease spell. Rejected. It would take time for the disease to infect Bugin and produce symptoms. Vandalu would run out of mana before then. Create poison with the deadly poison spell and then administer it to Bugin. How? The simplest method would be to somehow inflict a wound and then apply the poison onto it, but it was difficult to inflict that wound in the first place. Distract him with golems. Vandalu decided to give it a try. Bugin clicked his tongue and pulled back his magic sword. Before he could attack again, Vandalu used flight to fall back while whispering, "Get up." Boonun. Jishi Thai. Earth golems rose from behind, wood golems rose from the debris scattered around the area and the fallen goblin and kobold corpses rose as living dead. At the same time, Vandalu turned the ground beneath Bugin's feet into earth golems to destroy his footing and even released a lemure's bloodthirst and unleashed mana bullets simultaneously. Bugga. Bugin chased after Vandalu. He cut the golems and mana bullets down with his sword dance while using kicking strike to crush the golems under his feet. Bugin released a kicking strike with each step he took. Was he not afraid that the ground he was standing on would collapse? The ground shook with a loud thud each time his feet contacted the ground. Just as Vandalu wondered whether this would become a contest of who would run out of stamina and mana first, he heard the voices of his allies. Fire. Bakken. Suddenly, arrows and spears, poison breath, spirit form feathers, arrows of fire and stone, and attacks of ice and wind all rained down on Bugin. It seemed that Sidiris and the rest had arrived. Ga. Bugin repelled these attacks with his extravagant armor, tough muscles and his magic sword. His magic sword even scattered the magic and poison breath attacks. He wasn't unharmed, but he had only taken damage on the level of superficial scratches. Not good. This situation is not good. Everyone had arrived at the scene, and they still had no way of dealing the decisive blow. Bugin was fixated on killing Vandeleur for some reason, but would he give chase if Vandeleur were to run? No, in the worst-case scenario, Bugin would simply target everyone else instead. Those targeted by him would have no way to survive. I can't let everyone be killed. Vandeleur might be able to have them stay in this world as spirits like Darcia. Sam and the other undead might be fine as long as their souls were intact and he just repaired the bodies that contained them. But what if that magic sword had the ability to cut through spirit forms? No way, definitely not. He couldn't allow that to happen, he couldn't let any of that happen. He had to kill this guy before that. But how would he kill Bugin? How could he get past this ridiculous defense to inflict a fatal wound? Vandeleur thought so hard that steam might start rising from his head, and then he came to a sudden realization. He thought of something that Bugin could neither evade nor block. It was simple. It was nothing special. He just needed to take a fatal wound himself. Vandeleur deliberately made his impact, negating barrier thinner. And then Bugin's magic sword pierced through it and landed a diagonal slash on Vandeleur's torso. Though Vandeleur wasn't aware of this, Bugin seemed to be on the offense, but he wasn't in a comfortable position. In fact, from Bugin's point of view, he was the one being driven into a corner. The unknown foe before his eyes gave off no presence whatsoever and unleashed lethal attacks one after another with no signs of bloodthirst. Each of the mana bullets that Vandeleur was freely releasing contained at least as much as the entire mana pool of the average first-class mage. Their power was lessened by the fact that his control over his mana was imperfect, but they were still powerful enough that if Bugin took a direct hit, his bones would be smashed and several of his organs would rupture. In fact, every time Bugin deflected one with his magic sword, his arms received an impact that he couldn't completely shake off and placed a heavy burden on his wrists that he couldn't ignore. How much longer could he endure these attacks? And on top of that, there were unknown invisible enemies releasing a bloodthirst, the ground surface and debris nearby had begun to move and corpses had risen up as undead. Even if he wanted to use magic to deal with these, there was a strange black substance surrounding him that prevented his mana from manifesting outside his body, making it impossible to cast spells. He had no choice but to simply use consecutive martial skills, mustering all his mana, stamina and more importantly his willpower and emotional strength to deal with this and execute his own counterattack. But then the enemy's reinforcements arrived. It was such a desperate situation that Bugin wanted to shout, "You've got to be kidding me!" Of course, aiming at any enemy but Vandeleur or trying to make an escape were both out of the question. If he let this enemy out of his sight, how would he block those mana bullets? Because Vandeleur was erasing his presence completely, Bugin could lose sight of him even if he focused on him. If he turned his back on Vandeleur, he would take a direct hit from a final mana bullet and die. What Bugin thought was most terrifying about Vandeleur was that expression. The motionless eyes that watched him. They looked incredibly inhuman and showed no emotion. Not fatigue, fear, impatience or anything else. Seeing that, Bugin thought that Vandeleur was composed. Didn't this guy look as if he could continue fighting for another whole hour, or even another whole day? If Bugin didn't land an effective blow now, wouldn't he run out of strength and be killed? Bugin could see his own defeat and death. Bugga. Believing that he was being driven into a corner one-sidedly, Bugin thought that his only way to survive was to somehow kill Vandeleur, use what was left of his stamina to scatter the ghouls and then make an escape. And then one of his countless attacks reached Vandeleur's body. It wasn't deep enough to slice Vandeleur's torso in half. But as Bugin felt the sensation of his blade cutting through Vandeleur's ribs and sternum to reach his organs, he involuntarily gave an unpleasant sneer. VN. Boy. Hearing the ghoul's screams, Bugin was confident in his victory. He had expended most of his stamina and mana, but he still had a quarter of each left. That was plenty to scatter these inferior creatures. If he could, he would have wanted to slaughter them all, but that would have to come later. As long as he survived here, he would be able to build another kingdom. He would gather more subordinates and slaves and create more sons. This time for sure, he would create the strongest kingdom. Licking the incredibly warm blood that had sprayed onto his face, Bugin fell to his knees. Looks like it worked. My blood spraying conveniently like that helped a lot. Vandeleur was on the ground, unable to breathe because his lungs had been cut. So he lay there silently, healing his own wound while watching Bugin, who was on his knees. The moment he was cut, he had used spirit form transformation to transform his heart and spine into spirit form. Because his back was intact, his arms and legs could still move. It was a harsh sensation, as he was bleeding a lot, but he wouldn't die as long as he didn't asphyxiate. In order to close his wounds, he poured hundreds of thousands of mana into the no-attribute magic spell, Fortify Regeneration, with the mending of his lungs as the highest priority. He was fortunate that Bugin's weapon had been an incredibly sharp magic sword. Because the wound was a clean cut, it was easy to heal. Cough, boy, do not move. I will treat you right now. You. I'll take revenge for Vandeleur on this pig. Wait, I was just spitting out the blood that had gotten into my trachea. I'll be able to breathe again in a few minutes. And Vigoro, I'm not dead. Bakken, only we can hear your communication through thoughts. I do know that. Sam, what is Van saying? Ah, everyone, everything is fine. Bakken's wounds will heal momentarily. The plan that Vandeleur had executed was to receive a deep wound that he could manage to heal on his own, while using deadly poison to turn the blood that sprayed from that wound into a toxic substance, and apply that toxic blood onto Bugin. Bugin hadn't expected that his enemy's blood would have turned into poison. He had been showered in Vandeleur's blood that had transformed into a poison so potent that it would permeate through the skin, and even licked it with his tongue and swallowed it. His arms and legs began convulsing, his vision blurred, he lost consciousness and then had a heart attack. Under the effects of this incredibly deadly, poisonous blood, Bugin couldn't even maintain his grip on his magic sword. He fell to his knees and then crumpled onto the ground. First, the finishing blow must be dealt to that noble orc. And be careful not to come into contact with Bakken's blood. Gaha, Vigoro. This should have been left to us, as we are unaffected by poison. Very well, please excuse me. Sam's carriage wheel ran over the fallen Bugin's neck with a crunch. And so he brought an end to the noble orc Bugin, who had been burning with ambition, but perished without any honor or proud achievements to his name. The battle between the Ghoul King and the noble orc, who had both overestimated each other's strength, came to an unsightly end. The battle was over, but there was still work to be done. Now that I think about it, someone did say that the hardest part would come after the battle. Dealing with the aftermath of war, so to speak. The first thing that needed to be done was, of course, casting detoxification on Vigoro to negate the poison in his body. To prevent monsters that might be attracted by the smell of the large amount of blood spilled in the ruins of the village, ghouls that had a relatively large amount of stamina remaining were stationed as lookouts. The ghoul women were in charge of caring for the ones that had been kept captive. They searched the buildings that were still intact to check whether there were any survivors. And then they had to prepare bedding to sleep in tonight. There was enough work to make their heads spin. Even Vandeleur, who had sent Bone Bird back to the ghoul village as a messenger, only had 20% of his stamina and mana remaining. But he wasn't resting either. There's a full-bodied richness to it, and yet there is a persistent aftertaste that lingers in the throat. Fortunately, there was plenty of food lying on the ground all over the village. Vandeleur was draining the blood out of the orc meat, and drinking it while he was at it, replenishing his stamina and mana. The outer wall made of ent materials had reverted to simply being logs. Tomorrow, the task of turning them back into golems would be waiting for Vandalyu. Though there was something even harsher waiting for him as well. Boy. We are busy right now, so I will leave it until later, but there is something I want to say. Zadiris, me too. Badya, I suspect that Darshia. Sama also has something to say. She simply cannot remain silent about what happened today, after all. Sam. Alright. Vandalyu, the plan of allowing his enemy to cut through his own flesh, organs and bones in order to dish out his blood as poison had succeeded, but it had made Zadiris, among others, very angry. To be honest, it's scary when people get angry at me, so I don't like it, but Vigoro hadn't been angered after finding out about Vandalyu's plan. Instead, he had complimented Vandalyu by saying Vandalyu is brave. Now that's what I call a real man. So Vandalyu managed to comfort himself, telling himself that it might not be so bad. Vandalyu, we will leave the remonstrations for tomorrow, so I wish to consult you regarding what to do with the human women. We ask them not to say anything about what happened and then release them near the town. This isn't a situation where we can do that, is it? Even if we were to release them near the town, they are in a state where they would likely sit there in the same spot until they die. I see. It seemed that there would be no happy ending where everyone would live happily ever after, even after the evil monsters had been defeated. Name. Bugin. Rank. 7 Race. Noble Orc Level. 100 Passive Skills. Superhuman Strength. Level 4 Endless Sexual Stamina. Level 3 Lower Race Domination. Level 3 Active Skills. Swordsmanship. Level 6 Unarmed Fighting Technique. Level 5 Armor Technique. Level 5 Earth, Attribute Magic. Level 4 Fire, Attribute Magic. Level 3 No Attribute Magic. Level 2 Mana Control. Level 3. Chapter 22, During the Aftermath of War, the number of followers increases. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 22. During the aftermath of war, the number of followers increases. The woman lay on the bed like a living corpse, staring at the ceiling. I suppose it should be over now. To say that she was like a living corpse is not merely a simile, but reality. This woman was something known as alive, dead, a freshly deceased corpse that had vitality forcibly poured into it to restart its heartbeat and respiration. It was the familiar of the degenerate adventurer Luciliano, who had made use of the orc's strong urge to reproduce to keep an eye on the noble orc's movements. The live-dead's 5 senses were not very sensitive, so its sense of hearing was primarily used for gathering information. The sounds of swords clashing, war cries and dying screams coming from outside had stopped. The ghouls put up more of a fight than I would have imagined. Doesn't this mean that we don't have to gather a large group to exterminate them? There had been a group of over 500 monsters living in this village. That was why Luciliano's employer, Viscount Balches, needed to put himself at the mercy of Earl Palpapek, a marshal of the Merg nation, to gather a large-scale extermination force. However, if the battle with the ghouls reduced the orcs' numbers by a third, hiring 10 class adventure parties would be enough. The orc messenger had brought the news that all of Bugin's sons and most of the higher-ranked leaders like the orc generals and orc mages had been defeated, and his ridiculously loud voice had reached the ears of the dead. If that's the case, the only enemy that would pose a threat to class adventurers would be Bugin, and even he was only rank 7. That was the same rank as an earth dragon, but he was still a foe that could be defeated if class adventurers formed a party and fought him together. Hiring those class adventurers wouldn't be cheap, but far more affordable than gathering an extermination force of hundreds. Even if they suffered casualties, losing a few hired hands wouldn't be a problem, unlike losing soldiers and knights. That was what Luciliano was thinking, but his thoughts were interrupted as something entered the house that had been destroyed by its owner in rage. The footsteps were too quiet for it to be Bugin returning after his victory, and there were multiple of them. Were they goblins who had become lost in the confusion of the battle? There it is, it's a human. Is this thing alive? But the creatures that appeared were the lion-headed ghouls. Luciliano opened his eyes wide in surprise. It can't be, the ghouls won against the noble orcs. Luciliano had heard that there were no superior ghouls like ghoul tyrants or ghoul elder mages in this devil's nest. The ghouls defeating the noble orcs was a result that he had never expected. No, Luciliano wasn't the only one. Nobody would have thought it possible for a group of several hundred monsters ruled by a noble orc to be annihilated in an internal conflict within the devil's nest. However, no matter how hard it was to believe, the ghouls did not disappear from Luciliano's sight. It moved a little just now. It's alive. Male ghoul, alright, let's take it to where the other humans are. Male ghoul, wait, at least cover her body before carrying her. Female ghoul, a ghoul woman appeared from behind the two ghoul men as well. She covered the body of the live, dead that was still naked after being abandoned by Bugin mid-rape, using the furs from the bed. Luciliano watched this act of consideration with cold eyes. Now that the ghouls have won, rescuing the captive women is impossible. The fact that ghouls ate human flesh was common knowledge for everyone, not just adventurers. There was no doubt that the ghouls would now use the human women captured by the orcs as food for a feast to celebrate their victory. Or perhaps they would use the ritual to turn them into ghouls, but either way, saving them was now impossible. Well, considering how things would go for them even if they were rescued, I am sure that they would be happier being killed here. They were victims who had been defiled by orcs. Luciliano knew that there was a high chance that they would never be happy even after they were rescued. After even a month of being held captive by the orcs, they would have suffered deep scars not only in their bodies but also in their minds from the orcs' terrifying sexual desires and rough treatment. It would be difficult for them to recover on their own. In that state, it would probably be impossible for them to be adventurers again, and even if they wanted to, their equipment had all been taken by the orcs. It might not be so bad if they had funds saved at the guild, but the captured female adventurers were all D-class. They were unlikely to have enough savings to buy new equipment. Even if they gave up and retired, they would be considered filthy and never receive marriage proposals if people found out that they had been defiled by orcs, and even finding normal employment would be difficult. If they were normal village girls, then they could still rely on aid from the government. From Luciliano's point of view, Viscount Balches was fair as a nobleman. He probably wouldn't look after them for their whole lives, but he would at least support them for a year or two. But these women had been adventurers. People chose to be adventurers at their own risk, and whatever happened to them was their own responsibility. The prospect of receiving aid from the government was dim. At best, they might receive a month's worth of living expenses. Heroes saving women captured by monsters and living happily ever after was something that only happened in fairy tales. Of course, it was still better than it had been in the past where they might have been executed as witches who let monsters use their wombs or treated as spoils of war by the adventurers and sold to slave traders. As Luciliano pondered the uncertainties of the world, the ghouls began carrying his live, dead away. It would likely be eaten in the near future, but fortunately, the live, dead had no sense of pain, so Luciliano wouldn't have to suffer. That was why he intended to get as much information as possible before the live, dead was destroyed. The ground outside is covered in orc, kobold and goblin corpses. But I don't see any ghoul corpses. Luciliano, who hadn't been watching the battle, had little idea of what had happened outside. In order to compensate for that now, he moved the live, dead's eyes around to investigate the surroundings, but all he saw was information that would put his employer, Viscount Balches, and Earl Palpapek in a dark mood. As far as he could see, the ghouls hadn't sustained any significant losses, and there were over 100 of them. And for some reason, every ghoul was well equipped and some were holding weapons that seemed to be magic items. This is all thanks to the king. The strongest king of all, the one who defeated the noble orc boss 1. On point 1. Long live the Ghoul King. Long live Vandalu. And then Luciliano heard the ghouls shouting these words in excitement over their victory. In summary, a Ghoul King possessing outstanding leadership and commanding skills had appeared, with a way of supplying the ghouls with equipment far better than the average soldier, and he had even defeated a rank 7 monster in 1. On point 1 combat. If this live, dead is destroyed, I'm going to refuse doing any more of this work even if I have to get on my knees and beg. Luciliano would definitely refuse getting involved in a battle against over 100 ghouls led by such a king. No matter how many gold coins he was paid, he couldn't use them if he were to die. He suddenly realized that the village's outer wall had disappeared, and its logs were now rolling around on the ground here and there. Was this the Ghoul King's doing, too? But I did hear that the title of Ghoul King is only held when multiple ghoul villages form an alliance. The live, dead was gently put down on the floor of a relatively undamaged building. Wait here. Vandalu will be here soon. With those words, the ghoul that had been carrying the live, dead left. The fact that he wasn't staying to keep an eye on the live, dead was likely because the ghoul didn't even consider it an enemy. Well, for ghouls, this live, dead is food rather than an enemy. Over a dozen women had been gathered here. They were all human, all of them had dead-looking eyes and bruises on their limbs and faces. Ah. Ah. NNH. No, Yua. Hick. Ah, kill me. Please. Kill me already. Even Luciliano, who was sometimes referred to by his title of degenerate, wanted to block his ears as he heard the sobbing and lifeless whispers. It seemed that these were indeed the female adventurers that had been held captive. As adventurers, they should have been both mentally and physically tough compared to the average woman, but they had been utterly broken. Luciliano didn't want to see them being eaten alive, so he hoped that they would be killed quickly first. As he was thinking this, he was suddenly startled. He just noticed a child in his vision that was staring at him. The odd-colored crimson and bluish-purple eyes gazed at him intently. The child was very young, not more than 3 years old. What was it doing in a place like this? Is this thing a damper? What is a damper child doing here? Where are its parents? There were no vampires among the noble orc subordinates, could it be on the ghoul's side? These questions ran through Luciliano's mind, but the damper child's words blew all of them away. Why are you inside there? That's someone else's body, isn't it? He can see that this is alive, dead. That's impossible, my technique isn't something that can be seen through so easily. The damper drew closer to the astonished Luciliano. The spirit of that woman is right beside you. She's telling you to give back her body and stop defiling her. He can see spirits, he's a spiritualist. Luciliano was an outstanding life attribute mage, but as he didn't possess the job of spiritualist, he couldn't see spirits. That was why he had never noticed the spirit of the corpse that he had used to create this live, dead floating beside him. Luciliano gave up on trying to keep himself hidden. But he still had some room to work with. He was using magic to borrow this live dead senses. He wasn't in this place himself. By bringing his consciousness back, Luciliano could escape from this devil's nest. It was no concern to him at all what this damper did with the live, dead after that. Please don't run away. However, the damper's hand plunged into the live dead's body. That cold hand grabbed hold of Luciliano's consciousness. Gah! What did you do? Luciliano tried to return his consciousness back to his real body, but for some reason, he couldn't. He let out a scream at this feeling of pressure and discomfort. Could I ask you to answer my questions? Luciliano tried to resist without responding, but since his consciousness was transferred to this live, dead right now instead of his original body, he couldn't use magic properly. I am an adventurer. I used this live, dead to investigate this orc village. With the dangerous sense of not knowing what would happen to him, Luciliano decided to confess. Please tell me all the details. Vandeleur learned a lot from Luciliano. The lord of this region, Viscount Balches, and Earl Palpapec, who was a marshal of the Merg nation, had already discovered the existence of Bugin's large village and his ambition of attacking the town. There were already movements to organize a large-scale extermination force under Earl Palpapec's leadership. Hearing this, Vandeleur felt a headache coming on. He had thought that the ghouls could keep living in the Devil's Nest without a problem once they eliminated the noble orcs. Once the orcs were eliminated, the ones standing at the top of the food chain in this Devil's Nest would, of course, be Zadiris and the other ghouls. However, the humans had learned of the threat that Bugin posed, and that information had even made its way to their upper echelons. Now that they were planning to send a large extermination force, Vandeleur's hopes came crashing down. Would the Marshal cancel that plan if he knew that the noble orcs' village has been annihilated? In response to this question, Luciliano hardened the live-dead's face in silence for a moment, and then answered as if giving up. I am just an adventurer. I do not give orders or make decisions. But I do not think that the Marshal would cancel his plans. Vandeleur sighed. It was just as he thought. The noble orcs that had posed a direct threat to human society had been destroyed today. Their orc subordinates that were mainly orc generals and mages had all been killed, and even if a few orcs or slave goblins and kobolds had escaped, they weren't much of a threat. However, from the perspective of the Marshal and Viscount Balches who ruled this region, all that had changed was that the threat was now ghouls instead of orcs. It was a large army of ghouls that had destroyed a group of over 500 monsters, including multiple rank 6 noble orcs, led by a ghoul king. Who was to say that these ghouls wouldn't be a menace to human society? Since ghouls and orcs were both monsters to humans, the mere existence of a group of hundreds of monsters in a Devil's Nest only 3 days' journey away from the town was a threat to them. And if it became known that a damper was among that group of ghouls, there was a high chance that the Church of Alda would intervene. More specifically, a clergyman specialized in dealing with vampires, like High Priest Golden. That might be a chance for Vandeleur to kill High Priest Golden, the killer of his mother. But he still didn't have the confidence to say that he had the power needed to do so. While he did burn Darcia at the stake, Golden apparently had strength equivalent to a B-class adventurer. If that was true, then if he were to fight on point 1 against a rank 7 monster like Bugin, he would almost certainly win without having to use a clever scheme like Vandeleur's one to allow his own flesh and organs to be cut. So Vandeleur wouldn't be able to defeat him unless he got extremely lucky. And luck was the one thing that he lacked the most. That's why he didn't hesitate to let this chance slip by. In fact, he proactively wanted to avoid it. But I have no way of avoiding it. His face, including the odd-colored eyes that were the distinguishing characteristic of Dampiers, had been clearly seen by Luciliano. He had only temporarily transferred his consciousness to this live, dead to borrow its 5 senses. His real body was in a distant town. Vandeleur had no way of preventing him from talking. Luciliano had earnestly spat out the information that Vandeleur wanted to know out of fear of being unable to escape and not knowing what could happen to him, but the most Vandeleur could do was prevent his consciousness from returning from the live, dead to his real body. And even that required Vandeleur to constantly have his arms under spirit form transformation plunged into the live, dead, so he couldn't keep this up for hours. It was completely impossible for him to continue holding Luciliano inside the live, dead without sleep or rest until Luciliano's real body died of starvation. With that being the case, the remaining options were to appeal to Luciliano's emotions, bribe him or threaten him into silence. Vandeleur dismissed the option of appealing to his emotions. He didn't know what kind of human Luciliano was, but even if he was a kind-hearted person, he had been doing this because he had accepted a request for it. If he were to keep quiet about Vandeleur and the ghouls and then they were discovered later, the Adventurers Guild would do more than simply punish him, he would likely have a bounty put on his head. He probably wouldn't agree to put himself in that danger. Vandeleur also dismissed the option of bribery. No matter what Vandeleur promised Luciliano, he would find the legitimate payment that he received from the nobleman who was hiring him to be more desirable. The last option was to threaten him, but this wasn't effective either. Luciliano was afraid of Vandeleur for now, but once he returned to his own body, Vandeleur wouldn't be able to lay a hand on him. Threatening him with only words was possible, but Vandeleur was convinced that this would only have the opposite effect. What kind of adult would be scared by the threats of a child who's less than 3 years old? He was actually quite scary due to his appearance and the aura around him, however. Having decided that preventing his existence being known to the humans would be impossible, Vandeleur returned to his first question. I understand why you're inside this human. So, did you kill this person this person? This live, dead looked young, and quite healthy considering that it had been held captive by the orcs. There were no signs of a fatal wound having been treated, either. Vandeleur could only imagine that she had been deliberately killed. Did you kill this woman for the purpose of creating this live, dead? Realizing that this was the question being asked, Luciliano shook his head. No, I only transformed a corpse prepared by the Viscount into a live, dead. This woman, I don't know how she died. What this guy is saying, is it true? Vandeleur asked this question to the original owner of this live, dead's body, but she only replied with, my body was stolen. And, give my body back. Don't defile it anymore. He couldn't get a definitive answer. It seemed that over a month had passed since she died, and during that time, she had watched her own body being raped by Bugin over and over. Vandeleur couldn't blame her for being in this broken state. I understand. I will let you go for now. But the next time I see you, I will kill you. As Vandeleur released the grip of his hand, Luciliano's consciousness quickly left the live, dead. The terrified expression disappeared from the live, dead's face and it became completely motionless. Vandeleur thought that it had returned to being a corpse, but it was still breathing and its heart was still beating. It would likely stay as alive, dead until the mana that had been put into it ran out, even after its owner left the body. Thank you, I was able to get my body back. Yuri, welcome. What will you do from now? From now. I'm already dead, so from now, don't you want to be reborn? What do you mean by that? Everyone who dies will one day be granted a new life by a god and be reborn. It seemed that the concept of the circle of transmigration existed in Lambda. Rodcourt's name wasn't known, but everyone knew about the idea that the souls of the dead would one day be born anew. So of course, she considered it common sense that if she left this world and entered the afterlife, she would be reborn one day. She was wondering why Vandeleur felt the need to even ask her this question. What I'm trying to say is, do you not want to be reborn and have a new life right now? Right now? Is something like that possible? Yes. I can't bring you back to life. But fortunately, there is a new life inside you. Vandeleur had noticed the presence of a tiny life that couldn't even be called a fetus yet inside the live, dead lying limp on the floor. He was asking her if she was willing to reside inside that and be reborn. Yuri telling me to become an orc. The woman's spirit was friendly towards Vandeleur because of the effects of the death, attribute charm and the fact that he had recovered her body, but she still had to refuse Vandeleur's suggestion. Even though she had already died, it would be torture for her to be reborn as the child of the one who had raped her body, an orc, no less. In fact, if Vandeleur had simply asked her, would you like to go to the afterlife or be reborn as an orc right now? Her immediate choice would have been to go to the afterlife. It's alright, I will remove as many of the orc genes as I can. You won't become an orc. You can do something like that. If there's any orc blood in a child, that child will definitely become an orc, you know. I can do it. I have a little experience with this. However, Vandeleur had experience in the selective breeding of animals, plants and humans. To be more accurate, he knew that he could do this with death. Attribute magic. Among the experiments in Origin, there had been research to see whether it was possible to use death. Attribute magic to kill off certain parts of certain genes, resulting in selective breeding. And these experiments had succeeded. He had killed the horse genes in a half-donkey, half-horse mule fetus to produce a foal that was purely a donkey. Seeds that were resistant to disease and cold but weak to heat and seeds that were resistant to heat but weak to disease were bred together, and then Vanderloo had cut the unnecessary parts out of the genes of the resulting offspring to produce seeds that were resistant to disease, cold and heat. He had performed the same thing in domestic animals and human zygotes that had been produced by the sperm and eggs of people of different races, with a success rate of over 90%. Thanks to these experiments, the military nation that owned the laboratory that Vanderloo was held captive in developed its agriculture and animal breeding and overcame a large number of hereditary diseases, becoming renowned as a great country for medical care. I'm not sure that things went so well for them after I died, though. Holding back this dark thought in his chest, Vanderloo continued to explain the process to the woman's spirit to ease her mind about it. The perfect time is just before or just after the egg cell has been fertilized, but it has already been some time since it attached itself to the womb, so I can't make you completely human. But I should be able to make you close enough to a human that you would never be considered an orc. So that means I'd become like a beast. Person. I've never seen a beast. Person, so I can't say for sure. The woman's spirit fell silent. She seemed to be deep in thought. Vanderloo simply waited until she came to an answer. He wasn't helping her purely out of his own goodwill. It would be convenient for him if she chose this rebirth. Vanderloo's goal was revenge, to survive against the cheaters who would be reincarnated in this world, and to revive his mother, Darcia. One of the methods he had thought of for that last goal was to have Darcia possess a fertilized egg, as they had a high affinity for spirits, to have her undergo a pseudo reincarnation. But it was best to have as many cards in his hand as possible. There was no guarantee that the process would go well in Lambda as it had in Origin. He didn't know whether creatures in this world even had genes and DNA, and even if they did, they might not have the same structure as the creatures in Origin. He was intending to use this woman as an experimental subject to find out. That was why Vanderloo simply waited as she contemplated the choice. If he told her his circumstances, the death, attribute charm skills effect would force her to nod her head. But that didn't mean that he wanted to lie to her either. How hypocritical. Vanderloo himself was aware that it was hypocritical. That was why he thought that if she agreed to do this, no matter what the result, it would still be true that he had helped her with her new life. I have made my decision. Please allow me to be reborn. I understand. I will do everything I can. He used spirit form transformation on his arms once more and buried them in the live dead's abdomen. And then he poured mana into the fetus smaller than the tip of his pinky finger that was living inside the womb, determining its current state. He could sense almost no human genes in the fetus. The genes were mostly those of an orc, and if the child was born now, it would certainly be a noble orc. As Vanderloo had guessed before, the reproduction of orcs and noble orcs was different from normal creatures. The orc's genes absorbed the mother's genes as the child developed. With that being the case, he simply had to reverse that relationship. He weakened the noble orc's genes with death. Attribute mana and stopped the weakening of the human genes, stimulating them to become stronger. If he just stopped the fetus from dying now, it would grow into a mostly human child. I'm glad I learned the mana control skill. Doing this without any kind of scientific equipment was very difficult. This wasn't something that could be done by simply pushing his mana through by force. If he did that, this fragile fetus would be destroyed. He had to delicately sort through the genes and apply the treatment to each cell, one by one. Well then, let's meet again. And then he had the spirit of the woman whose name he didn't know possessed the fetus. That suddenly reminded him, there had been controversy on Earth over when someone possessed a soul. Did a person have a soul right at the moment of fertilization, from some point during the pregnancy as a fetus or from the moment that he or she was born? In Lambda, in this particular case, this person possessed a soul starting right now, Vandeleur thought. It wasn't a particularly meaningful thought. And then he transferred additional mana to the living dead. Because he didn't know how much mana Luciliano had given to it, he had to prevent its heart from stopping before the woman was reborn. Now he had to decide what to do with the rest of the female adventurers, but... King, why are you so popular with women? Maybe it's the influence of my skills. From even before Vandeleur conducted his all-out cross examination on Luciliano, the female adventurers had been clinging on to Vandeleur. Ah, please. Please, with the half-naked women clinging onto him, the ghouls who were just passing by assumed that Vandeleur was simply popular with the women, but the reality was quite different. The female adventurers were in a state where their minds had been broken and they were simply like living corpses with death as their only hope. To them, the death attribute mana around Vandeleur looked like a Shinigami's scythe that had come to grant them salvation. The death attribute charm was supposed to have no effect on the living, but it seemed that it did affect humans who truly desired death, even if they were still alive. As the women who were clearly not sane surrounded Vandeleur and silently begged him to kill them, he felt his own sanity being scraped away. His ability to concentrate had probably increased from not looking at the women clinging onto him as he talked to the woman's spirit and performed the genetic therapy earlier. However, no matter how much he averted his eyes from them, they wouldn't simply disappear. There were those waiting for the Ghoul King Vandeleur's decision on what to do. First, let's say that killing them is out of the question. For Vandeleur, the women were his enemies as they were adventurers of the Merg nation, but he couldn't bring himself to kill them when they were in this state. Releasing them near the city would No. Don't, just kill me, please kill me. Not be a good idea, I see. Vandeleur wasn't familiar with how this world worked like Luciliano was, but he did understand that releasing the women in this state wouldn't be an act of salvation for them. He had thought that perhaps they would have families or lovers waiting for them in the town, but that didn't seem to be the case. They either didn't have special people, were on bad terms with their families, or perhaps their companions had been in their party when they came here and were killed by the orcs. Even so, caring for them in the ghoul village wasn't an option either. They were currently under Vandeleur's charm, but there was no telling whether they would stay under it if they regained the will to live. In fact, it was likely that Vandeleur's skill would be rendered ineffective if that happened. They could regain their sanity and become enemy adventurers once more. Vandeleur pitied the female adventurers, but the safety of the ghouls still took priority. Well then, will you become ghouls? That was why it was only natural for Vandeleur to suggest this option. He had heard from Zadiris before that a ritual could be performed to transform human women into ghouls. Teria was a living example of that. Become ghouls. Yes, and become my followers. Before Vandeleur finished speaking, light returned to the female adventurer's lifeless eyes. I'll become a ghoul, like carnivores with prey right in front of them, the piercing light in their pupils. All of them were smiling, but rather than looking as if they had found some new hope that would save them, they looked as if they had been broken beyond all recognition and transformed into completely different people. Me too, turn me into a ghoul, I'll become one too, make me your follower. And so all of the female adventurers chose to become ghouls, and the number of Vandeleur's followers increased by 13. It seems that the boy has successfully convinced those adventurers to become ghouls. Since we cannot return them to human society, the only other thing we can do is welcome them as our brethren. That's true, but there was one woman that he was unusually deep in conversation with. It looked like he was using magic, too. Zadiris and Badia had come to tell Vandeleur that there was the option of transforming the female adventurers into ghouls, but they had ended up watching him from a short distance away. You are right. And that woman stopped moving right after their conversation, as if she had died. I suppose we should go and ask the boy to explain the situation once things have settled down. Zadiris watched the female adventurers jostling around and extending their hands out towards Vandeluil like the dead gathering around the spider's thread that descended from paradise as she waited for them to calm down. Chapter 23, The Truth I Learn as I Approach 3 Years of Age, and the Enemy of My Enemy is an Enemy. You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Chapter 23. The truth I learn as I approach 3 years of age, and the enemy of my enemy is an enemy. It was a clear February morning, with the smell of blood on the cool morning breeze. You. A deep war cry echoed out. As ghouls who were busy removing the organs from orc, goblin and kobold corpses and preparing them for breakfast glanced at the source of the war cry in surprise, Vigoro looked up at the morning sun. Oi, hasn't Vigoro grown bigger? It can't be, he ranked up. Vigoro's body that was already over 2 meters tall to begin with had grown a size bigger. His lion's head was more masculine, his fangs were thicker and stronger, and the muscles of his limbs had grown larger while maintaining their flexibility. His appearance was that associated with individuals that were legendary to the ghouls, individuals who hadn't existed in this devil's nest for several hundred years. Berserker. A ghoul berserker. Vigoro had been a ghoul barbarian with long years of experience as a warrior. In last night's battle, he had defeated multiple orc generals that were of the same rank as him as well as the noble orc that was a rank higher, earning him a large quantity of experience points. At the same time, the level of his skills had improved as well, so it seemed that he had met the requirements for his rank to increase. Though it wasn't as great as the legendary ghoul tyrants, the ghouls cheered and shouted Vigoro's name as they witnessed the birth of a ghoul berserker, who were said to be able to slaughter 100 human soldiers alone. 5 minutes later, Vandeluil was receiving remonstrations first thing in the morning from 3 beautiful women. Some might be jealous of him, but if one were to voice that to him, he would likely reply, in my profession at least, this isn't a reward. Listen, boy. You are indeed our leader, but that does not mean that you must take on the role of finishing the enemy's leader. It's true that I would have only been a hindrance in a fight against that noble orc, but you didn't have to suddenly fly out to face him on your own. If you had brought your allies and received their support from the beginning of the fight, then maybe you wouldn't have had to rely on such a dangerous plan, right? That's right, I thought I was going to faint when Sam told me what happened. Vandeluil, you're still a child who's not even 3 years old, that was going too far. Only Vandeluil could see and hear Darshia, who was scolding him the most, so Zadiris and Badia were under the impression that only the 2 of them were remonstrating him, however. Yes, I'm sorry. Making no excuses, Vandeluil sincerely apologized. Looking back on it, it was indeed reckless for him to charge at Bugin on his own, there had to have been other ways. He had made Zadiris, Badia and, most of all, Darshia worry about him. As Badia said, if they had attacked Bugin with everyone together from the beginning and used arrows, throwing weapons and magic attacks from a distance while Vandeluil slowed him down, it might have been possible to render Bugin helpless, though it would have taken some time to finish him off. This method would have worked even better if Vandeluil had applied deadly poison to the ghouls' arrows and throwing weapons, too. And though it would have been difficult to prevent Bugin from killing anyone, the risk of someone dying was probably not all that different from the risk of Vandeluil dying when he allowed Bugin to cut through his ribs, sternum and lungs. After having a night to calmly think about it, Vandeluil had come to realize that other methods had been available to him. And though Vandeluil hadn't been aware of it at the time, he knew that he had lost his presence of mind back then. Well, that was only natural, it was his first real battle in a long time, and it was a large scale battle, too. Vandeluil comforted himself by telling himself this as he prepared himself for long remonstrations. But this just shows how much you care about all of the ghouls, Vandeluil, so I will overlook it just this once. But don't do that again, okay? But it's also true that we weren't strong enough for you to have confidence in us. I actually fired arrows at that noble orc, but they were all cleared away by his magic sword. That can't even be called support, I couldn't create any openings. I'm sorry, Van. I made you do such a reckless thing because I'm still inexperienced. Indeed. And thanks to you, boy, we did not suffer even a single casualty. Because you distributed your magic items, strengthened us with your skills, transferred your mana to us and rendered the enemy mages helpless. If you consider these things, we have been demanding the unreasonable of you from the very beginning. I apologize, boy. However, though Vandalyu had expected them to be angrier at him, Darshia quickly forgave him while Badya and Zadiris even apologized in return. Vandalyu was shocked, but none of them took back their words. Is that all? As Vandalyu asked this question, the three of them blinked in surprise. Yes. You do not wish to be scolded any further either, do you, boy? Zadiris and the other two seemed surprised as to why he would ask this question, and Vandalyu replied without thinking. I don't, but the reprimanding I've faced up until now have been harsher and longer. In Vandalyu's past lives on Earth and in Lambda, he had never been blessed with old age. The uncle who had raised him on Earth always delivered his reprimanding with a set combo of violence and angry shouting. And since he was concerned about maintaining outward appearances, he had always waited until they came back home to do so. On top of that, he had never listened to Vandalyu's side of the story or tried to understand why things had happened as they did. He had never pointed out how Vandalyu should improve himself other than saying, "Don't ever do that again," and even after reprimanding Vandalyu, he had never thought about how he should prevent Vandalyu from repeating his behavior. And the reason for his reprimanding was, "You parentless piece of shit, you're being a burden to me by trying to have the same luxuries as a normal person, you have to be censored, kidding me?" So Vandalyu only felt anger and fear towards him. When his aunt had reprimanded him, it was just long. She would complain endlessly in a dark tone, not making any sense as she rambled on and on. She wouldn't stop until she was satisfied or needed to do something else. The worst was when she had said, "You've made me waste so much time on scolding you," and then spent the next few hours scolding him. The teachers of his school had scolded him without putting much thought or effort into it whenever some kind of trouble occurred. Rather than trying to think about who or what had caused the trouble, it was easier for them to blame it on the boy who was always acting suspiciously and dressed in old, black clothes. In fact, that was how his elementary school class had been kept in order, and Vandalyu had just assumed that this was just the correct way for the school to handle things. With those lessons in his mind, he succeeded in living a peaceful middle school and high school life, being as inconspicuous as air. And then in Origin, being scolded had changed meaning to become being punished. In Origin, Vandalyu had been a mere laboratory animal, and for the researchers who raised him, he was something that needed to be trained, not educated. Fists were replaced with electrical shocks and remonstrations were replaced with words that were like knives that gouged out his lungs. Of course, they had no reason to listen to Vandalyu's complaints and the researchers always prioritized their own convenience first. Even though he obeyed all of their commands, there were times where he was punished for absurd reasons like experiments where electricity was passed through his body, leaving him convulsing on the floor, to test whether his mana's properties would change if he was subjected to extreme pain. As a result of these traumatic experiences, Vandalyu had become extremely afraid of people becoming angry at him. If it was someone he didn't mind killing, someone he wanted to kill, someone he was able to kill, then that would be fine. He wasn't scared of fighting and killing. But he was scared of those he couldn't kill becoming angry at him and reprimanding him. Of course, he hadn't thought for a moment that Darshia, Zadiris or Badya would act like his uncle or those researchers. But even so, he had been terrified. Vandalyu. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry for scaring you. Darshia had a rough idea about Vandalyu's past and what he had been through. She didn't have a physical body, but she wrapped her cold, spirit arms around him gently. No, it's nothing you need to apologize for, Mom. It was a trauma that he had from his previous lives. It would have been unfair to expect Darshia to make an effort to be cautious about it. She was the first mother in this world to raise a child with memories of his previous lives, so there were no examples for her to follow. However, as the other two were unaware that Vandeleur possessed memories from his previous lives, they could only make the incorrect assumption. Boy, I have never heard details regarding your mother. What kind of person was she? I mean, normally, what was she like, and how did she act when she was angry at you, Van. Their eyes were sympathetic and their words were inarticulate. Seeing this, Vandeleur realized that they were thinking that his mother had abused him. No, that's not it, it wasn't my mother. This is the perfect opportunity, so I'll tell you about my circumstances. Could I call Vigoro here? Vandeleur, you don't need to worry about me. They can't see me, after all. I do worry about it. You being misunderstood makes me sad as well, Mom. Vandeleur didn't want Zadiris or anyone else having the wrong impression of Darshia, and he had been planning to tell them about his circumstances anyway, so he decided to take this opportunity to tell them everything. I see, so that's what, the fact that Vandeleur possessed memories from his previous life and the one before that, and the fact that he had lived those lives in other worlds. The fact that 100 people with abilities that surpassed common sense, abilities that Vandeleur didn't have, would be reincarnating in this world in the future. When Vandeleur told these facts to Zadiris and the others, they were surprised and, for some reason, they seemed to understand. It was better than them not believing him, but Vandeleur was bewildered that they believed him so easily, so they explained why. You are a child who possesses 100 million mana and uses death. Attribute magic, something that has never existed before in this world. Even considering the fact that you are a damper, having such an unbelievable past actually makes this more believable. And you know too many things considering that you're not even 3 years old, Van. That would be the case even if Sam and the others were to teach you things. It makes sense if all of that knowledge is from your previous lives. Yeah, it's just like those two said. I have nothing more to say to that. Ah, now that you mention it, that makes sense to me, too. Well, it is still a surprise that there will be 100 more people like you, boy. 100 people with over 100 million mana, huh? Zadiris and Badia looked deep in thought with grave expressions on their faces as they imagined young men and women with 100 million mana becoming adventurers or knights and mages under the employment of human nations, but Vandeleur shook his head. No, I think they will have much less mana than me. What? Is that so? Yes. The reason I have this much mana is because I don't have anything else. Other than Vandeleur, Rodcourt had granted the 100 reincarnated people cheat-like abilities and affinities for different attributes of magic. Vandeleur's abnormal amount of mana was compensation for his lack of those things. Rodcourt had explained that Vandeleur's empty frame would store large quantities of mana, but looking at it another way, this meant that the others didn't possess this empty frame. Their frames had been filled with cheat-like abilities and different attributes of magic. There was no way that they could have an empty frame. Most of them would probably have slightly more than the 10,000 mana that first-rate mages of Lambda would have. As Vandeleur said this, Zadiris and Badia let out a sigh of relief. I see, that is reassuring to hear. But still, they have cheat-like abilities, you know. I do not know what exactly these cheat-like abilities might be, but the fact that you have 100 million mana is already beyond the bounds of common sense, boy. As Zadiris said, the mages of this world that could be called first-rate would have maybe slightly over 10,000 mana. Even enormous monsters who could defeat A-class or S-class adventurers that were known as superhumans might possess only 100,000 mana. 100 million mana was something that could be compared to the gods and the demon king that had existed in the age of the gods. Is that so? Well, if I could use magic of the normal attributes, then that might be the case. But the owner of that mana, Vandeleur, still only had a weak sense of how vast it really was. He was unable to use fire attribute or earth attribute magic that was easy to make use of in battle, and since his skill with mana control was insufficient, he spent at least several thousands of mana to cast one spell. He didn't feel like he could say that his own power was very cheat-like. You know, I think that it would be alright for you to have a little more confidence in yourself, Vandal. I'll do my best. Leaving that aside, I think that I might cause trouble for everyone if I stay as the Ghoul King. The guys who are going to be reincarnated here have only lived in worlds where humans are the only intelligent creatures, so I don't know how they'll act. The status screen and skills of this world were systems similar to those used by games on Earth and in Origin. They might decide to slaughter all monsters in sight, like one might do in a game. No, it would be fine if they slaughtered monsters. The problem was if they decided to do the same for the races created by Vita, which were designated as monsters by the Amid Empire. That went without saying for the ghouls who weren't even considered one of the races created by Vita. And if they were Vandalu's friends, then there was a real chance that they would enthusiastically start trampling over the ghouls indiscriminately, even the women and children. Thinking about it rationally, Vandalu and the other 100 reincarnated people weren't on hostile terms. Rodcourt's mistake and misfortune had aligned, resulting in Vandalu's reincarnation in Origin to be unknown to the rest of them, and they had simply dealt him the finishing blow as he was in an undead state. However, after he had been finished off in Origin, Vandalu had declared that he would slaughter them all, so he didn't know what would happen. Even if they were originally reincarnated together, if one were to be asked to be friends with someone who had shouted that he would kill them, even Vandalu would shake his head. If Rodcourt was watching Vandalu now and knew that his desire for revenge on them had disappeared, then it would be fine, but that hope was slim. It didn't seem like that God was even keeping a proper eye on the world of Origin that we were reincarnated into. If Rodcourt had been watching, he could have at least sent a message to Amamiya Hiroto and the others to save Vandalu. Because he hadn't even done that, Vandalu expected nothing from him. And so Vandalu thought that he should give up his title now that he had destroyed the noble orc's large village, but Sidiris and the others thought otherwise. That might indeed be the case, but those 100 people should be reincarnated here in the order in which they die in that world called Origin, not all at once, is that not right? In that case, then we are talking about something that will not happen for a long while, and each time they appear, they should not appear in large numbers. Am I wrong? When Vandalu had been killed in Origin, they had looked to be in their early 20s. But they had been dispatched to exterminate an undead that had appeared in the military nation's secret laboratory. They seemed to have been doing dangerous work. So there was a chance that there were some who had made a mistake in their work and died half a year or a year after Vandalu had. However, they had the protection of their affinity for different attributes of magic, good fortunes and destinies, as well as their cheat-like abilities, all of the things that Vandalu hadn't received. They wouldn't die so easily. And because of the magic that hadn't existed on Earth, science in Origin seemed to have been more advanced than on Earth. So unless they were killed or afflicted by serious illnesses such as cancer, they would live in Origin up until they were in their 80s or possibly even until they were over 100 years old. It was indeed still some time away. And it was difficult to imagine that there would be multiple people dying simultaneously. And there is nothing to suggest that all of those 100 people will be reborn in the Amid Empire and its nations. It could be that they are reborn in the country that you are intending to go to, beyond the mountain range, or even on another continent. There is no guarantee that they will be born to human parents. They could be born from the wombs of us ghouls or one of the other races created by Vita. Well, that might be the case, but what Sidiris was saying was reasonable, so Vandalu had no response. And then Badia dealt the final blow. And there are plenty of enemies that are threats to us other than those 100 people. If the humans were to dispatch B.class and A.class adventurers into this devil's nest, we could be destroyed. A high-rank monster from another devil's nest might come here and build its power, just like that noble orc. Those 100 people being reincarnated here doesn't give us a reason to be separated from you, Vandalu. It was as Badia said. The ghouls were the most powerful in this devil's nest. But if the Merg nation seriously dispatched high-class adventurers, they wouldn't even be able to put up a fight. And if you weren't here, I don't know if we would have been able to win the battle against the orcs. Even if we did, we would still be unable to have babies and we wouldn't be able to maintain the village. It doesn't make sense to run away because you're scared of something that's going to happen decades from now. Well, that might be case too, but this was reasonable too, so Vandalyu couldn't strongly deny it or make any points against it. For the ghouls, things that threatened their existence naturally existed, so it was the obvious choice to fight to survive the threats rather than try to avoid them, prepare for them rather than live in fear of them. And if you left us and then those 100 people starting hunting down monsters anyway, I think it would end up the same regardless. Considering that, it would be more reassuring to have you around, Van. I hadn't thought of that. Vandalyu was rendered speechless in surprise. The truth was that there was a high possibility of the reincarnated people hunting monsters on a large scale even if Vandalyu wasn't involved with them. After all, they were strong people, and in the world of Lambda, monsters were evil. They would very likely hunt monsters to satisfy their sense of justice or simply to quickly gain money and fame. Vandalyu was in shock, but surprisingly it was Vigoro whose decisive opinion changed Vandalyu's mind. I'm sure those guys are not even that strong to begin with, Vandalyu. Vigoro's words left Vandalyu dumbfounded. They would surely be strong. They would have power beyond all reason, they would be so strong that one would think it unfair. Those 100 people, not even that strong. Of course they're going to be strong. Definitely far stronger than me. But they can die, right? Then you will be able to kill them. Vigoro said this as if it was obvious, and Vandalyu reflexively began to object. There's no way that. And then he suddenly realized. That's right, they could definitely die. Rodcourt had granted those 100 people cheat-like abilities, with the exception of Vandalyu. He protected them with good fortune. He guided them with a destiny. However, Rodcourt's goal was to use these people who had died on Earth to develop the world of Lambda. The only reason he had reincarnated them in Origin first was to have them gain experience. Things had been set up so that they would be reincarnated in Lambda as they died in Origin. It would be a problem if they couldn't die. If they didn't die in Origin, they would never be sent to Lambda. Therefore, among the cheat-like abilities granted to them by Rodcourt, there would be none that absolutely prevented them from dying or being killed. They might possess cheat-like abilities that granted them tremendous offensive abilities, but if their defensive abilities were normal, they could be killed. They might be able to move at ultra-high speeds, but they would die if made ill by the incurable disease spell. They might have rapid regeneration abilities that would let them regrow severed limbs, but if their brains and hearts were destroyed simultaneously, then they would die. They might have the ultimate defensive abilities, but if afflicted with aging, they would die of old age. None of these methods would be simple. It would be difficult, lives would have to be put on the line in these battles. But Vandalyu was a death-attribute mage. He was someone who could freely use magic to bring about death, or keep it at a distance. As long as his enemies were living beings that would eventually die one day, there would definitely be a way for Vandalyu to kill them, and he should have a means to accomplish that. I wonder why I hadn't realized such a basic thing until now, Vandalyu. It is only natural to fear those who have what you do not have. Zadiris, and they killed you once, didn't they? I can't blame you for thinking that you can't win against them. Vigoro, Vandalyu fell to his knees as Zadiris and Vigoro correctly guessed the reasons he had feared those 100 people so much. I've been thinking about it since I was born, for almost 3 years, but I never thought of that. Because you pointed it out, I have more hope for the future. Thank you. Vandalyu, it helps us to be allies with you. Don't worry about it. Vigoro bared his fangs that were larger than they had been yesterday in a smile, looking as if he'd be satisfied as long as Vandalyu didn't bring up the idea of giving up the title of king again. Well, we might be a hindrance for you when you're trying to become an adventurer and nobleman. Vigoro, when that time comes, I'll tell people that I have tamed you. If that doesn't work, I'll pile up so many achievements that they can't ignore me. Vandal you, oh, you've broken free, Van. Bodya, even he could kill those with the cheat-like abilities. As Vandalyu made this realization, his worries in life had been cut in half and his head felt clearer. He still aimed to kill enemies like High Priest Gordon and Hines, and he was confident that if he became stronger, he would be able to do it. Leaving Earth and Origin aside, he had skills in this world and even possessed 100 million mana. If he could master using this mana, his revenge and killing the cheaters would be possible. There were steep mountains and valleys ahead of him in life, but he felt as if they had become a little less steep. Feeling refreshed, Vandalyu remembered something that he had meant to say once the sun rose but hadn't said yet. Ah, I just remembered. The humans had been making preparations to exterminate the orc village, and now they've found out that we've already done it. What should we do? Boy. That is the more pressing concern. It seemed that the meeting would continue for some time. Luciliano was pale and feeling strained in the morning. That is the end of my report. He was on his knees, delivering a report to his employer, the mustached nobleman Bruno Balches, and a row of knights. And there was a middle-aged man with a medium build in the prime years of his life sitting at the head of the table. Though Luciliano wasn't specialized in combat, he was an adventurer who had completed numerous requests from noblemen over the years. This man wasn't the kind of person whose presence should cause an adventurer like Luciliano to be feeling nervous. However, every time Luciliano stood before him, he felt his spine grow cold and experienced an unpleasant feeling of tension. That report is the truth, I presume. Yes, Marshal Palpapek. The man's name was Marshal Thomas Palpapek. He held the court rank of Earl, but that was the rank that he was given because this country of Murg was a nation of the Amid Empire. In the Empire, the title of Marquis was only held by royal family members of the Empire's nations. He was a capable marshal whose abilities and achievements were so great that if Murg were an independent nation instead of being a part of the Empire, it would not have been surprising for him to hold the rank of Marquis, or even Duke. Since he had risen to this position, the Murg nation had withstood attacks from the Orbaum kingdom, public order had been improved and worked with adventurers to be involved in dealing with multiple large incidents in which monsters began overflowing from devil's nests. I see. The noble orcs have been annihilated and their subordinates have been scattered. That is extraordinarily delightful news, is it not, Marshal Dono. Viscount Balches looked truly happy as he smiled at Marshal Palpapek. It somehow seemed that even his prided handlebar mustache had become shinier. He was feeling relieved as there no longer seemed to be a need to spend large amounts of taxes to hire adventurers and dispatch soldiers and knights as an extermination force, causing casualties in the process. There was a strong stereotype of noblemen treating those serving them as being disposable, but the ones who did that without hesitation were fools. Those with some ability as noblemen avoided casualties where possible. Soldiers were needed to maintain the peace of a region, and if some of them died, they could not always be replaced immediately. It was different from temporarily hired soldiers and guards, who only needed to be provided with equipment. One should desire a certain level of skill and loyalty from regular soldiers. This was especially true for knights whose families had served noblemen for generations. If noblemen put the lives of knights to waste, they would be disgraced and lose favor from the knight families who would choose other masters. Losses should be kept low, even for soldiers recruited from the lower class populace. If the young people that were the able workers of society were to die in large numbers, the productivity of the region would fall and severe economic problems would develop. And there was nothing good about causing dissatisfaction amongst the people. Adventurers were a special case, as they worked in their occupation at their own risk. Even if 10 or 20 of them were lost, a town as large as Viscount Balches wouldn't be negatively affected at all. Hundreds of adventurers died every year in the nation of Murg alone. Nobody would claim that this was the responsibility of the rulers. But this only applied on a national level, if a large number of adventurers in one region were to suddenly decrease in number by too much, their monster numbers in devil's nests would be less regulated and the materials that adventurers obtained from monsters would become scarcer. There would be consequences for anti-monster measures as well as economic consequences. And since adventurers were essentially wanderers, if there were rumors that a nobleman was forcing adventurers to accept unreasonable requests, they could simply turn away from that nobleman. That would cause long-term difficulties for the region. Therefore, it was best to eliminate or at least reduce casualties. Of course, there were some things that needed to be done even if casualties were certain to occur. Exterminating a noble orcs group of 500 monsters that was planning to attack the town, for instance. The group of monsters was gone, eliminating the need to form an extermination force. This could only be a good thing for Viscount Balches. He wasn't interested in things like having the honor of exterminating powerful monsters. However, it seemed that Marshal Palpapek thought differently. That cannot be said, Viscount Balches. Perhaps we should increase the size of the extermination force. No, more importantly, perhaps I should ask High Priest Gordon for his assistance in killing this vampire. Wah! How can that be, Marshal? The noble orcs have already been killed, the danger has passed. The danger has not passed. It has simply changed, from orcs to ghouls. A group of ghouls that won a battle against a group of 500 monsters led by a noble orc. Though Luciliano has not confirmed this, there are likely ghoul mages. There is even a chance that there are higher class ones, like high mages or berserkers. Or would you suggest that such a group of monsters is not a threat? Marshal Palpapek was right. For humans, orcs and ghouls were both monsters. The only differences were that ghouls had females so they didn't need to abduct human women so frequently, and they didn't often come out of the devil's nests. But these differences were enough for Viscount Balches' knights to disagree. But Marshal, there have never been any confirmed cases of ghouls acting outside devil's nests, let alone in a group. Is it not safe to assume that the ghouls will not come out of the devil's nest? In particular, the ghouls of that devil's nest do not even fight adventurers, they are relatively docile. And as the adventurer there reported, the monsters led by the noble orc were using the female ghouls as mothers, were they not? Is this incident not simply the ghouls taking revenge on the orcs? The ghouls that had the power to defeat the noble orcs and their subordinates were indeed threatening. However, it wasn't anything more than a struggle for existence that had occurred within the devil's nest, the conflict wouldn't spread outside. Why was there any need to take the effort to enter that conflict in a place that couldn't even be seen from here? Even Marshal Palpapek nodded, knowing that there was some truth to this argument. Indeed, if it is the ghouls that have been there for a long time, that would be the case. However, has there ever been a group of ghouls with a damper child among them? However, in response to this question, Viscount Balches and his knights could only say that they had never heard of such a thing. And considering the situation, it is highly likely that this damper is the Ghoul King, isn't that right? Yes. Considering the situation, I cannot deny the possibility of the damper being the Ghoul King Vandalyu. Luciliano, who had remained silent until now, offered his thoughts with a tone that implied that he wouldn't take responsibility if he was incorrect. The ghouls had said that Vandalyu was coming, and then the damper child had appeared. If one considered this, it could be reasonably deduced that that child was the one called Vandalyu. And the other ghouls had said that Vandalyu was the Ghoul King. In that case, then the Ghoul King was a damper child by the name of Vandalyu. Even though he was a damper, it was difficult to believe an infant that could not even be called a boy yet was the king that led a pack of ghouls. But there was no basis for anyone to deny this possibility. And on top of that, Marshal Palpapek shared a piece of shocking information. Actually, I have a good idea of just who this damper named Vandalyu is. What? Is this true, Marshal? It seemed that even the knights serving Marshal Palpapek were hearing this for the first time, they were murmuring along with Viscount Balches and his knights. Even Luciliano raised his face in surprise. About 3 years ago. I am sure even Viscount Balchess remembers the wanted posters of a dark elf who had succumbed to a vampire's temptation circulating around our country. That dark elf's name was Darcia. And I had my own subordinates investigate the matter just in case, and in the process, I learned that the name of the vampire who seduced her is Valen. It is not unusual for parents to use parts of own names to name their child. The son of Valen and Darcia, Vandalyu. Many commoners named their children in this way. But wasn't that damper returned to the dirt? No, I believe the only one that was certainly executed was his dark elf mother. I heard that the corpse of the damper child who was of breast-feeding age was never found in the end. How irresponsible. Do those of the church demand such extravagant donations for such crude work? However, even being half vampire, there was no way for an infant of breast-feeding age to survive without its mother. Could the name not be a mere coincidence? But even the age matches. Is it not too much to be called a coincidence? The knights offered their own confused guesses. And then they were silenced by Marshal Palpapek's powerful voice. What we should fear is if the damper Vandalyu, who is the ghoul king, is not content with merely surviving and is sharpening his fangs for revenge. What will happen then? It does not even need to be said. The knights' expressions all hardened as they closed their mouths. Viscount Balchess' face had turned particularly pale. A powerful ghoul army led by a damper who harbored resentment towards the humans. No matter how one looked at it, this was a larger threat than the noble orcs group of monsters. Orcs were unintelligent, and even if they were led by a higher race, their coordination was sloppy and there would be many openings to take advantage of. However, ghouls were far more intelligent than orcs, and they were a race that was even more proficient at fighting in coordination with each other than kobolds. And unlike orcs, among whom only superior individuals could use magic, most female ghouls were capable of casting spells. Their reproductive capabilities were far inferior to those of orcs, but for the noblemen and knights gathered here, that was irrelevant information. Since the ghouls had defeated a group of over 500 orcs, the noblemen had deduced that their numbers would be around the same, or at least 400. Though in reality, the number of effective combatants was only around 200, including Vandalyu himself and the undead that obeyed his command. When that large army came attacking, its fangs would first be bared at this town that was close by to the Devil's Nest. Nobody could blame the ruler of that town, Viscount Balchess, for looking as if he could faint at any moment. Marshal, please grant me your assistance. Of course, Viscount Balchess. Let us immediately organize a larger extermination force and eradicate those ghouls and that damper from that Devil's Nest. Marshal Palpapek had managed to secure the organization of a larger extermination force while still having it done under the request of the local ruler. If this operation succeeded and he managed to exterminate the damper that had escaped High Priest Gordon, who was renowned as a vampire hunter, his fame would increase even further. Rather than try to keep guessing at the politics beneath the surface, I must get out of here. Luciliano didn't want to see that damper's face again. Thinking about that, he continued to wait for his employer to grant him permission to leave. Name. Vigoro rank. 6 race. Ghoul Berserker level. 5 job. None job level. 100 job history. None age. 168 years old. Passive skills. Night vision, superhuman strength. Level 4 pain resistance. Level 4 paralyzing venom secretion, claws. Level 1 active skills. Axe technique. Level 5, level up. Unarmed fighting technique. Level 2 commanding. Level 3 coordination. Level 2 name. Badya rank. 4 race. Ghoul warrior level. 63 job. None job history. None age. 26 years old. Passive skills. Night vision, superhuman strength. Level 3, level up. Pain resistance. Level 2 paralyzing venom secretion, claws. Level 3 active skills. Axe technique. Level 3, level up. Shield technique. Level 2, level up. Bow technique. Level 2 throwing. Level 1 silent steps. Level 1 coordination. Level 2, level up. Status effects. Infertility. Chapter 24. My allies and my enemies cannot be stopped once we start moving. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 24. My allies and my enemies cannot be stopped once we start moving. The day after finding out about the existence of a large pack of ghouls led by a damper through Luciliano's report, Marshal Thomas Palpapek was in the office of the villa that he was staying in, battling against a mountain of documents. Normally, organizing and dispatching a monster extermination force would be the work of the region's ruler and adventurers guild. However, in this case, the size of the extermination force was unusually large, and knights and soldiers of the nation's army would be participating as well as adventurers. The local ruler, Viscount Berno Balches, had handed over command to Marshal Palpapek and begged him for assistance. Of course, that didn't mean that there was no work for Viscount Balches to do. But as everything was under Marshal Palpapek's jurisdiction, it was his signature that was needed as the final approval for each document, and if there were any mistakes, it would be his responsibility. This arrangement had been decided this morning. In order to increase the number of participating personnel beyond what was originally planned, order documents needed to be sent to request the use of knights and soldiers of the nation's army. As the numbers of soldiers and knights were being increased, the budget for equipment also needed to increase. On top of that, more provisions would be required to feed those soldiers and knights. More spies needed to be dispatched to keep watch on the Devil's Nest. The negotiations with the Adventurers Guild were handled by the finance minister, not the marshal. Thus, everything needed to go through the nobleman working under the finance minister, only adding to the height of the mountain of documents. The silver lining was that the Amid Empire had recently won a battle over the Orbaum Kingdom while suffering few losses, so there were plenty of funds to work with. Well, even requesting the use of that budget required the marshal to read through and sign yet another document. This looks terrible. Seeing you having to spend your already short lifespan on such tedious work, I cannot suppress my sympathy for you, Thomas. Noticing the cold night air and a voice coming from a window that he had no recollection of opening, Marshal Palpapek finished his signature that he was in the midst of writing before putting down his pen. If you feel that way, won't you help me? My immortal friend. As he looked up, there was a single bat in front of him. I believe that I have helped you plenty, my friend. Or could it be, Thomas, that you have realized the emptiness of being famous in human society and come to desire eternity? Flowing words spoken in a composed tone came from the mouth of the bat. Ordinary people would have been surprised at the bat that was calling the marshal by his first name, but the marshal gave an unimpressed response. No, I have no intention of becoming one of you, and I am sure that you people wouldn't want that, either. Do not speak such insincere words, vampire. This bat was a familiar scent by a vampire. Marshal Thomas Palpapek was the second son born to the Palpapek family of earls. The shield. Nation of Merg * had been entrusted the role of being the nation with the most powerful army, defending the empire from the Orbaum Kingdom's army for generations. Even considering the long history of the Palpapek family of earls and their involvement in Merg's military affairs, Thomas had been an exceptional young man. But no matter how exceptional he was still only the second son. Even so, if the family's eldest son had been a great failure, then perhaps he could have become the one to succeed the family. However, though the eldest son was a little inferior to Thomas, he was still a fine man. It was clear in everyone's eyes that Thomas was superior in both the literary and military arts. Thomas and the eldest son both understood this as well. However, no matter how clear the difference between them was, because it was a moderate difference, the family would not go to the lengths of denying succession to the elder son to make Thomas an earl. No matter which of the brothers rose to the position of marshal, strongholds, soldiers and knights wouldn't change. The vassals that had supported the Palpapek family of earls wouldn't change either. Including small-scale skirmishes, war with the Orbon kingdom continued to occur once every few years, but the shield-nation of Merg was a shield, after all. The ones standing in the position of Merg's marshal were only in charge of defensive battles, the ones in command of the glorious battles of invasion had always been the other marshals or generals of the Amid Empire. And so, no matter how superior Thomas was to his elder brother, a future where he would succeed the family of earls was impossible. At this rate, Thomas would be adopted as a son-in-law by a noble family with a court rank of baron or lower that had only daughters, or become a vassal who served his older brother. At that time, a vampire appeared before him. Do you not want to succeed your family of earls? Can you bear the fact that your elder brother who is inferior to you will stand above you merely because he was born a little earlier? Thomas collaborated with the vampire who whispered these words to him, succeeded his family of earls in place of his elder brother who perished in an unforeseen accident and rose to the position of marshal. Kukuku, indeed. A collaborator in a nobleman's position as high as yours is precious, after all. The vampire implied that without his position as marshal, Thomas would be worthless. Unable to endure any more idle talk, Thomas spoke. You know what needs to be done, don't you? Thomas, I certainly do. It is to do with the damper born between the traitor Valen and a dark elf woman, is it not? We went to the lengths of providing you with the information, but it seems that you have let him slip away, haven't you? Vampire, Thomas wasn't knowledgeable about the details of vampire clans and factions, but he did know that they were largely divided into two main factions. Those who followed the evil gods, and those who followed the goddess Vita. And this vampire belonged to the faction that followed the evil gods. However, they were not planning humanity's ruin or anything of the sort. After the demon king Guduranes was destroyed, the surviving evil gods who had lost their ruler broke up, acting on their own as they pleased. There were those who searched for the fallen demon king's sealed flesh in order to resurrect him. There were those who plotted revenge against the humans and gods that had brought about the demon king's ruin. There were the lazy who simply indulged in inactivity and delicious food. There were those who had decided that there was nothing of worth in this world and departed for others. There were even those who struggled with the other evil gods for power. And then there were those who had abandoned their original goals and simply did everything they could to satisfy their own desires. The evil god that the vampire here was serving belonged to this group. But for that evil god and the vampires that served him, Dampirs, which were half vampires, were apparently creatures that needed to be eliminated for various reasons. Dampirs weren't decisively problematic for them. If Dampirs were to join the humans and begin hunting vampires, it would be an eyesore. In order to preserve the noble pride of the vampires. As an example to other vampires in the faction. Also, simply because it was interesting to torment and kill Dampirs in front of other vampires who spoke of things like romance and love. Those were the reasons. The owner of the bat in front of Thomas was a vampire whose name and face Thomas did not know. He had been ordered by an even higher-ranking vampire to hunt down this damper that had been born between the subordinate vampire Valen and a dark elf. These vampires had finished Valen, but had deliberately allowed the dark elf who was pregnant with the damper to escape. Of course, this was not an act of compassion. The vampires had wanted to see this dark elf and damper die gruesome deaths at the hands of the humans. The evil god that they served would be particularly pleased by such a show. That was why they had given Thomas information regarding the damper. But in the end, only the dark elf mother had been killed and the damper's whereabouts had been unknown. They had assumed that the child who was of breastfeeding age at the time would have starved to death somewhere after its mother had died. But it had survived and now it was the ghoul king in a devil's nest far from Ebegia. When contacted by Thomas with this information, the vampire had felt the emotion of surprise that he had almost forgotten recently, and dispatched a familiar. At that time, there were many uncertain factors. Thomas, as the vampire pointed out Thomas's shortcomings, Thomas made a sour-looking face as he remembered those times. When Thomas first heard the information about the damper, he had passed that information to a promising party of adventurers called the Five-Colored Blades that were trying to capture the damper at the time. Thomas had intended for them to build up achievements for themselves. He had planned to use this opportunity to make strong connections, having the Five-Colored Blades accept his requests in the future and making it known that they were adventurers that were for the Marshal's personal use, and if things went well, he would have made them his subordinates. However, by coincidence, High Priest Golden of the Amid Empire's Church of Alda had been staying in a village near Evbegia and intervened as a result. In addition to that, the Dark Elf had never given up the damper's location, even as she died. This caused High Priest Gordon to lose his temper. Ignoring the attempts of Thomas's subordinate to stop him, he executed her. And then the Five-Colored Blades that had been crucial to Thomas's plans had left Evbegia after the Dark Elf's execution without searching for the damper. Because of that, Thomas had no choice but to leave the search for the damper to High Priest Gordon, whom he didn't have a single ounce of control over. In the end, he was unable to finish the damper off, allowing the damper the opportunity to survive. The most uncertain factor is how the damper that was of breast-feeding age was able to stay hidden from the High Priest's search and survive until now. Vampire, precisely. He even leads the ghouls and seems to have undergone a job change somewhere to acquire the job of spiritualist. Thomas, spiritualist, you say? No matter how much he has grown, it is uncertain if he is even 3 years of age, is it not? Vampire, indeed. Apparently he was able to see that the live, dead was a familiar being used by the hired adventurer. Thomas, Viscount Balchess, the knights and the others were under the assumption that Vandalyu had known what the live, dead was because he had attained the job of spiritualist. Not even in their wildest dreams would they imagine that Vandalyu was a user of death. Attribute magic that had never existed in this world until now. A spiritualist. He has chosen quite a unique job. I do not believe that his father Valen had the talent. Then perhaps it is from his mother's blood. Well, it is fine. He will soon be exterminated. Isn't that right, Marshal Dono? Vampire, of course. I will eliminate the problematic damper along with the whole pack of ghouls. I am even going to be calling those irritating religious fanatics of the Church of Alda for this, after all. Thomas, it was absolutely necessary to meet the demands of the vampires. He didn't desire immortality, nor did he feel any gratitude to them for helping him attain his court rank. He needed the vampires' power for his plans. Thomas's homeland, the Shield. Nation of Murg, had always been a part of the Amid Empire ever since it was founded. The royal family of Murg was considered only equivalent to marquises in the Amid Empire. The nation was forced to endure difficult defensive battles and the glorious victories in battle were always stolen by the Empire. Murg was suppressed by the Empire even in peaceful times, and when it tried to build up strength as a nation, the Empire would interfere and hinder it. Just when Murg would manage to build up some strength despite that, a pointless expedition would be forced upon it for some reason or another and its power would be weakened again. The Titan extermination 200 years ago had been particularly terrible. Many soldiers and heroes of that time were lost, as well as a holy lance that was a national treasure. They received no notable spoils of war in return, nor did they gain any new territory. After having been treated so terribly, it was only natural for the royals and noblemen of the Murg Shield. Nation to dearly wish for independency. And Thomas's plan was to deliver that wish to his homeland with his own 2 hands. And then he would rise to a more important social position in the newly independent Murg Shield. Nation. No, Murg Kingdom. For that purpose, he needed to increase the Murg Shield. Nation's strength while weakening the Amid Empire, little by little. The power of the vampires, who viewed the Amid Empire as their enemy, was absolutely essential for that. But that would mean calling the High Priest, would it not? He is currently a candidate to become the next cardinal. Are you planning to allow him to add more to his achievements? Vampire, other than him, I am also planning to have the Green Wind Spear participate as well. Who, the man who left the 5-colored blades that departed the Merg Shield. Nation. I wonder how much use a class adventurer who obtained a title because of the Heinz's work can be. He is already a B. Class adventurer. But if you are so concerned, why not join us as well? We are planning to journey across the plains for 3 days in the sunlight until we reach the Devil's Nest, however. Kukuku, I must decline that proposition. We do have confidence in you, after all. More importantly, did you contact me just to report this information? No, there is something I wanted to confirm, just in case. It is about the damper. The golem transformation incident in Ibigia. Is that not the damper's work? The mysterious incident that occurred 1 year ago, in which a town's outer walls, the ruler's house and the building of the Adventurers Guild had turned into golems and walked out of the town. The investigation was still continuing with the help of the Mages Guild, but they hadn't even figured out just how the crime was committed, let alone caught the culprit. All they had managed to do was come up with theories that were full of holes. Was this not the crime of the problematic damper? That was what Thomas suspected. He had not mentioned it in the morning in front of Viscount Balchess and Luciliano, however, because he had no positive evidence and even thought it was a preposterous theory himself. Do not be so foolish. Vampire, in fact, Thomas's theory was nothing more than a poor joke to the vampire. You humans consider dampirs dangerous as they have fewer weaknesses than us vampires, but it seems that you overestimate them. The qualities of a damper, especially those to do with the abilities of a vampire, are heavily influenced by the vampire parent. If the parent excels in the use of magic, then the child will as well. If the parent has the ability to transform into a bat, then the child has a high chance of possessing that ability as well. Vampire, conversely, if the parent is not particularly gifted in magic for a vampire, then the child will have similar qualities. I know that much. Thomas, as the vampire and Thomas were saying, a damper's talent as a vampire depended on the vampire parent. The vampires that followed the evil gods found it ironic that damper children with the mixed blood of other races were the ones that inherited the vampire parents' qualities so strongly, however. Though Valen was indeed exceptionally resistant to the sun, he was a subordinate who was not particularly strong for his age. Other than that, I heard that he was only able to cast simple spells. His jobs were apprentice thief, and fighter. It is unimaginable that he had dormant talents. And even if Valen did possess some qualities, a child that was 1 or 2 years old at the time would not have been able to make use of them. Vampire, I suppose that is true. Thomas, is the mother not more suspicious? That damper is apparently a spiritualist. Perhaps he has borrowed the power of his mother's spirit. Vampire, those with the spiritualist job can communicate with spirits and gain knowledge from them. Those with advanced ability with the job can take it a step further and use magic that those spirits had used while they were alive. The vampire wondered if the damper, who had become a spiritualist at a young age, could be making use of secret alchemy techniques that his mother had used while she was alive. But this time, it was Thomas who refuted his theory. I investigated the mother. She was a D-class adventurer, and while she could use spiritual magic, she seemed to have no understanding of alchemy. I cannot imagine that she knew any secret alchemy techniques. Thomas, then I am sure that it was just a coincidence that this incident occurred around the same time. Is your business with me finished? Well then, I will excuse myself. Even we who live for all eternity cannot afford to spend our time idly. With those words, the bat flapped its wings silently and took off out the window. Thomas snorted as he watched it fly away while closing the window, and then let out a whisper. A coincidence, is it? The Shield. Nation of Merg was investigating the Ibigia incident not merely as something that concerned only that small town in some remote region, but as a major event that shook the whole country. The reason for that was because if what happened in that town were to happen at the Citadel, No matter how sturdy the forts, no matter how tall and thick the walls, all of it would be meaningless. No, if the golems decided to attack the humans inside instead of leaving like they had in Ebigia, even an elite army would sustain heavy losses, unable to make free use of their strength. The attacks would come from the walls, ceilings and floors. How would troop formation be maintained in such a situation? To prevent such an event from occurring, the mystery of how the town's outer walls had turned into golems had to be solved. However, even the upper ranks of the Mages Guild had been unable to come up with an answer. In the first place, golems were things that an alchemist spent effort and mana to create. In order to create a golem, materials had to be prepared and divided into separate parts for the arms, legs, and torso. All kinds of catalysts and spirit powders needed to be applied for the different parts while casting spells, and then an artificial core needed to be implanted inside to make it move. After all of that, one would have produced a golem. That was why it was impossible to make golems from the outer walls of the town that had already been built, the ruler's house and adventurers' guild building that had been in use, and the earth of the fields that the farmers had been plowing every day to produce crops. If there was an alchemist who could do this, then not only the shield nation of Merg but the entire Amid Empire would do their best to apprehend him. If that was impossible, then they would cover up his existence. Indeed, it is just a coincidence after all. There was no way for a damper who was 3 years of age at most to be such an exceptional individual. Thomas took on the facial expression of Marshal Palpapek once more as he picked up his pen and turned his attention back to the documents. Perhaps if Luciliano had realized that Vandalyu had turned the Ent.made outer wall of the Orc village into golems, if he had figured out that Vandalyu possessed an abnormally large mana pool, then Marshal Palpapek might have come to a different conclusion. Well, even if he were to figure it out now, it would already be too late. His mistake was the poor choice of relying on his common knowledge to deal with the unprecedented situation of a damper child being a king that had united the ghouls. Around the time Marshal Palpapek was having a private conversation with a vampire, Vandalyu and the other ghouls were traveling back towards their home village. The 100 or so captive ghoul women that they had rescued were in poor physical states after having been left in poor living conditions for so long, and because their food intake had been deliberately restricted to keep their strength low. Some of them had limbs that had been broken and then healed at crooked angles. They weren't in any state to walk long distances. The female adventurers who were aspiring to undergo the ghoul transformation ritual weren't any better off, they were considerably weakened as well. More than 100 women in this state had to be carried through a devil's nest that monsters dwelled in. It was quite the difficult task. The one carrying out the task was Sam and the other carriages created by Vandalyu. Get up, combine, transform. The remains of the Ent.made wood golems that the orcs had destroyed. Vandalyu turned them into wood golems once more and used the golem transmutation skill to have them combine into a single piece of wood. And then, using Sam as a model, he created carriages from them. Normally, making a carriage using only wood with no metal parts wouldn't go very well, but because the Ent logs were as hard as iron while still possessing the properties of wood, and because the entire carriage was a golem, it moved without any problems. In fact, the wheels turned on their own without needing anything to pull the carriages. Fortunately, there was an incredible amount of ruins lying around to be used as materials. Under Bugin's orders, the orcs had probably cut down enough Ents to make them extinct in this devil's nest. If you were to live in a human city, boy, I am sure you would be able to make a living doing this. Zadiris, building carriages. The materials here are good, but I'm sure they're not particularly worth selling if you compare them to something built by a specialized craftsman. Vandalyu, no, I am talking about the lumber. In human cities, they pay gold to obtain lumber, don't they? With this technique, you could even create lumber from sawdust, could you not? Zadiris, I can definitely make lumber as long as the wood hasn't been burned to ashes, but, Vandalyu, unlike metal, one could not put a piece of wood that had already been cut into a furnace to melt it to have a piece of usable material again. That was why carpenters devoted their time to improving their technique. However, If Vandalyu used his golem transmutation skill, he could freely turn already cut pieces of wood back into a larger piece of timber, even though he didn't possess such techniques. If he wanted, he could turn branches and sawdust produced by sawing fallen trees into lumber that could be used to make pillars or floorboards. Even the ghouls who possessed no monetary system knew that this was an innovative technique. But I don't really want to make that my occupation. Vandalyu, Why is that? Could you not make a large profit by doing so? Zadiris, as Zadiris asked the unenthusiastic Vandalyu these questions, he answered with a sigh. Getting to the point of being able to make a large profit seems like it will be very troublesome. What Vandalyu was able to do was essentially wood scrap recycling. Since it was a recycling process, the timber he produced would be second-hand goods. On Earth, people might think of it as regenerated wood and he might be able to play the ecologically friendly game, but Lambda hadn't seemed to have even invented steam engines, let alone reached technologically advanced civilization. It was doubtful how much value ecologically friendly products would have or if people would even understand the concept of ecological friendliness. Considering that, what kind of price would second-hand goods made from scrap sell for? On top of that, this process was impossible without the golem transmutation skill. He would soon be learning alchemy, but he wouldn't be able to create a magic item that would allow others to use this skill. In other words, Vandalyu would have to do everything personally. In the end, if he tried to profit by using the golem transmutation skill to create ecologically friendly timber, there was a chance that he would be working long hours for little gain. For Vandalyu, who had lived with a luxury complex, this was an unacceptable choice. Well, if it was high-quality lumber like ebony on Earth, I might be able to earn a lot and I could do the same with building stones, so with marble. But if there is something like a stonemason's guild, they might investigate the source of my stones. For lumber, there might be something like a lumberjack's guild, too. It seems that human society is complicated. Boy, let us leave the deliberation at that, shall we? Zadiris patted Vandalyu's head with these words, as he had begun to use his brain to contemplate the potential troubles. Incidentally, the ent lumber that Vandalyu had used to create the carriages was worth 10 times more than common wood like cedar and pine in human society, but Vandalyu would not learn that for quite some time to come. Vandalyu has acquired the carpentry skill. The level of the strengthened follower skills has increased. Bakken. Leave the women to me. And Sam's rank had increased from the great amount of experience points that he had earned in yesterday's battle. The level 3 ghost carriage had run over and killed rank 5 orc generals and the rank 7 noble orc Bugin in addition to the rank 3 orcs. There was no doubt that a huge amount of experience points had been poured into him. Thanks to this, the dangerous spikes that Teria had attached to the carriage had fused with the carriage's body, and he was now a rank 4 blood carriage. And with the skills he had gained when his rank increased, size alteration and comfort maintenance, he was particularly useful for transporting the weakened women. Size alteration was a skill that changed the size of Sam's body, allowing him to grow from his original size of being a 3 horse carriage to a 4 horse carriage, or shrink to a 2 horse carriage. Comfort maintenance was a skill that allowed him to maintain comfort inside the carriage at all times, no matter what the conditions were like outside. Ednel.co And thanks to the impact resistance skill, the carriage didn't vibrate at all when traveling normally. His race had changed into a dangerous sounding one, but Sam's convenient features were steadily increasing. Because of the experience points earned in yesterday's battle, Vigoro and Sam weren't the only ones whose ranks had increased. Many of the ghouls had increased in rank to become ghoul warriors or ghoul grapplers. Among Vandalyu's servants, Saria, Rita and Bone Bird's ranks had also increased. Though Saria and Rita had ranked up, their races hadn't changed, they were still a living high leg armor and living bikini armor. This was probably because the two of them hadn't been able to fully manifest the powers that their armor possessed before, but with the experience points that they had gained, they were now able to manifest them to some extent. The fact that their races hadn't changed was because they had developed, but still weren't using the suits of armor to their full potential. I want to hurry and become a powerful monster, a maid who wouldn't have to let Bakken allow his enemies to cut his flesh and bones in order to break the enemy's bones. I know that you want to say that that's not what a maid does, Bakken. But both Rita and I are serious about this. It seemed that the two of them had been greatly shocked by the sight of Vandeleur lying on the ground, covered in blood with his torso cut open. This had renewed their drive to become stronger. This was very promising news. Gia. Bone Bird had become a rank 4 spectre bird. The spirit form that had covered its bones was even brighter, and from a distance, it would look like a sparkling bird of good omens. But apparently the people of some regions considered the appearance of such a monster to be a bad omen. Vandeleur could only hope that there were no such regions in the Orbaum kingdom. And the heaviest luggage that would be problematic to transport back to the village, the spoils of war, the corpses of the enemies. But this problem was the easiest to solve. After all, it was simple to have the spoils of war walk the distance on their own. Bofu. Guy. Bugi, with the preservation spell cast on them after draining their blood to suspend their decomposition, the orcs, kobolds, and the corpses of the beasts that the orcs had been using didn't need to be carried after they had been turned into zombies. In fact, since they could carry the weapons and armor they had used while they were alive and the belongings that they had stolen from adventurers, they were luggage carriers rather than luggage themselves. Even though they were zombies, their decomposition had been halted with death. Attribute magic, and not even 1 day had passed since they died, so their flesh and organs were still nice and fresh. After getting back to the village, Vandeleur would take the spirits possessing them back out and they would turn back into normal corpses and there would be no problem in harvesting materials from their bodies and eating their meat. But monsters didn't know this. To them, these were zombies, not prey. And so the zombies wouldn't be attacked by monsters and there was no need to have someone watch them to make sure monsters wouldn't take them away. One problem was that the zombies walked slowly, but since the weakened ghoul women were being transported, it didn't matter that the zombies were slow. Having Vandeleur turn all the prey that we hunt into zombies from now on would make them easier to transport back to the village. Vigoro and the others approved of this method. After Vandeleur regained his composure from Zadiriza's soothing words, he walked on, not paying any attention to the zombie of Bugin who was letting out a moan. Bugo, it's not that there was no space for him to ride on Sam or one of the other carriages. He was turning 3 soon, so he wanted to start building up his physical fitness. Say, Vandeleur. What do you think about me becoming an undead or golem? And then I would become strong and fight with you. Don't you think that would be wonderful? I'm happy that you feel that way, but I don't know about that. If you stay in the same vessel for too long, the shape of your spirit can change, so I don't know if that might affect me resurrecting you later. If a creature's spirit stayed in a certain vessel for a long time, the shape of its spirit would change to match that vessel. For example, Sam was originally a human man, but if Vandeleur were to remove his spirit from the carriage that he possessed, his spirit would likely resemble the carriage, not his appearance from when he was alive. That was how easy it was for spirits that had lost their bodies to change shape. Strong malice, hatred and lingering regrets were necessary for a spirit to maintain its original shape. And since you have almost no malice or hatred, I think you'd be influenced really easily by the shape of your vessel, Mom. That's why I think it's better not to do that. Honestly, Vandeleur couldn't believe that. The fact that Darcia had almost no hatred and malice. How could she not lose herself to hatred and malice after having been killed in such a cruel way? He had once asked her directly, but she had only told him, because Vandeleur is alive and doing well. I see. Well then, make sure you don't do anything like letting your enemy cut your flesh and bones to break his bones. Okay. If Darcia's words were true and Vandeleur still being alive was the reason she worried about him without feeling any malice towards those who had killed her, then that only made his desire for revenge on them burn even stronger. Don't do anything dangerous against the people who are coming with an extermination force this time, either. But now wasn't the time for that. It was nowhere near, not even close to the time for that. Vandeleur suppressed his desire for revenge back into the bottom of his heart. Yeah, I promise. I won't do anything dangerous. Name. Bone bird rank. 4 race. Spectre bird level. 37 passive skills. Dark vision spirit form. Level 3, level up. Superhuman strength. Level 2 active skills. Silent steps. Level 1 swift flight. Level 2, level up. Projectile fire. Level 2, new. Name. Sam rank. 4 race. Blood carriage level. 72 passive skills. Spirit form. Level 3 superhuman strength. Level 3 rough road travel. Level 2 impact resistance. Level 2 precise driving. Level 3 comfort maintenance. Level 1, new. Active skills. Silent steps. Level 1 high, speed travel. Level 1 charge. Level 3, level up. Size alteration. Level 1, new. Monster explanation. Blood carriages chariots covered in an indescribable amount of death and hatred, so much that they are stained pure red with the blood of both their enemies and allies on the battlefield and turned into undead to become blood chariots. These are the carriage version of those. Normally, the body of a carriage wouldn't be covered in such an indescribable amount of death and hatred, so Sam may be the first instance of a blood carriage appearing in Lambda. Blood carriages are undead that feel only the urge to murder and think only of crushing living things to death, so they do not allow anyone to ride them even if there is space for them to do so. However, Sam allows people to ride him, mainly Vandeleur, and even does everything he can to make his journeys comfortable for his passengers. Perhaps because he has been training using his precise driving skill every night so that there will be no problems when they cross the mountain range in the future, he has acquired the comfort maintenance and size alteration skills. In addition, his strength in battle has been improved due to the spikes and armor that Teria has installed. Furthermore, this additional equipment was fused with the carriage that is Sam's body when his rank increased. Chapter 25, The Journey by Carriage, Pushing Through the Mountains. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 25. The Journey by Carriage, Pushing Through the Mountains. As Vandeleur and the others made a triumphant return home, they were welcomed with cheers from the ghouls who had remained in the village. They had expanded the village beforehand in preparation, but since the population had increased by over 100 ghoul women who had been held captive, it now exceeded the village's limits. But nobody cared about that. And then the rescued ghoul women and adventurers were allowed to rest while Vandeleur undid the undead transformation on the food and spoils of war that had walked here on their own 2 legs so that they could be properly dismantled. The tongues and eyeballs of the kobold mages could be used as materials for alchemy. The fur of the kobold generals could be used for armor and clothing, while their fangs would make good knives. The only thing to be gained from ordinary orcs was their meat, but the tendons of the orc generals could be used to make bowstrings. Meanwhile, the tongues, eyeballs and livers of the orc mages would be used as more ingredients for alchemy. And every part of the noble orcs' bodies could be used as materials. Their meat would be used for food, their intestines would be used in alchemy or to make medicine, their skin would be used to make leather items, their bones would be used to make armor or weapons, their genitals would be used in medicines that boosted sexual function, their golden hair would be used to weave stab-proof clothing. And, of course, their magic stones. If one were to bring these to an adventurer's guild, they could be paid a hefty sum for them. Ufufu, materials, I wonder what I should make. It's a bit gruesome, but she's having a lot of fun, Vandeleur thought as he saw Teria skillfully handling a knife to dismantle Bugan into pieces while humming to herself. As he did so, she suddenly turned around. Come to think of it, Sama, what will you do from now? The knife dripping wet with blood and fat that she was holding close to her face was gruesome indeed, but it seemed that she was concerned about what Vandeleur's future plans were. The Ghoul King was a role that only existed while multiple ghoul villages unified against a common enemy. It was different to the king title of other races like goblins or kobolds. Now that the noble orcs had been defeated and the rest of the enemies eliminated, there was no point in Vandalyu continuing to be the Ghoul King, nor was there a reason for all of the ghouls to continue to stay in one place. Teria and her followers would return to their original village and go back to living their normal lives. That is precisely why I must take Sama back with me. Teria held this thought in her heart as Vandalyu replied. About that, there is something I want to discuss tomorrow. Something you want to discuss with just the two of us. No, with everyone. I guessed that would be the case. Ho, ho ho ho, that night's dinner was a feast to celebrate their victory. The ghouls praised each other's deeds over grilled skewers and soups made from orc meat. The appetites of the women who had been held captive were particularly fierce. They devoured the orc meat greedily, as if in repayment for having been treated as playthings for so long. Even the female adventurers who had only been desiring death had vigorous appetites. Right now, they only wanted to undergo the ghoul transformation to become Vandalyu's followers, so it seemed that Zadiri's advice of, "Your bodies won't be able to handle the ritual if you don't build up your strength a little" had been effective. Vandalyu had never imagined that the death attribute charm skill would be effective on humans that had lost the will to live and only desired death. If I was on Earth right now, I could probably make a lot of friends just by standing near famous suicide spots. Well, if he actually did that, he would probably end up as the founder of a new religion, so even if he was on Earth, he probably wouldn't do it. Vandalyu munched on a noble orc skewer as he thought about this. The meat had been smeared with tear sauce made from fruits and herbs that grew in the devil's nest before being cooked. Each bite filled his mouth with the meat's juice and melted fat, but the tear sauce provided it with a clean aftertaste. It was the kind of food that he could eat endlessly. He couldn't help but to be emotionally moved by the taste of the meat. Among the foods that he had eaten since reincarnating in Lambda, the wild boars had been tasty, but the meat of the huge boars that he had been eating since he started living in this village had been even tastier. But the meat of the noble orc surpassed even that. Even high-quality pork from Earth couldn't compare to this. It was so delicious that Vandalyu was sure of this, even though he had never eaten high-quality pork. I finally won against them. While eating the meat of the noble orc that he would definitely not have been able to taste on Earth, he felt proud of his victory against his uncle's family. The first step in the ritual to turn human women into ghouls was to dig a hole in the ground large enough to contain all of the women undergoing it. Next, ghoul blood and the venom secreted by their claws were added to the mud while offering prayers to the goddess Vita. And then more mud was put back into the hole, submerging the women. They would then be transformed from humans into ghouls after 3 days. It just looks like we're drowning them. Staring at the mud that Kachia and the other female adventurers had been submerged in, he repeatedly used his magic to check that he could still detect signs of their life. He couldn't help it. After all, in normal circumstances, they would be suffocating to death. There is no problem with this. This is the method that has been used since long ago. Though if we tried this on races other than humans, such as monsters or other races created by Vita, they would drown. Sama, this is how I transformed from a human into a ghoul. Hearing the approval of the two elders, Zadiri's and Teria, and sensing that he could still detect the female adventurer's signs of life after 10 minutes, Vandalyu was convinced. More importantly, we must continue the discussion from the other day, must we not? Yuri right. A night had passed since the victory feast, and the ghouls' festive mood had faded away. They were gathered together and were waiting for Vandalyu. Including Teria, they thought that Vandalyu would now begin discussing the allocations of the 100 ghoul women whose home villages had been destroyed and now had no place to go, and the female adventurers that were being turned into ghouls, the promised magic items that would increase the birth rate of ghouls and Vandalyu's future. The women who had been made pregnant by the monsters would heal back to normal a few months after childbirth, and there wouldn't be a problem allocating 10 of them to each of the other villages. And they had even just obtained so much food that it would actually decompose before they could finish it all if it weren't for Vandalu's method of preserving it. The female adventurers would probably all be treated as Vandalu's spoils of war. That way, it wouldn't take any time or effort to teach them various things after their transformation into ghouls, and Vandalu had achieved enough to deserve that. It was strange that one of them wasn't undergoing the ritual and under Vandalu's personal care. That was probably Vandalu's favorite. Vandalu had promised to distribute the magic items when he made them. Zadiriza's and Teria's villages would compete for which village would have Vandalu stay with them, so there was no need for them to say anything about that. The great number of ghouls gathered here expected that these were the topics that would be discussed. However, Vandalu proved those expectations wrong with the tone of his first word. Everyone, please listen to me calmly. By summer at latest, there will be a large army of humans coming here to kill us all. It was April. About 2 months after the news that the noble orcs village had been annihilated by a pack of ghouls led by a damper, an extermination force of 1,000, organized under Marshal Palpapek's leadership, invaded the Devil's Nest forest. There were 300 D-class adventurers and 100 class adventurers. There was also a brigade of holy warriors of Alda with High Priest Gordon as their leader, the B-class Green Wind Spear Riley who had formerly belonged to the 5-colored blades as well as the soldiers and knights. For the sake of perfection, the marshal had wanted to hire several more B-class adventurers, but gathering too many adventurers of B-class or above in one place would cause problems in dealing with monsters elsewhere, so he had gathered capable class adventurers instead to create an extermination force of this size. Hey, sorry, but the damper is mine. Back then, I had to let it escape because Heinz didn't agree with me, but I'm free now. I'll add this to my list of achievements. Do as you wish. As long as the blood of an evil vampire and witch is stamped out, the god will give his blessings no matter who performs the task. The grinning Riley and High Priest Gordon whose mouth was turned down at the corners were the centerpieces of the extermination force, and everyone expected these two to defeat the higher, rank ghouls and the damper. Even the other adventurers and knights followed their commands. Both of them were top-notch among adventurers, and since they possessed the strength of B-class that surpassed the boundaries of human capabilities, it was only natural that they were being treated this way as the extermination force contained no adventurers of A-class or higher. Marshal Palpapek had constantly stationed spies between the town and the Devil's Nest to make sure that the ghouls didn't come to attack the town, but the ghouls had shown no movements until now. The ghouls are expecting us to come to them. I can only pray to my God that they do not strike you when your guard is down, turning you into experience points for them. Gordon, the fact that the ghouls weren't coming out of the Devil's Nest despite knowing that the humans were on the move no doubt meant that they had prepared themselves and were planning an ambush. That was the conclusion that the leaders of the extermination force, including High Priest Bormak Gordon, had come to. That was why all of the members of the extermination force looked nervous. I don't need you to tell me that. They'll just become stepping stones for me to surpass that NA.VE Heinz. Since Riley had left the 5-colored blades, the number of direct requests and the way the guild treated him had changed remarkably. He was still an obscure individual, so he was desperate to build achievements for himself by accepting the marshal's request. That was why the expression on his face was that of excitement, not nervousness. His head was full of thoughts of raising the damper's severed head in the air, deepening the trust that Marshal Palpapek had in him, having a successful career and becoming a Marquis's personal knight and spearmanship instructor. And so the extermination force entered the Devil's Nest and began searching for the enemy. They knew where the noble orcs village was, but the locations of the villages of the ghouls who had destroyed it were unknown. Since it was a dangerous Devil's Nest, they had hesitated to send in adventurers to investigate the Devil's Nest beforehand. They couldn't send spies in, as they were weaker in combat despite their information-gathering abilities. The reason for this was because they had concluded that the damper was a spiritualist. Spiritualists could communicate with the spirits of the dead to gain information. If the spies and adventurers were discovered, they would be killed mercilessly and then the damper would gain information from their spirits. Since the dead were talkative, they had to be careful about losing personnel. The search for the enemy was difficult. We've only found goblin and kobold villages. We've encountered 2 or 3 orcs, but not a single ghoul has been seen. Yeah, and other than that, there's been huge boars, the mad boars that are superior to them, impaler bulls, iron turtles, giant rats, nothing but beast-type monsters. It wouldn't have been unusual to at least come across a small platoon of ghouls keeping an eye on this area, but the extermination force couldn't seem to find any ghouls. No, they did find a ghoul village, but no good, all we found there were goblins who had settled in. There was nothing left in what seemed to be the remainder of a ghoul village that they found. The ghouls are definitely gathered all in one place, waiting to ambush us. This is bad, even though we have 1,000 people, if they were to come attacking all at once, so what? I'm going to take revenge for Rick Ken, my younger brother. The older brother of an adventurer thought to have been killed by orcs made this angry declaration, but nobody reminded him that it was the orcs, not the ghouls, who had killed his brother. Well, the women might have survived, but there's a high chance that they've been turned into a ghoul, right? We have to save their souls as soon as possible. The male adventurer didn't object to the words of the devout Alda follower. Even he agreed that after being treated as playthings and then turned into ghouls, they would be happier simply being killed. The extermination force set up an encampment in the place where the orcs' village had been as they continued their search of the Devil's Nest. However, their search turned up only monsters that weren't ghouls, and even after several days, there were no signs of the ghouls coming to attack them. Of course, that made no difference to the fact that they were staying in a dangerous Devil's Nest, but since they had more than enough manpower gathered to deal with the normal monsters appearing in this forest, the air of tension around the extermination force began to loosen. More carriage wheel tracks. What could this mean? Doesn't that mean that we've passed through here before? You idiot, the carriages are back at the encampment. The extermination force was using multiple carriages to transport supplies. Even though this Devil's Nest was a forest, there were 5-meter-long mad boars rampaging around and knocking down trees, so there were plenty of large animal trails that carriages could travel through. However, those carriages were either back at the encampment set up in the ruins of the orc village or outside of the Devil's Nest entirely, going back and forth from the town to bring in more supplies. There was no way that those carriages could be using this animal trail that was in a completely different direction from the town and encampment. Then what are these wheel tracks? Do they look like monster footprints to you? Adventurers probably passed through here a long time ago. The lack of horse hoof prints is proof of that. The rains washed away everything except the deep wheel tracks. The soldiers and adventurers here decided that this man's deduction was reasonable, so they didn't bother reporting it to the higher ranking individuals of the extermination force. Parties of adventurers brought carriages into the Devil's Nest from time to time to transport large quantities of materials. Defeating orcs and huge boars would yield a lot of meat, while cutting down ents would yield valuable timber, but carriages were necessary to transport these items that would weigh hundreds of kilos through the Devil's Nest. There were space-attribute mages that could transport luggage in a subspace, and there were also magic boxes created through alchemy by these space-attribute mages. But both of these were rare, so the vast majority of adventurers didn't have access to these. And so these members of the extermination force assumed that these wheel tracks had been made by such adventurers. They would discover that this was an incorrect assumption 2 weeks later. By that time, Marshal Palpapek and Viscount Balches had grown increasingly impatient and the extermination force's tension had all but vanished. There are carriage wheel tracks leading outside the Devil's Nest. Why did nobody realize this earlier? Gordon shouted in rage at the subordinate who had delivered this news. Since the wheel tracks were heading in the complete opposite direction from the town, towards the Boundary Mountain Range, nobody paid it any attention. And while vampires might use a carriage, nobody had thought that the ghouls would be monsters like goblins and orcs generally didn't use carriages. No, they couldn't use them. They didn't possess the knowledge required to build them. Monsters like vampires who hid in human societies and lured humans to cooperate with them had ways to obtain carriages, but the only cases in which goblins and orcs possessed carriages were when they plundered them from humans. They would use the carriages roughly without being able to perform maintenance on them and often eat the animals needed to pull them, so the carriages usually broke and were abandoned or taken apart for materials to build houses. Even though ghouls were far more intelligent than goblins and orcs, the same should have applied to them. That was why even the experienced adventurers hadn't come to the conclusion that the ghouls were using carriages for transport. The knights and soldiers who had been instructed to listen to the advice of the adventurers had thought the same as them. But they had searched the Devil's Nest over and over without finding a single ghoul, and the ghouls had never attacked. And there were deep wool tracks leading outside the Devil's Nest, as if dozens of carriages had all passed through the same place. There was only one possible conclusion. Sheet, that damper used carriages to run away with the ghouls. How did nobody notice? What the hell are the spies doing? Riley shouted these words, but everyone knew the answer to his question, including himself. The spies had been keeping a proper lookout between the Devil's Nest and the town. What Marshal Palpapek had been cautious of was the potential of the ghoul advancing on the town from the Devil's Nest, not the possibility that they would escape in the opposite direction towards the Boundary Mountain Range to the east. That was why all of the precious spies had been positioned to the west, between the town and the Devil's Nest. To think that the damper leading a pack of hundreds of ghouls would run away without fighting. We've been tricked. High Priest Gordon let out these words with a frustrated groan, and the extermination force's expedition came to an end. But other than him and Riley, who had missed out on a chance to add more achievements to his name, the rest of the extermination force returned to the town with expressions that were happy rather than bitter. They had also missed out on the chance to gain money and add achievements to their own names from defeating the ghouls, but they had collected quite a lot of materials, magic stones and body parts that served as proof of having killed monsters from defeating the other monsters in the Devil's Nest. And since the nation had funded the expedition's expenses, they hadn't lost anything. The knights and soldiers had been getting paid higher salaries for being on a dangerous expedition, and they had been eating the meat of mad boars and such that they wouldn't normally get to eat often, so they were very satisfied. Viscount Balchess was dancing for joy inside when he heard the news that the ghouls had escaped towards the Boundary Mountain Range and the extermination force hadn't sustained any casualties. If soldiers and knights had died, he would have had to pay money to their families as compensation and find replacements for the lost personnel. He was a little uneasy about the fact that the ghouls hadn't been exterminated and the threat hadn't completely disappeared. But beyond the mountain range, there were countless devil's nests so large that his entire territory could easily fit inside them, and the monsters living inside them weren't on the level of noble orcs. It had been told since the age of the gods that numerous dragons, which were designated as disaster-level monsters, lived there. He had a strong feeling that there wouldn't be much difference if a few hundred ghouls were added to those monsters. Viscount Balchess was more interested in the forest-like Devil's Nest, whose monster population had been largely decreased by the 1,000 strong extermination force. Since there were no longer any powerful monsters living there, if the rest of the monsters were hunted down and mages were hired to purify the tainted mana there was a chance that this Devil's Nest could be transformed into prosperous farmland. With thoughts like these running through his mind, he didn't have many brain cells spare to devote to worrying about the ghouls and damper. To think that they would run away, with an expression as if he had swallowed dozens of bitter bugs *, Marshal Palpapek dispatched spies to check whether the ghouls had really run away towards the mountain range, and then turned his attention towards other things. Now that the ghouls had escaped, he would have to enter a political battle with the finance minister who would be making complaints such as, was such a large budget really needed? And could it be that you were simply planning on using the nation's funds to help purify the Devil's Nest in the Viscount's territory and turn it into usable land? The one who had benefited the most from this incident was Viscount Balchess, whose territory had increased and could potentially benefit greatly in an economical sense. And because the adventurer who had obtained the information regarding the damper Vandalyu had promptly vanished and the expedition had ended in failure, none of the information that he had provided was recorded in the written reports. The only place that information remained was in the memories of a few of the people involved. In the discussion on the day after the victory feast, Vandalyu told the ghouls of the humans that were going to march on the Devil's Nest. Naturally, their angry response was, "We'll ambush those humans. We've become strong. No matter how many hundreds of humans come, we won't be defeated. As Vigoro raised his fist valiantly into the air, many of the ghouls agreed with him. Their levels had increased in the battle with the orcs, and more than a few of them had increased in rank as well. Indeed, the ghouls' strength in battle had grown substantially. However, "Sorry, Vigoro. We can't win this battle. Vandalyu declared that they wouldn't be able to win against the humans. "Why not? King, we're strong. We won't lose to the humans. With you here, we can win. Why are you saying we can't? Let's fight them together. The ghouls' opinion seemed to be unanimous, and Vandalyu chose his words carefully as he replied. "Yes, we've become strong. If humans attacked with equal numbers as us, we would win. But unlike orcs, the humans will make the preparations they need to defeat us, and they will come into the Devil's Nest from outside to kill us. This time, we are the ones on the defense. A surprise attack like when they had attacked Bugin's village would be impossible. The humans would gather numbers and add high-quality individuals among their army as well. And they will keep coming at us until we are defeated. If we defeat their first extermination force, they'll send another, and if we defeat that one, another after that. There will be no end to it. Even if the first extermination force was successfully repelled, the shield. Nation of Murg would certainly not leave such a dangerous pack of monsters alone, they would definitely send in a second extermination force. If this were a conflict between humans, there would be movements to find a middle ground and suppress the conflict at this point, but ghouls were monsters to humans. And the Devil's Nest was only 3 days' travel from the town. There would be no compromise. Unless the ghouls did something about the entire shield. Nation of Murg, they wouldn't stop. No, the Amid Empire would step in before Murg came to ruin. There was simply no end to this for Vandalyu and the ghouls. It is as the boy says. Since the humans originally gathered their forces to exterminate the noble orcs, there will be numerous adventurers and knights strong enough to have defeated that noble orc boss. As Zadiris voiced her opinion, Vigoro said no more, only giving a low growl. But even as Zadiris spoke against Vigoro's advocacy for war, she had a bitter expression on her face. They had just managed to defend the village from the noble orcs, it was only natural for her to feel this way. The ghouls weren't even thinking of attacking the human town. They would be satisfied if they could just continue living in the Devil's Nest as they had been up until now. Despite that, the humans were deeming them dangerous and sending an extermination force to kill them. For the ghouls, it was absurdly unreasonable. And though Vandalyu didn't show it in his expression, he felt ashamed. He felt bitter that he couldn't grant the wishes of the ghouls he thought of as his family, the ghouls who loved him so dearly. If he could build dozens of sturdy fortresses, erect a stone wall surrounding the whole Devil's Nest and make an army of thousands of golems, he would be able to protect this Devil's Nest. And we have people that we need to protect. Most of the women that had been rescued were pregnant, they were in no state to fight. Of course, there were also Bilda and the other ghoul women who were also pregnant with ghoul children. Nobody wanted to expose them to danger. Yes. What we want is the survival of the species. We should choose a defeat where we save as many people as possible over a victory where we sacrifice many and only a few survive. Teria, as Teria spoke with a sigh, the ghouls' desire for war subsided completely. There were still many who truly wanted to fight. But Zadiris was clever, Vigoro was silent and Teria was convinced. In this situation, the ghouls whose society was founded upon respecting the powerful couldn't voice their objections and simply had to agree. But what will we do from now? Hiding would be impossible, and even if we were to run, ghouls needed a devil's nest to live in. The ghouls' reproductive capabilities declined even further outside devil's nests, and there wouldn't be enough prey to feed this population. It would also likely be impossible for them to suddenly cultivate the land to start using agriculture for food. I have an idea of where we can escape to, though it's a bit far away. However, as Vandalyu explained about the devil's nest found by the undead bugs that he had released in case the ghouls were unable to defeat the noble orcs, the problem of where they would escape to was solved. Their destination was a devil's nest ruin, past the western edge of the Boundary Mountain Range. Best of all, he had discovered that there were undead in that devil's nest. Because of Vandalyu's death attribute charm skill, they would instantly become allies. With that being solved, discussions were over quickly and the ghouls immediately began preparing for the big move. The first step was to deforest the devil's nest to the point of making the ents that lived here extinct. Vandalyu used the gathered lumber to make carriages, cursed carriages, one after another. It seems that I have many kuhais now. The spirits used for these carriages were those of the orcs and other monsters that they had killed in large numbers several days ago, so they didn't possess skills like precise driving. But as long as they were sturdy carriages that moved on their own, that was enough. And then the female adventurers completed their transformation into ghouls. They didn't even get a chance to get accustomed to their new bodies before they and the pregnant women were loaded into carriages to leave the devil's nest. Vandalyu had confirmed that there were no spies in the direction of the mountain range using lemurs and undead bugs, so it was not a particularly hurried departure. And then it was April. Over a month had passed since the ghouls had left the devil's nest forest. As part of the leading group of the ghouls, Vandalyu was sitting in Sam's carriage. The road was steep, but the journey was going well apart from three problems. Surprisingly, the mountain range isn't anything special. It's funny to say that while completely wrapped in furs. Cold. Weather clothing for crossing the tall mountain range had been made from the furs of animals that they had hunted in the devil's nest forest. Ghouls were far sturdier than humans, so they were mostly unaffected by altitude sickness. The ghouls' energy had decreased a little from having left the devil's nest, but that was compensated for by Vandalyu's strengthened followers' skill. The mountain climbers of Earth would question whether their current equipment was enough, but they could proudly say that it was. The one thing that was more likely to be a problem than their equipment or materials was the road. Steep paths and cliffs that even mountain climbers would have to risk their lives to climb were frequent. Boy, I'll leave the road to you. Okay, however, as long as Vandalyu's mana didn't run out, it wasn't a problem after all. After turning the mountain surface into golems, he could just use golem transmutation to make roads that the carriages could pass through. If the roads were narrow, he would make it wider, and if there were steep cliffs, he would dig tunnels through them. At first, Vandalyu had thought of using golem transmutation and his mana to brute force his way through the mountain range, tunneling under it instead of trying to cross over it. But a tunnel large enough to fit carriages going through could potentially cave in, and there would be huge problems if they came across an underground water reserve, so he decided against it. And not long after the ghouls passed through, the roads would turn back into narrow paths and steep cliffs. Worried that the Shield. Nation of Murg spies might discover them, Vandalyu had made it so that they couldn't be followed, and this turned out to be a great success. In fact, several days later, the spies dispatched by Marshal Palpapek were around a month behind Vandalyu and the ghouls were at the foot of the mountain range. They decided that further chase would be impossible and returned to the town. So if there were any problems, they were monster attacks, nursing the weakened ghouls and the rush of babies. Chapter 26, Overcoming the Difficulties, Standing Before a New Land. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 26. Overcoming the Difficulties, Standing Before a New Land. This mountain range. Apparently, its official name was the Boundary Mountain Range. It wasn't the boundary between the Amid Empire and Orbom Kingdom, but supposedly the boundary between the world of humans and the world of monsters. For this reason, the mountain range was mostly unexplored land and there were devil's nests all over it. Passing through it with these numbers would cause monsters to assume they were prey and attack. However, since Vandalyu and the ghouls were avoiding the devil's nests and building their own road through, the monsters that attacked them were the weakest ones living on the edges of the devil's nests. I defeated a wolf that looked like a hedgehog. Vigoro, I have never seen that monster before, have I? I wonder if it is tasty. Teria, looks delicious. Badya, in addition to that, they were monsters so unintelligent that they didn't understand how dangerous it was to attack a pack of hundreds of ghouls, so they were killed immediately and offered their meat to use as food and fur to use to make more cold-weather clothing. Their stores of orc meat had decreased considerably recently, so this was very welcome. However, there were still times when large monsters attacked. It's a flock of wyverns. Today, a flock of wyverns was attacking them from the sky. These creatures whose front limbs were also their wings were the lowest form of dragon-type monsters and were less intelligent than other dragons. Scholars in this world were disputing over whether they should be classified as demi-dragons. They didn't breathe fire or use magic, but they were rank 5 monsters that were exceptionally adept at maneuvering through the air with sharp fangs and claws that were just as dangerous as they looked. If their flight could be prevented, they would be about as strong as a rank 4 monster, but this was a mountain range at an estimated altitude of over 2,000 meters. No matter how one looked at it, the wyverns had the terrain advantage. Despite them being unintelligent compared to other dragons, they were plenty intelligent compared to animals. They gathered together and attacked in large numbers and aimed for the back of the line of carriages and other places where the defense seemed thinnest, so they were quite problematic. There were 5 wyverns in the flock today. It was quite a troublesome number to deal with. Ga. As a command came out in the ghouls' battle language, the warriors simultaneously fired their arrows while the women released various spells. But since the ghouls had been living in a forest and their prey had been creatures that would approach to try and eat them, their proficiency with long-ranged attacks was relatively low. There were quite a number of ghouls with the archery skill, including Badya, but their levels with this skill wasn't very high. Gi. Jion. The one they could rely on at times like this was Bone Bird, who had become a rank 4 Spectre Bird. Since Bone Bird had reached rank 4 and was strengthened by the strengthened follower's skill, even the wyverns couldn't let their guard down against it. As if instinctively sensing this, 2 of the 5 wyverns flew towards Bone Bird. They had decided to commit 2 wyverns of the flock to quickly take it down, rather than simply keep it busy with 1 wyvern. Preventing Bone Bird's movements would remove its biggest strength, its mobility, so the wyverns had made the correct decision. However, Shaya. As the transparent lemurs vanished, they released their powerful bloodthirst. Jio. Gyuji. The wyverns were thrown into confusion by the bloodthirst that attacked their natural instincts. 3 of them turned their bodies around to try and get away, while the movement of the other 2 faltered. Aim at those 2. Niku. A flood of arrows and spells assaulted the 2 wyverns. With their movements slowed, they were simply practice targets, and their scales weren't hard enough to block the spells and the arrows fired with the ghoul's superhuman strength. The 3 wyverns had chosen to escape and defenselessly turned their backs towards Bone Bird. Bone Bird fired spirit feathers at one of them and mangled its neck with its talons. Jiwao, 3 wyverns fell onto the mountain's surface while the other 2 fled in a hurry. Vandalyu raised his hand towards the 2 that were escaping, but then lowered his hand again without doing anything. You have to save your mana, Van, so helping us with your lemurs is enough. Badya, this great journey will become difficult if you were to collapse, Bakken. Please take care of yourself. Sam, yeah, I know. Vandalyu had been thinking of testing whether he could use death. Attribute mana to erase the lift force that the wyverns needed to fly. But since he was responsible for making the roads, if he were to collapse from running out of mana, the ghouls would have to stop moving while he recovered. If a landslide or something occurred in such a situation, it would be a huge problem. And so Vandeleur had to pay much more attention to his mana pool than usual while they were crossing this mountain range. Even Vandeleur's mana pool of 110 million mana wasn't enough to face the entirety of nature. And I think that's plenty of meat. As the young ghoul woman who had poked her head out from a carriage said, the 3 wyverns would provide enough nourishment to keep the ghouls' hunger and fatigue at bay for today. Though they were the lowest class of dragons, they were still dragons, so their meat was delicious and nourishing. Their organs could be used as materials for alchemy, but they were nutritious to eat as well. In addition, their scales, bones and wing membranes could be used as materials to make armor, while their fangs and claws could be turned into weapons. But to defeat 3 wyverns out of 5. If you took these to the Adventurers Guild, you could live in luxury for a while. Katya, could you defeat them? Katya.san. Vandeleur, no way. I wouldn't even want to fight one of them. Katya shook her head as she spoke. She had been a female adventurer that Bubobio had captured and turned into his private property, but now she was a ghoul. Noble orcs were individually stronger than normal orcs, but they weren't as fertile, so she had been rescued by Bastia's group of ghouls before becoming pregnant and then undergone the ghoul transformation ritual. The guild considers us dead, and I'd much rather be a ghoul than treated as a woman that monsters used as their plaything. I don't even have a family, anyway. Katya, back then, she had been mentally broken, but she had recently recovered enough to say such things. But it seemed that she still feared men to some degree, so she was riding in Sam's carriage. Since Vandeleur was a child and Sam was an undead, they were apparently fine for her. They stopped to dissect the wyverns' bodies, and Vandeleur set bone bird and lemurs in the sky to keep watch. The fact that they were under such dangerous attacks at least once a day showed just how harsh crossing this mountain range was. Normal adventurers wouldn't have lasted more than a few days. If it weren't for Vandeleur's abnormal amount of mana and the status effect resistance skill that prevented him from being affected by altitude sickness, he wouldn't have lasted very long either. But monster attacks were also an opportunity to obtain fresh food. The next problem was more complicated. Jaya. Gaia. Yu. Kion. With the carriages stopped, a black goblin child tried to take tottering steps to get down from the carriage, but instead fell onto the ground and burst into tears. Surprised by that, a black kobold child burst into tears as well. Ah, hey, you can't get out of the carriage. What is it? Are you hungry? You're such a greedy child, aren't you? 2 ghoul women each picked up one of these children and began to breast-feed them. They were this goblin and kobold's mothers. Many of the ghoul women Vandeleur had rescued from the noble orcs' village had been pregnant. Well, that was the purpose that they had been held captive for, so it was only to be expected. Vandeleur had indirectly suggested that it would be possible for him to use death. Attribute magic to cause abortions for them, but the mothers had rejected his offer. If we care for them from the time they are born, they will grow up to obey us. Zadiris, apparently that's how it was. If times were peaceful, they wouldn't have gone so far as to use their own wombs to raise goblin and orc children, but in this time of crisis, they apparently declined abortion to increase their numbers as much as possible. Because the villages of the ghoul women that had been held captive had their men wiped out, they had to compensate for the loss in working force. Incidentally, all of the goblins, kobolds and orc children were born with black skin and fur. Goblins normally had green skin and orcs had a light pink tone. Kobolds normally had black fur sometimes, but all of them being black was unusual. Vandeleur guessed that his mana was the cause of that. Thinking that it would be bad if the fetuses that the ghoul women had decided to give birth to were affected by the ghoul's departure from the devil's nest, he used mana transfer to transfer his thick mana to the pregnant women and their unborn children. As a result, the fetuses developed at the same quick pace as they would have done in the devil's nest and were born healthy. Though they were black, for some reason. It wasn't a bad thing, and nobody intended to complain that they were ominous or anything. But just in case, he examined them with appraisal to find. Black Goblin Baby Incubus Baby Orcus Baby. These were the names displayed for the Goblin, Kobold and Orc babies. For some reason, they were new races. I wonder what this means. Tell me please, Darwin. Sensei. Vandalyu, who is that, Van? Was it one of the horrible researchers in that world called Origin? Badya, no, it was a very famous person in the history of another world. Vandalyu, who had inadvertently created new races of monsters, looked up at the heavens with a distant gaze, but he was likely looking to the wrong person to answer his question. Well, it is all right, is it not? They seem cleverer than normal goblins, stronger than normal kobolds and more well-behaved than normal orcs. Zadiris, don't worry about it, those children just need to be trained by the men. That's how it was for me, too. Vigoro, yeah, I've only been trained by Vigoro as well. Badya, Zadiris didn't seem deeply concerned with the birth of the new races, while Vigoro and Badya told Vandalyu about the relationship that ghoul men had with children. Well, even if Vandalyu were to be concerned about it now, it was too late. He had already shared his mana with all of the pregnant women. That reminds me, I used to give you milk like that too. You would be reserved at first, but then you would start drinking it in a daze. Hello, anyone? He suddenly seems to be in agony. Kachia, it is fine, Darshia. Sama was just reminiscing of the times when used to breast.feed him. Hearing that is what is causing Bakken his agony. Saria, Bakken, you're still a child so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Please have some more confidence. Rita, as Kachia couldn't see Darshia, she was naturally surprised to see Vandalyu silently agonizing over something. But this was just a regular scene for Saria and Rita. Even Zadiris and the other ghouls who couldn't see Darshia weren't surprised at this point. The problem of the rush of babies was that Darshia would reminisce of the past, causing Vandalyu to suffer in embarrassment. But this rush of babies would soon be over. Monsters reproduced quickly, the women who had been held captive would give birth to the last of the children soon. Monster children developed quickly, so they would stop being breast-fed a month after that. Vandalyu, if the child in my belly is a boy, can I really name him after you? There are 2 pairs of decuten asterisk in your name, so it'd be perfect as a lucky charm. Bilda, as Vandalyu could tell from looking at the large abdomen of Bilda, who had been pregnant for 7 months, she and the 9 other ghouls pregnant with ghoul children would be giving birth soon. Incidentally, ghouls apparently developed at the same pace as humans. If I solve the birth rate of ghoul children, I'll be dealing with this for years more to come. Vandalyu, as a spirit, Darshia's memories were a little broken so some things caused her to repeat the same words over and over again. As Vandalyu wondered if he simply had to get used to this, his eyes became distant again. And the last problem was taking care of the ghouls whose physical conditions had deteriorated from having left the devil's nest. They were paying attention to make sure that nobody was becoming sick. Teria had become particularly weak. I am terribly sorry, Van.Sama. Teria had aged to the point that Vandalyu felt the urge to answer with, you promised not to say that, Otatsuan, she had been healthy while living in the devil's nest. She had even been excited about the migration, but when they left the devil's nest, her body and mind had both grown weaker. How pitiful, show a little more spirit, will you? Zadiris, it is just unnatural for you to be so healthy when you have aged even more than me. Teria, it seemed that her old age was indeed the cause of this. However, Vandalyu had used youth transformation to revert Zadiris's physical age to match her mid-teen physical appearance. Since ghouls had the unique characteristic of not aging after pregnancy, nobody had noticed this, however. We were even able to obtain wyvern materials, but I am in no condition to use them. When I was a human, I touched them once, they are materials that I yearn to use. Teria, once we arrive at the new devil's nest, you'll become healthy and be able to make equipment again. Vandalyu, Vandeleur patted Terria's back and comforted her while checking to see if he could see the shadow of death. When her time came close, he intended to use youth transformation on her as well. Having strange rumors float around would be a cheap price to have Teria regain her health. Thank you very much, Van.Sama. But instead of worrying only about me, you also have to take care of that girl. Teria pointed at the live, dead that was lying down nearby. The live, dead that Luciliano had abandoned showed no signs of movement other than its heartbeat and breathing. Since it was just like a living corpse, it needed someone to take care of it. The live, dead was an undead in the sense that it didn't have a soul. But since its body was living, it would starve to death if it didn't eat, become sick if left in unsanitary conditions and develop bedsores if left lying in the same position for too long. Even though it didn't have a soul, treating it like that wouldn't be pleasant to see and might even have negative effects on the unborn child. The live, dead had been made pregnant by the noble orc Bugin, and Vandeleur had thinned out the monster genes and had the spirit of the woman whose corpse had been used to make the live, dead possess that fetus. That fetus was now developing inside the live, dead. It was only the second month of pregnancy, but there was already a small bulge in the live, dead's abdomen, perhaps due to what was left of the noble orc's genes. Well, taking the wyverns apart will probably take a while, anyway. Vandeleur pulled the live, dead next to Teria along with the entire rug that it was lying on. Kachia silently wondered how those thin arms and legs were so strong, but he also possessed the superhuman strength skill. Since his physical strength already exceeded that of an adult man, there was no need to use magic for a task like this. Since everyone else around were ghouls who had been born with the superhuman strength skill and undead, Kachia was the only one to be surprised by this, as she had been a human until 2 months ago. What shall we talk about today? Oh yeah, let's talk about what we're going to do at the Devil's Nest. We're going to. Taking no notice of Kachia's feelings of surprise, Vandeleur began talking to the live, dead, or more accurately, to its abdomen. In a television program on Earth, he had seen that talking to unborn children was good prenatal care. If he remembered correctly, it was a documentary about how geniuses were born. Though Vandeleur's uncle had banned luxuries from Vandeleur to a bizarre extent, he was surprisingly open-minded about things that he didn't consider luxuries. Thanks to this, Vandeleur was able to watch television, though not often, and even access the internet. His uncle's standards of what was a luxury and what wasn't varied from day to day, so Vandeleur had to be cautious and didn't feel a shred of gratitude towards his uncle for that. However, when they arrived at the Devil's Nest, they would repair parts of the ruined city, find beast monsters with delicious meat. If there were remains of an old public bathhouse, then Vandeleur wanted to repair that too and soak his body in the baths, and next time he would definitely succeed at fermenting walnuts and acorns to make something close to miso. Vandeleur talked to the baby about these bright future prospects without mentioning the bitterness of his past lives. He accidentally let some of his knowledge from other worlds slip, causing Kachia to tilt her head in confusion at the mention of miso, but Vandeleur took no notice of it. When we are doing things like this, we really seem like a family, don't we? Teria. What kind of family structure is this supposed to be? Kachia. Teria smiled as she spoke while Kachia questioned her words. It was easy to tell at a glance that all of them were of different races, but if one ignored that, then perhaps the scene could be imagined as the older sister, Teria, and younger brother with a large age gap, Vandeleur, looking after the pregnant mother, the live, dead. That Teria, getting ahead of me and calling Van her family. Badya, do not worry about it. I am sure she thinks she has become his grandmother. Zadiris, I can hear you, you know. You, Van.Sama, I am being teased by Zadiris who is 30 years older than me, Teria, yes, everyone is my family. Vandeleur, and so the ghoul's journey across the mountain range went smoothly, thanks to Vandeleur's skillful management of his mana. You have acquired the engineering skill. Half of the month of May had passed and it was now the time of year that people on Earth would have just finished enjoying Golden Week when Vandeleur and the ghouls finally arrived in front of the Devil's Nest ruins. The Devil's Nest ruins were in a basin between two mountain ranges, wide enough to take 3 journeys to cross by foot. It was easy to imagine that when people had lived here, there were crop fields expanding in all directions. It took us about 3 months to get here. To get to the Orbaum Kingdom, I'd have to cross another mountain range, so let's say it takes another 3 months. Even if the Merg Shield Nation hadn't sent that extermination force, it might have taken me about a year. Vandalu, no, I think it would have been even faster if you, Sam and the undead were to travel alone. Badya, Vandalu, who was now almost 3 years old, gave a sigh as he thought about how far away the Orbaum Kingdom was. And then he got fired up again, knowing that this was where it really began. From here on out, he would enter the Devil's Nest ruins and work hard with everyone to make it a place that the ghouls could live in. Vandalu looked up at the Devil's Nest ruins that had a mysterious atmosphere to it that would strike fear in the hearts of novice adventurers. There were tall stone ramparts that had once been sturdy, but now they were crumbling in places and eroded by the plant life. What had once been a town was visible beyond them, a tragic sight of countless ruined buildings. And the white castle that was still towering into the sky somehow resembled a fleshless skeleton. But what was even more ominous about it was that despite it being a ruin with nobody living there, there was a thick presence floating in the air. The stirring of trees could be heard despite there being no wind, and harsh cries echoed across the ruins. It froze the spine to think that these noises weren't necessarily made by living things. This Devil's Nest definitely contained monsters that even Zadiris and Darshia wouldn't know about. And some of those monsters might be of a high rank. Vandalu had confirmed that there were a lot of undead, but that didn't mean that all of the monsters would be undead. It was even possible that dragons inhabited this place, and there might be dangerous dungeons as well. This was the place that the ghouls had to build a village to live in and find a source of food and materials. Vandalu had used the undead insects to survey the area, but there were a lot of things that he couldn't see properly through the shared vision of the insects' compound eyes, and many of them had been unexpectedly crushed by monsters or mysteriously stopped responding to him. From here, Vandalu would have to use his own eyes and ears to challenge this dangerous, unknown world. I've started to get excited. This unknown adventure caused Vandalu's heart to throb not in fear, but excitement. Since he had always lived in a limited world on Earth and in Origin, he felt excited every time he visited an unknown land. He didn't like that they had only come here because they were running away from the extermination force, but that didn't make the new world that expanded into the horizon before his eyes appear any duller. Well then. Let's set up camp just a little outside the ruins. Vandalu, everyone, make preparations to set up camp. Zadiris, station some lookouts. We're close to a Devil's Nest, so don't let your guard down. Vigoro, and so the ghouls earnestly began their preparations to set up camp. Because a new adventure was awaiting them, they had to make sure that their physical conditions and mana were at their maximum. Incidentally, after the rush of babies, the population of the group was closing in on 600. Orcs were generally born one at a time, but goblins and kobolds were typically born in groups of 3, and apparently that didn't change even if they were born from the wombs of another race. And so there were around 50 black goblins, 100 Anubises and 60 Orcuses. Their population now exceeded what Bugin's village had achieved. King, help me with my study. King. I picked up a strange bone. I'm giving it to you. Fogo. King, did you get smaller? And perhaps because of the influence of the death. Attribute mana that they had received before they were born, or perhaps simply because they learned from their parents, they were very attached to Vandalu. Vandalu was happy about this, but I wonder if a nobleman can be a ghoul king on the side. Vandalu whispered these words to himself as he looked up at the Orcus that was already larger than him at the age of 2 months. Name. Vandalu. Race. Damper, Dark Elf. Age. 2 years, 11 months old. Title. Ghoul King. Job. None. Level 100. Job history. None. Attributes. Vitality. 48 mana. 113,807,904 strength. 42 agility. 17 stamina. 47 intelligence. 89 passive skills. Superhuman strength. Level 1 rapid healing. Level 2 death, attribute magic. Level 3 status effect resistance. Level 4 magic resistance. Level 1 dark vision mental corruption. Level 10 death, attribute charm. Level 3 chant revocation. Level 1 strengthen followers. Level 4, level up. Active skills. Bloodsucking. Level 3 surpass limits. Level 3 golem transmutation. Level 2 no attribute magic. Level 1 mana control. Level 1 spirit form. Level 1 carpentry. Level 1, new. Engineering. Level 1, new. Curses experience gained in previous life not carried over cannot learn existing jobs unable to gain experience points independently monster explanation. Black goblins. These are a new race of goblins created by having death. Attribute mana applied to them before birth. Their base rank is rank 2. Their abilities are greater than those of goblins, and all of their attribute values are also higher. As they possess the dark vision, status effect resistance and enhanced agility skills from birth, they can move around in complete darkness as if it were in the middle of the day. They are resistant to poison and illnesses, and they are very fast. They are smarter than regular goblins, possessing intelligence equivalent to that of kobolds, and if taught, any individual black goblin can learn martial skills and use weapons. Normal goblins have a lifespan just short of 20 years, while black goblins can live about twice as long. Only their fertility and urge to breed are weaker than those of normal goblins, possessing lower levels in the breeding and endless sexual stamina skills, and some do not even possess these skills at all. Black goblin children also take longer to develop to maturity. While normal goblins living in a devil's nest require only a month to reach adulthood, black goblins require 6 months. They are physically a little larger than normal goblins, and as their names suggest, they have black skin. They have pointed ears and slanted eyes like normal goblins, but they have a somewhat more human-like appearance. As this race has only just been born, it is unknown if there are any superior races of black goblins. If one were to report the existence of black goblins to the Adventurers Guild with proof, they would be rewarded handsomely for reporting the existence of a new race of monsters, but that would be difficult at present. Skill explanation. Status effect resistance. This is a skill that provides resistance against not only poison, illnesses and curses, but also fatigue, stress, sleep, hunger, asphyxia, pain and any other condition that causes the skill's owner to not be in peak form. However, it does not provide resistance against the effects of having expended too much mana or wounds caused by taking damage. Those with a high level in this skill can always be in peak form despite any negative effects they may be under. However, it does not nullify the negative effects, so there is a limit to this skill's effect. Those who possess this skill are centaurs, titans, draconids, demons and others of the races created by Vita, so most who do possess it do so from birth. After acquiring this skill, one can increase its level by experiencing things that affect his or her status. However, it is difficult for one who does not possess this skill from birth to acquire it. The reason for this is that one would need to endure negative status effects for a certain amount of time. According to the Adventurers Guild's records, there are 2 ways to do this. One method is to come under the effects of poison and illness at the same time and endure that, and the other method is to acquire separate resistances for each and integrate them together to gain the status effect resistance skill. According to those records, there has never been a person who has survived the first method, and none have acquired the skill in less than 10 years using the second method. In addition, the effects of the mind corruption skill cannot be mitigated by this skill. This is because the status of one's mind being corrupted is considered a normal status for that individual. Chapter 27, in a new land. Apparently I am the prophesized Holy Son. You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Chapter 27. In a New Land. Apparently I am the prophesized Holy Son. The spies that Marshal Palpapek had sent out to follow the ghouls' tracks came back soon after reaching the Boundary Mountain Range, just as he had expected. The report they gave was a strange one, something like, the mountain range was too precipitous for carriages to pass over, but for some reason there were traces of carriages passing over them. Could the damper have turned the carriages into special magic items? No, probably not. However, the fact that they crossed the mountain range is a fact. With that being the case, giving further chase would be impossible. Thomas, after receiving this report, Thomas Palpapek readily gave up on the damper extermination that the vampire had requested of him. In the first place, for him, dealing with the damper wasn't something that he absolutely had to succeed in doing. It was not as if the vampires would kill him for failing, he would not lose his own life. His position as the marshal and his court rank as earl were solid and firm. He would simply use another opportunity to fulfill the vampire's requests, endure the finance minister's unpleasantries and focus on dealing with this political opponent. This mistake was certainly one that he could recover from. Of course, he was angry at the damper and his pride had been scarred. But even so, Thomas Palpapek wasn't a enough man to try to finish the damper with no regard for the costs. That is how it is. Sorry, but I will not be able to assist you people any further with finishing this damper. Thomas, that was why he wore a calm expression as he delivered this information to the vampire's familiar that had come to his room as usual. Though the vampire often mocked Thomas with his words, he would have also expected that Thomas would give up on the chase. Defeating that damper shouldn't be a completely necessary task for the vampires, either. According to your theories, that damper is the Ghoul King and he is now headed beyond the mountain range, correct? Vampire, that was why Thomas felt a little surprise when the vampire spoke not words of ridicule, but this question in a sour tone. That is right. Thomas, things have become troublesome. Oi, you really cannot assist us any further. You cannot try to make something happen. Vampire, even through the familiar, Thomas could hear clear impatience in the vampire's voice that he never would have expected. It was as if the vampire had made some huge blunder. Send out a request for adventurers, or stir up that religious fanatic, you cannot do anything. Vampire, to be making suggestions that you yourself know to be impossible, you seem to be quite flustered. Thomas, indeed, it was possible to send out a request to the Adventurers Guild without mobilizing the soldiers and knights, as long as the funds were there. However, one would have to risk their life just to cross the mountain range. What kind of whimsical people would accept a request that required them to cross this mountain range that contained an unknown number of devil's nests, eliminate a damper who was traveling with hundreds of ghouls and then cross the mountain range again to return home? Even if he offered enough money to bring his family of earls to ruin, it was likely that none would accept it. Even the renowned religious fanatic High Priest Gordon had wanted to give chase, but the church had persuaded him otherwise and he had already left this land for his next holy task. What is the matter? Are you saying that there is something special about this damper? Thomas. It has nothing to do with the likes of you. Vampire, with a shout that didn't even attempt to conceal the vampire's irritation, the familiar took off through the open window. Thomas had a puzzled expression on his face, but he decided that if it had nothing to do with him, he was better off not knowing. And so he stopped giving the matter any further thought. Even though there were dealings between him and the vampires, it was not as if he wanted all secrets to be shared. In fact, there were many things that he was better off not knowing. There was certainly something special about that damper. If there wasn't, there was no way that it could have survived as a breast-feeding infant and then brought the ghouls together. However, this level of something special wasn't enough for Thomas to pay the damper any particular caution as the nation's marshal. The Orbaum kingdom contained powerful monsters. This country was constantly exposed to a huge number of threats. The damper was only one more threat added to that number. It was not a pleasant incident, but it was nothing to become flustered about and make a commotion over. As long as the nation's military strength and economic power were gradually increased while keeping their guard up, there was nothing to fear. No matter how much power that damper and the ghouls amassed, they wouldn't be able to destroy a fortress in a single instant like a high-ranked dragon would. Noticing that the black tea in his cup had gone stone-cold, he called a servant to replace it. He decided that after drinking this tea, he would take a rest and stop paying any further thought to the vampire who seemed like he would be busy soon. The vampire whose familiar had flown out of the marshal's house. Sir Krent Osba was a man whose appearance suited his position as a nobleman of vampire society. But right now, he was clicking his tongue over and over, scratching his head and violently swirling the red liquid inside his glass. Foolish, so foolish, damn it all. Sir Krent, if other vampires could see Sir Krent loudly grinding his fangs together, they would question his nobility, but he didn't have the luxury of worrying about his manners right now. As Thomas Palpapeck had guessed, the appearance of a damper wasn't a threat to the vampires who followed the evil gods. It was an event star. Leaving cases where the parent was a pure breed aside, dampiers didn't pose a threat when the vampire parent was a noble born or subordinate vampire. They would simply execute both parents, and the one who had succeeded in doing so would be praised by the high-ranking individuals that ruled the faction. It was just a game like that. However, there were some exceptions. Those exceptions were when the damper matured to adulthood, amassed his own power or headed to the Bon Gaia continent's southern region. The Warhammer's handle that was separated from the head by the mountain range. Sir Krent had been commanded by the pure breed vampire that was his parent to at least prevent these from happening. As adult dampiers possessed roughly the same strength in battle as their vampire parents while having almost none of the weaknesses of vampires, there was a high chance that they would become troublesome enemies. If such dampiers gathered power, they would be able to use their strength to create powerful organizations. There had been a case where an entire country was ruined and the vampire community hiding that country's shadows was annihilated. The leader of the mercenary group that had achieved this feat was a damper. Though that fact wasn't widely known in human society, it was a well-known story among vampires. And the southern region of the continent beyond the Boundary Mountain Range was still inhabited by vampires who followed the goddess Vita. Though their overall numbers were low, many of them were surviving pure breed vampires. There were even whispers that some of them had fought alongside the true ancestor against the god Alda and the champions 100,000 years ago. If dampiers were to join the faction of vampires that followed Vita, in the worst-case scenario, there could even be a war between the two factions. Though it was difficult to believe, the vampires of the Vita faction felt no shame in recognizing dampiers as Vita's children, even if they possessed mixed blood. There was no knowing what they would do. But Sir Krent didn't have to worry about that. The traitor, the subordinate vampire whose only redeeming quality was his strength against sunlight, had already been dealt with. He had passed information about the Dark Elf Mother to Marshal Palpapeck, and as a result, that religious fanatic had burned her at the stake. He had not managed to finish off the crucial one, the damper, but there was no way for an infant of breast-feeding age to survive on its own. That should have been the case, but for some reason, it had appeared in a devil's nest and was even leading a pack of ghouls. Even so, the Marshal had mobilized the army to eliminate it, so Sir Krent had thought that would be the end of it. That was why he hadn't stepped out to deal with it personally, nor had he dispatched his subordinates to do it. However, Sir Krent's expectations had proved to be NA.VE. The damper had somehow led the ghouls across the mountain range. It was possible that they were simply traveling along the mountain range while slipping through the sight of the Marshal's spies, but even Sir Krent knew that relying on that possibility without any confirmation was dangerous. This cursed, audacious, mixed-blood child. You have done things in the wrong order. Sir Krent, how could he gather power before even becoming an adult and cross that extremely dangerous mountain range? Sir Krent murmured these words, to which Vandeleur would undoubtedly reply, because you guys drove us into a corner. Deciding to report to the noble-born vampire that was his superior, he stood up and rearranged his disheveled hair with a comb. He really didn't want to report his failure, but he was bound by magic in such a way that he couldn't neglect to do this. Sir Krent was the one pulling on the strings attached to the back of the Merg shield. Nation's Marshal, Earl Thomas Palpapek, but he was just another vampire in a management position. Ah, geez, why have the materials been processed so badly? There's pieces of meat still stuck to the wyvern hides, and this needle wolf fur is full of holes. I am sure you just used your claws to make this mess. Did you forget about all the times I told you to use knives? Teria, after coming down from the mountain range, Teria had become incredibly lively. She seemed to have become a different person after her condition had improved. It was almost enough to make Vandeleur think that her weakness had simply been caused by altitude sickness. However, Teria's old age hadn't changed, so he would use youth transformation on her once things had settled down. Well then, we'll be going to take a look inside the Devil's Nest. Vandeleur had recovered his mana after resting overnight and had decided to do a reconnaissance inside the Devil's Nest before bringing everyone inside. He could have scouted with lemurs and undead bugs, but he would be able to see the most with his own 2 eyes. And there was also a need to test how much the undead of the Devil's Nest ruins were willing to obey him. The scouting members were Vandeleur, Sam, Saria, Rita, Bone Bird, Zadiris and several ghouls of rank 4 and above. The rest of the ghouls would be protected by the ghoul warriors led by Vigoro as well as Bone Monkey and the rest of the undead. Leave everything to us. Vigoro, make sure you come back safely, Van. It's a man's job to go out, hunt prey and then return to where the women are waiting. Badia. Yes. Badia, please take care of her as well. Vandeleur, leaving the live, dead in Bastia's care, Vandeleur departed with his party. He looked as if he was going on an excursion, but he was aware of the heavy responsibilities placed on him. In the Devil's Nest's ruins that he was stepping into, he had to secure a source of food for the 600 or so ghouls and monsters. Vandeleur was the one who had led them here, after all. Since Vandeleur could stop decomposition with death. Attribute magic, there was no cost to preserving food other than some of his mana, and it seemed that there was a clear stream of water flowing from the mountain range into the waterways of the ruins, so water wouldn't be inconvenient to find either. Even so, his heavy responsibilities were heavy indeed. Do not be so nervous, your shoulders are stiff. They are very stiff, boy. Zadiris, ah, right there, fool. This is heaven. Vandeleur, the boy who would soon turn 3 years old, was having his shoulders massaged by the woman who would turn 293 this year, post-youth transformation. Now that Vandeleur thought about it, this might have been the first time he was experiencing someone massaging his shoulders. His eyelids fluttered in response to the intense pleasure. Ah, no, I can't fall asleep when we're about to leave. Sam, let's go. Vandeleur immediately erased the sleepiness that he was feeling with his passive skill, status effect resistance. Certainly. Sam, and so Vandeleur and his party stepped foot into the Devil's Nest ruins. The Devil's Nest ruins consisted of smaller devil's nests with different properties. The central area was a devil's nest with no signs of life other than vines and moss, and it was surrounded by a devil's nest of ruins that had been swallowed by a forest. Though they were all part of the same ruins, since there were clearly different regions, it was highly likely that the monsters that appeared in the regions would be different. And that quickly proved to be true. Jugga. With a strange sounding roar, a monster that looked like a 3-meter long wolf with countless needles growing from its back attacked them. It was one of the monsters that had attacked the ghouls on their journey across the mountain range. Vandeleur and the ghouls had been calling them needle wolves. They were about rank 3 in strength, and though they were wolf-like in appearance, they didn't form packs and mostly appeared on their own. Aya. Rita, Gyobi. Needle wolf, and though they were ferocious, they were not very intelligent. Normal adventurers would struggle to deal with those fangs, claws and the needles that covered the fur of their backs, but it was a foe that the living bikini armor Rita could easily turn the tables on. Incidentally, though the needle wolves were like wolves, their meat was rich and delicious. Also, the fur on their bellies was soft and fluffy, making it perfect to use in clothes and rugs. I've just thought of this, but could it be that these things aren't hedgehog like wolves, but wolf like hedgehogs? Vandalue, that could be the case, they do not form packs, after all. Sam, well, either way, one needle wolf provided almost 200 kilograms of food including its organs, so they were good prey to hunt. As the ghouls prepared to drain the blood from the needle wolf, a spray of water came from the river, the waterway. Shah. 3 sharks with bodies over 2 meters long leapt at the ghouls from the water with their mouths open, teeth bared. You. Ghoul, fish aren't supposed to fly. Ghoul, stepping in front of the ghoul warriors who were surprised at the sight of flying sharks attacking them, Zadiris chanted her air attack spell, creating a fist of air that punched one of the sharks hard. Vandalue blasted a second shark with a mana bullet with as much mana as he could fit into it, while Rita took the head of the third with a single flash from her glaive. Father, this is my first time seeing fish this large. Rita, this may be a dolphin or a whale creature that I have heard stories about. Sam, who, Sam. Dono, you are well. Informed. In the devil's nest that we came from, there were no such large fish or aquatic monsters. And you lot, why did you lose your presence of mind just from seeing these whales fly? Have you all been slacking since your ranks increased? Zadiris, sorry, Chief. Ghoul, Gur, we have embarrassed ourselves. Next time, we won't be surprised by flying whales. Ghoul, no, I think they're sharks. Vandalue, Sam had always lived in an inland area with no nearby ocean and only knew about aquatic creatures from what he had heard from others, while Zadiris was only familiar with river fish. As Vandalue explained that they were sharks, not whales, he remembered seeing a low-budget movie with similar scenes. He named these monsters flying sharks. For now, let's avoid draining monster blood near the waterways. Vandalue, since sharks were sensitive to the smell of blood, if they drained monster blood near the waterways, they might have to fight an endless stream of flying sharks. Draining the monster's blood was only to make them weigh a little less anyway, since he could preserve the meat using death. Attribute magic. They decided to get away from the waterway, take apart the flying shark whose head had been cut off and take only the liver and fillets of meat with them. They tossed these in the back of Sam's carriage along with the needle wolf before continuing their journey. Bakken, why are we taking the fillets with us? Sam, if you prepare it right, I think it's a food ingredient that's good for the body. Vandalue, if Vandalue recalled, shark fillets were good if they were dried after having the skin removed. He had a good feeling that they would be high-quality ingredients. Though he didn't have high hopes for the liver oil as they weren't deep sea sharks. They headed deeper into the devil's nest, aiming for the region that the undead appeared in, and as they passed by a half-collapsed building. An enemy attack from inside the building. Vandalue, just as Vandalue said that, a number of large creatures covered in scales jumped out of the building. They possessed eyes with vertical slit pupils like reptiles, mouths filled with teeth just as sharp as the flying sharks and stood upright on their rear legs that had claws like knives. They were only around 2 meters tall, but other than that, they were exactly like dinosaurs. However, Vandalue pinpointed where they were hiding in advance with sense life, so though they were planning to take the ghouls by surprise, the ghoul warriors reacted immediately and defeated them one-sidedly. Ooh, Vandalue gazed at the motionless dinosaurs with an emotionally moved expression on his face. He had felt the same way when he saw wyverns for the first time, but this was a real dinosaur. Creatures that could only be seen as extinct fossils on Earth and in origin. In elementary school on Earth, Vandalya's uncle had forced him to cancel his participation in the school excursion to the museum. For him, dinosaurs were a symbol of prehistoric times, and seeing an impressive dinosaur skeleton in a museum one day was one of the things he had wanted to do before he died. Boy, I think we should be moving on. Zadiris, King, these huge lizards, do they taste good? Ghoul, let me see, they do not seem to be of a dragon race. Sam, however, for Zadiris and the others, since they were not dragons, they were simply rank 3 or 4 lizard monsters, so they were puzzled to see Vandalyu acting like this. If we can collect enough to use as materials and have some left over, maybe I can make skeleton specimens for my own personal museum. Vandalyu only realized the confusion of the others quite some time after his dreams grew. After the dinosaur raptor attack, Vandalyu and his party were attacked several more times. They were attacked by small fry monsters like goblins that could be found anywhere and enormous dragonflies. Even the ants that Vandalyu had only rarely encountered because of the deforestation by Bugin's village had slow movements, so they were not difficult enemies to defeat as long as they were careful of the branches and vines that they swung to attack. They also fought some stronger monsters of rank 4 and above, including another raptor attack, an enormous, 5-meter long saber tiger and a horn bull that attacked by shooting the 30-centimeter long horns that grew all over its entire body. And what they learned through all this was: there are quite a lot of monsters in this devil's nest. Sam, really? It's good that there is a lot of prey, but we're hardly making any progress. Saria, there were so many monsters, and most of them were ferocious. Monsters attacking of their own accord made it more convenient for ghouls to hunt them, and if they were of this strength, small groups led by ghouls of rank 4 or higher wouldn't have any problems defeating them as long as they didn't let their guards down. But since the attacks were so frequent, Vandalyu's party hadn't even traveled 1 kilometer since entering the Devil's Nest ruins. Even taking into account the fact that there were crumbled buildings and roads that they couldn't pass through because they had been overgrown with vegetation, it was a pace so slow that it was hard to say that the search was making any progress. Is it because adventurers don't come here that there are so many monsters? Vandalyu, that is probably part of the reason, but there are probably no ghouls in this Devil's Nest. That is why, even though the needle wolves are unintelligent, the goblins that are supposed to be cowardly and seemingly intelligent monsters like raptors attack us. They do not know how powerful we are. Zadiris, adventurers didn't come to thin the monster population in these Devil's Nest ruins that was sandwiched by the boundary mountain range on both sides. That was why the monster population here just kept growing. In addition, since ghouls didn't inhabit this Devil's Nest, the monsters didn't know how strong Zadiris and the ghouls were and simply attacked these intruders. If these theories were correct, the ghouls would have to hunt the monsters in the adventurers' place for a while. If the monsters learned how strong the ghouls were and stopped attacking them, this place could become a perfect environment to build a village in. Well, it seems that most of the monsters have stopped attacking us already. Zadiris glanced at the line of living dead walking in succession behind Sam. Vandalyu had turned the prey that wouldn't fit into Sam's carriage into undead. Many monsters were ferocious and wouldn't even hesitate to kill other members of their own race. Even so, they would not bare their fangs aggressively at members of their own race unless they were starving, cornered, or the conditions greatly favored them for the fight. The sight of members of their own race that had been killed and turned into undead was easy to understand proof to the monsters that Vandalyu and his party were stronger than them. Needle wolves and goblins still continued to attack them recklessly, however. Also, let's make sure to avoid the waterways as we proceed. Vandalyu, indeed, those creatures were sensitive to the smell of blood. Zadiris, wary of the flying sharks, the line of undead proceeded to make their way towards the center of the Devil's Nest ruins. The center of the Devil's Nest ruins that they arrived at was indeed in ruins, but at the same time, it was a pleasant sight that could be called a work of art. An enormous castle still towered towards the sky, and surrounding it were numerous buildings that still retained much of their past glory. And as if to make up for the almost complete lack of life in the area, there were human-skeleton-shaped monsters all over the place. Skeletons, and with that size, they must be those of the Titan race that I have heard about. It appears that this was once a country of Titans. Sam, the height of the skeletons was well over 2 meters, and some were even around 3 meters tall. They didn't simply possess a long and narrow spine, their bones were thicker and more solid looking than those of humans. And though Vandalyu and the ghouls hadn't noticed it from the outside where the damage to the buildings had been severe, but the buildings and implements in this devil's nest were all built very large. The large buildings made of stone had a typical height of 4 or 5 meters between the floor and the ceiling. Closer inspection of the bucket-like object that one of the ghoul warriors had picked up revealed that it was actually a broken cup. If Katya was here, she might have remembered that 200 years ago, there had been a nation of Titans here. The Amid Empire had ordered the Merg Shield nation to attempt an invasion to wipe the Titans out. Titans. They were the first race that the goddess Vita had birthed following the battle with the Demon King. After the Colossus god Zerno's heart was destroyed, the sun giant Talos was the only one of his followers with a noble spirit and sense of virtue that didn't turn to worship the evil gods. The Titans were the race born between him and the goddess. They possessed large, robust bodies. Titan shield bearers were even more reliable than castle walls, and yet it was said that if the Titans were to go on the attack, any castle walls would crumble before the might of this warrior race. Well, it's my first time seeing the real thing, though. Vandalyu had been born in the shield nation of Merg that was part of the Amid Empire, which discriminated against the races created by Vita. He had never even entered a town through the front entrance before. This was his first time seeing Titans. He wasn't the only one. Adventurers belonging to a race created by Vita were rare in the Amid Empire. Sam, who had been the employee of a nobleman, Zadiris, and the other ghouls were also seeing Titans for the first time. The real thing you're referring to are just bones though, King. Ghoul, however, it seemed that there was someone who disagreed that seeing only a Titan's bones was the same as seeing a Titan. There are some that aren't made of just bones, you know. Vandalyu, but that ghoul went quiet as Vandalyu pointed at a Titan zombie emerging from deep inside one of the buildings. Well, it was possible that he still didn't agree but just thought it was pointless to point it out again. More importantly, he was more concerned about whether they could be so relaxed surrounded by hundreds of undead, but like in the dungeon that Vandalyu had once visited, there was no problem. Many of the undead were armed with rusted greatswords, axes, or spears with broken tips, but they didn't raise them and simply moved out of the way to create a path for Vandalyu and his party. One after another, they kneeled and bowed their heads. This behavior extended to Zadiris and the other ghouls as well. They didn't show any signs of hostility. The undead are really being submissive even though they have not been tamed. It is one thing that they are not attacking us, but to see them behaving so defenselessly towards us is a surprise. Zadiris, yes, I was surprised the first time this happened, too. Vandalyu had been prepared to use his magic in case these undead would be hostile towards the ghouls who weren't undead like Sam, but it seemed that this was a needless worry. This was just to make him feel at ease, but he used the no-attribute magic spell appraisal to find. Skeleton Warrior, Titan, rank 3. A monster created by a Titan warrior turning undead after being killed. Hates all living things, especially those that killed it. The information he found was unexpected. Since his no-attribute magic was level 1, when he had tried to use the same spell on the raptor corpses, yesterday, it only gave him the corpse of a dinosaur-shaped monster, so he hadn't been expecting anything this time, so he was surprised by the information provided. As he tried this on the other kneeling skeletons and skeleton soldiers, he learned short descriptions about the monsters in addition to their names. However, as he tried using appraisal on random weeds, it only gave him weed. A weed. It seemed that when Vandalyu used appraisal on undead, he could learn information beyond what the level of his skill normally allowed him to learn. So, Bakken, what shall we do? Sam, let's see, I think they'll listen to what I say, so first I'll ask them if there's someone like a mediator for the undead and bring up the idea of migrating. Vandalyu considered the information that he had learned from using appraisal. Unlike Bone Man, who Vandalyu had created, these undead seemed to be corpses possessed by the spirits of the original owners of the bodies. Vandalyu thought that he might be able to communicate with them, but nobody would normally think of the idea of negotiating with the undead. But Sidiris and the other ghouls were accustomed to undead Sam who they could easily converse with and understand, so they voiced no objections and Vandalyu's idea was, in fact, correct. From a partially collapsed temple-like building deeper in the ruins, a monster that looked different from the other undead appeared. Ooh! Could this be, mysterious undead, an undead that looked like a mummy whose body was made of nothing but skin attached to its bones, wearing a robe that seemed to be that of a priest despite its ripped sleeves and yellow stains, walked directly towards Vandalyu and his party. The 3-meter tall undead let out strange groaning noises as it approached, perhaps as if emotionally moved or perhaps something else. The ghouls raised their weapons in bewilderment, while Saria and Rita showed confusion on their faces, in their behavior. But as if he hadn't seen this, he stopped in front of Vandalyu and collapsed onto his knees to kneel as he spoke. O prophesied Holy Sun *, thank you for gracing us with your presence and descending upon the capital of the sun, Talashim. Please grant salvation to us, who only await to return to dust. Mysterious undead, Sidiris and the other ghouls only showed more confusion in response to the undead's words, but Vandalyu simply looked at him silently. With that said, he simply appeared calm because his eyes constantly looked dead with his expressionless face. In reality, he was incredibly bewildered, with the strange feeling that he would be receiving another title. The level of the death, attribute charm skill has increased. Monster explanation. Anubises. These are mutated kobolds, created by being submerged in death. Attribute mana before birth. Their base rank is rank 3. All of their body's characteristics are superior to normal kobolds, and their intelligence is no exception. They lack the claws that kobolds possess on their hands and feet, but they are able to use their fingers more skillfully instead. They possess the dark vision and status effect resistance skills from birth, and they possess a large amount of mana, so many of them possess greater aptitude for magic than normal kobolds. Their urge to breed and fertility is lower than normal kobolds, being born in groups of 3 at most. While normal kobolds need only 3 months to develop to maturity, Anubises require 10 months. Their appearance is that of humans with dark skin and the black furred heads and tails of dogs. If they conceal their heads and tails well, they could be able to disguise themselves as humans. Though this is a conjecture, it is estimated that while the lifespan of normal kobolds is about 30 years, the lifespan of Anubises is more than double that. As the Anubis race has only just been born, it is unknown what kind of superior races of Anubises may exist. If one were to report the existence of Anubises to the Adventurers Guild with proof, they would be rewarded handsomely for reporting the existence of a new race of monsters, but that would be difficult at present. Chapter 28, The Conditions in which the first objective can be achieved. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 28. The conditions in which the first objective can be achieved. O prophesied Holy Sun, thank you for gracing us with your presence and descending upon the capital of the sun, Talashim. Please grant salvation to us, who only await to return to dust. Mysterious undead. As the mummy-like undead pressed his hands together in prayer with these words, Vandalyu was dumbfounded for a short while. He quickly came back to his senses when Darshia called out to him. Hey, Vandalyu, are you alright? Darshia. Ah, yes. I'm fine, I was just a little surprised. Could you please explain? Vandalyu, of course, O Holy Sun. I am the Lich Nwaza. Nwaza, a lich. These were people with magic-related skills that retained their knowledge and techniques after death and became undead monsters. This lich, named Nwaza, continued speaking. The tragic sight before the holy sun right now is the Titan race's fortress city. Nation of Talashim, renowned as the capital of the sun. This city flourished through the secrets left behind by the fallen champion Zakhart and the blessings of the goddess Vita. But as you can see, due to the destruction in the wake of the sudden invasion by the Merg Shield. Nation 200 years ago, it is now a devil's nest. Please grant salvation to us, who only await. Mwaza, I'm sorry, but could I have you explain the details further? Vandalyu, conversing with this undead required patience, but it was also important to interrupt it and guide the conversation from time to time. To summarize Mwaza's explanation, the Titans had participated in the battle between the goddess Vita and Alda 100,000 years ago. Though they were defeated, the surviving Titans gathered here and built this city. Nation. This place was in the middle of the boundary mountain range that was mostly made up of devil's nests, and the hours of the day that this place received the sun's light were short. But thanks to the secrets and knowledge left behind by the champion Zakhart, the city received abundant blessings from the sun. And then the Titans used their naturally robust bodies to open up the land, cultivated it, made affluent fields of crops, used the name of their ancestor to name the city Talashim, the capital of the sun, and worshipped the goddess Vita and the champion Zakhart. They trained their bodies, improved their martial skills, stepped into dungeons in search of materials they lacked to find an abundance of stone to use in building, and then erected a sturdy, beautiful, white fortress. The Titans obtained stone, metal and meat by fighting monsters. And then they discovered a tunnel in the eastern mountain range that had been built in ancient times, so they constructed a highway leading to the Orbom kingdom and began commercial trading. The products of their dungeons sold for high prices in the Orbom kingdom, bringing prosperity and wealth to Talashim. However, that prosperity was laid to waste by the sudden appearance of military forces from the Merg Shield. Nation. With no prior notice, an army simply appeared one day over the mountain range and marched on to Talashim. Mwaza, the following is what could be deduced from the stories told later to supplement Mwaza's explanations by Sam and his daughters, who had been employed by noblemen of the Merg Shield. Nation in their past lives, and Kachia, who was waiting for Vandalyu and his party's return. About 200 years ago, the Merg Shield. Nation was ordered to wipe out the nation of the Titans in the name of the Amid Empire and the Church of Alda. To preserve the relationship between the Shield Nation of Merg, which had been building up its power as a nation, and the Amid Empire. To remove some of the power that the nation had gathered by forcing it into conflict with the Titan nation. To act in accordance with their religious worshipping of the champion Bellwood Star. These were the reasons behind the Merg Shield. Nation's invasion. Bellwood was the representative of the three champions that had fought on the side of Alda, the god of law and fate. Vandalyu learned for the first time that Bellwood had constantly said that the champions being carelessly brought here to share the knowledge and technology from other worlds was robbing the people of this world of the opportunity to make progress on their own. He believed that while it might produce good results in the short term, it would have disastrous effects in the long term. Because of this, Bellwood had frequent disagreements with the champion Zakhart, who was doing his best to spread the knowledge, technology and culture from his own world, such as finding rice seeds and using magic to selectively breed them to advance the cultivation of rice, before Zakhart was revived as an undead by the goddess Vita. And so with the battle between Alda and Vita as an opportunity, Bellwood and the other champions went around and destroyed as much of the technology and culture that Zakhart had built as possible. The Amid Empire that considered themselves Bellwood's descendants and the Church of Alda that praised him as a saint lived with policies and doctrines based around him and his beliefs, even today. Of course, only the champions and the god that summoned them could tell which technologies were from other worlds and which were developed in this world, so the Amid Empire used ambiguous criteria to determine which technologies were left by Zakhart and which were not. Incidentally, this is the justification that the Amid Empire used for its attempted invasions on the Orbom kingdom, whose civilization utilized the cultivation of rice. With these political and religious reasons, the Merg Shield. Nation's forces, led by the military personnel of the Amid Empire, completed the difficult task of finding a safe route across the boundary mountain range and marched on Talashim with an army of over 10,000. It was certain that the Amid Empire wanted to take the riches of Talashim for itself, in addition to the above-mentioned reasons. And for the reluctantly dispatched troops of the Merg Shield nation, the Titans were not humans, but a race inferior to humans birthed by the corrupted goddess. There was no doubt that they pillaged and slaughtered the Titans with no mercy. A large number of Talashim's villages were burned and taken, but their warriors' bravery and excellence didn't shine only when fighting against monsters. They didn't have any experience in large-scale battles against other civilizations, but their warriors' swords cut down the Merg Shield nation's soldiers with ease, and their knights' shields crushed the flesh and bone of the Merg Shield nation's knights, along with their thin spears. Best of all, there were numerous heroes in Talashim. The Sword King Borkus, who could defeat any monster, no matter how powerful, with a single sword. The Saint of Healing Gina, the young leader of the Church of Veda who excelled in the use of life attribute magic. Ogban, the hungry wolf who preferred solitude and had solo cleared every single dungeon in Talashim. Barijen, the dual halberd who held a halberd in each hand and swept through his enemies like a windstorm. Zandia, the young second princess who possessed an affinity for every attribute of magic in spite of the Titan race's general inaptitude with magic, the one renowned as the tiny genius. Do all of their names contain Dakutan because Titans are a race created by Veda, just like ghouls. So Vandalya thought, but reading the serious mood, he didn't mention it out loud. Because of these heroes, Talashim was able to push back the Merg Shield nation's advancing army, but the enemy had a hero as well. The hero that participated in the war to reinforce the Merg Shield nation's forces, the A.rank adventurer who was a candidate for the next ascendancy to S. rank. The divine Spear of Ice, Mikhail. With him joining the fray, the scales tipped in the Merg Shield nation's favor once more. The legendary magic Spear of Ice that was one of the Merg Shield nation's national treasures, Ice Age, was a legendary class magic item said to have been created as a weapon for heroes by an ice god who served Paria, the goddess of water and knowledge. With this weapon in the hands of Mikhail, the Titan warriors fighting alongside the heroes fell, one by one. The fortress walls were finally broken and the savages of the Merg Shield nation poured into the city. Mwaza, the only thing the people of Talashim could do was to have the women and children who couldn't fight escape through the trade tunnel to the Orbom kingdom with their first princess and her bodyguards. Though I was but an apprentice, I fought until the very end as a member of the Church of Veda. However, without being able to send a single arrow flying into the detestable Mikhail or defend Gina Sama or Zandia Sama, I died. Mwaza, and the Merg Shield nation didn't stop their destruction and pillaging after Mwaza died. Mikhail attempted to destroy the treasure of the goddess Veda that had been hidden deep beneath Talashim's royal castle. But the goddess had personally stationed a dragon golem underground to protect the treasure. Even Mikhail, whose ascendancy to S. rank had been all but confirmed, could not destroy the treasure. In fact, the dragon golem's right arm and wings were destroyed, half of its tail was cut off and its head was crushed, but at the cost of all of Mikhail's companions being slaughtered. Mikhail himself sustained a serious wound. All he was able to do was to throw his magic spear at the still-moving golem to imprison it briefly, and then use that opportunity to escape with his life. Though the Merg Shield nation was victorious, they were exhausted due to the fierce resistance of the Titans and the hero that led them was on the verge of death. Unable to maintain their occupation of Talashim, they decided to make a retreat. Even if they slaughtered every last Titan in Talashim, there would be no end to the monsters attracted from the nearby devil's nests to the city by the smell of blood. Mwaza didn't know what became of the victorious Merg Shield nation and Amid Empire after that, but it wasn't a victory that they could have celebrated. The desperate medical treatment of Mikhail was unsuccessful. He died several days after his return to the Merg Shield nation. Many of the Merg Shield nation's other elite individuals had also perished in the battle, and many had become unable to continue serving as soldiers. On top of that, since Talashim's first princess had escaped with the truly valuable treasures and all of the city's funds, the amount of money in goods that the Merg Shield nation gained were lower than the estimate that they had made before the war. It didn't even compare to the enormous cost that they had paid for their victory. And since the first princess had made it to the Orbom kingdom, the kingdom learned of the invasion of Talashim and dispatched soldiers against the Merg Shield nation and the Amid Empire as divine punishment for the immoral, unjustified attack on the nation of Titans that it had been allied with. During the Battle of Talashim, the Merg Shield nation had sent reinforcements from border due to the unexpected difficulty of the battle. The border's defenses were easily broken through because of the lack of soldiers, many of Merg's fortresses fell and its cities were occupied. The Amid Empire was forced to hastily dispatch soldiers in order to protect the country that was supposed to be its shield. The Amid Empire had been steadily invading the Orbom kingdom and expanding its territory, but with this defeat, all of the land that it had conquered was taken back in one movement. Most of the wars that had occurred in the last 200 years were apparently the Amid Empire's efforts to recapture that land once more. It had finally gained some new territory in the most recent one. The population of monsters in the Boundary Mountain range had been controlled by the adventurers of Talashim, but with Talashim's destruction, their numbers suddenly multiplied and monsters overflowed from the dungeons now that there was nobody to clear them. As a result, the Devil's Nests expanded and it became difficult for the Merg Shield nation to even go near the Boundary Mountain range, let alone find a safe route back to Talashim to take back the national treasure lost there. In summary, the invasion of Talashim was a historical failure for the Amid Empire and the Merg Shield nation in particular. When Mwaza learned this, despite having the face of a mummy, he broke into a smile that covered his whole face. Serves them our dot. Mwaza, he accidentally overdid it and almost passed on to the afterlife. Since his nation had fallen and he had lost his own life, it was only natural for him to feel this way. Vandalu was exasperated at the foolishness of the Amid Empire and the Merg Shield nation. They shouldn't have attempted a sudden, brute force invasion. Talashim had a tunnel in the mountain range to the east that allowed safe passage to the Orbom kingdom. They should have instead maneuvered between Talashim and the Orbom kingdom, formed a non-aggression pact with Talashim without necessarily having the intention of breaking it and then passed through the tunnel and launched a surprise attack on Orbom. If they had done that, they could have purchased materials, including provisions, to maintain a supply line while taking an advantageous battle. As they had prioritized their strange national policies and religious beliefs, the Merg Shield nation had lost far more of their strength than expected and suffered a counter-attack from the enemy nation instead. Even Vandalu, who didn't even possess any experience with military simulation games, could come up with this plan. Was the Amid Empire run by idiots? It wasn't as if Vandalu agreed with Rodkor, but he really thought that this could only be expected from the empire of an inferior world. Aha. The Merg Shield nation and the Amid Empire never do anything good. They should just all die out. Vandalu, boy, I do believe that Sam Dano and his daughters were humans of the Merg Shield nation, Zadiris, Bakan. There are some humans like Kachia San in the Merg Shield nation, so I don't know about killing all of them. Saria, that's right. Well, we were chased out of that devil's nest by the Merg Shield nation, but that doesn't mean that all the people there are bad. Rita, we were born in the Merg Shield nation, but if you were to order it, Bakan, I would not hesitate to run over and kill my fellow countrymen. But please do not forget to keep your views open. Sam, Holy Son, even we only feel hatred for the Merg Shield nation and Amid Empire of 200 years ago. For us Titans, that is long enough for parents and grandparents' generations to have passed. For humans, it is long enough for even their great-grandparents' generations to have passed. Even the goddess tells us not to direct our hatred towards their descendants. Mwaza, that's right, Vandalu. Don't forget the kindness that you showed in Evbegia. I'll be happy as long as you don't forget how to be kind. Darshia, as the hatred that had been gathering at the bottom of Vandalu's heart like sediment was dragged out and manifested itself in his words, he received remonstrations from every direction. Incomprehensible. No, he could comprehend it, and he knew that what everyone was saying was right. Yes, I'll moderate myself. By the way, what is the prophesied Holy Sun? Vandeleu, putting a lid on the hatred in his heart, Vandeleu pressed Mwaza to continue. Mwaza explained what had happened to the Titans after the war. Half of the Titans revived as undead within a month from the hatred of being killed and the fact that their bodies weren't buried. Seeing the soldiers of the Merg Shield Nation who had also revived as undead, they began killing each other again, even though they were already dead. And they were victorious. However, their feelings of wanting to protect their home country were strong even after becoming undead, so they didn't leave on an expedition to take revenge on the Merg Shield Nation. However, they were anxious about whether the first princess and the people had managed to safely escape to the Orbaum Kingdom, so some of them headed towards the tunnel. But the tunnel had been collapsed with its entrance sealed. They had planned right from the beginning to use a hidden mechanism to destroy the tunnel to prevent the Merg Shield Nation's army from giving chase once the Titans had already traveled through. The fact that the tunnel had been sealed meant that the first princess and the others had made it through. The Titans had no way of knowing what difficulties she and the others were facing in the Orbaum Kingdom, but they decided to trust in the kingdom that was their allied nation and Duke Hartner, with whom they had done business directly. They were undead, and though they believed that they had retained their sense of reason, they didn't know if that was true or how long it would last. If they were to chase after the first princess and the other Titans in this state, they would be more likely to hinder them than to be of any help. The great majority of the undead Titans thought this way. Even so, some left to cross the mountain range and never returned. A few dozen of the Titans that didn't chase after the first princess lost their attachment to this world and faded away. And so when Mwaza and the other Titans returned to the city of Talashim that no longer had living citizens, they simply spent their days guarding the ruins. That was the slow road that led to our ruin. Mwaza, there were numerous devil's nests surrounding Talashim, and dungeons that the adventurers used to venture into day after day in search of materials. But Mwaza and the other undead gathered at the center of the ruins, at the royal castle and in the area around it, never venturing outside. Of course, they didn't go out to hunt monsters themselves or venture into dungeons. Because of this, the monsters continued to multiply and the corrupted mana released by those monsters, the source of evil, accumulated and expanded the devil's nests for 200 years and finally even reached this place, the center of Talashim. If any monsters other than the undead Titans entered the central area of Talashim, Mwaza and the others would exterminate them. Their skills, their ranks as monsters were quite high. They were monsters created by the spirits of elite Titan warriors inhabiting the remains of their own bodies, and their memories and personalities from while they were alive were preserved to a certain extent, as Mwaza's were. For them, killing 100 or 200 of the monsters overflowing from the devil's nests that they used to hunt in and the dungeons that they used to clear was nothing but a way to pass the time. However, perhaps because of a problem related to their mental or emotional states, there were none proactive enough to attempt to purify the devil's nest that had spread into the ruins. Though since they were monsters themselves in the first place, they wouldn't have been able to purify it entirely. In the devil's nest that gradually encroached into Talashim, the monsters multiplied at a rate far beyond any normal creatures. And as the monsters multiplied, the struggle for survival between them grew fiercer, and as the powerful monsters survived, they were the ones to multiply and increase in number. In contrast, the number of undead of Talashim might decrease, but was never able to increase. Regular groups of undead would turn the corpses of the adventurers or monsters who killed them into undead, their numbers would increase by the number of people that they killed. But adventurers visiting this place were non-existent. And since Mwaza and the undead Titans had retained their personalities from when they were alive, they didn't see the undead monsters as their companions and killed them the moment they began to move. One day, when a group of 1,000 or more powerful monsters closed in on this place, Mwaza and the other undead of Talashim would return to dust. We believed that this would happen one day. As the years and months went by, our numbers gradually decreased. There is no purpose for stray undead who have forgotten their regrets and hatred to exist. While acting as gravekeepers of our own land, praying that the princess and the others who made it to the Orbaum kingdom would find good fortune, we have simply waited to be destroyed. However, that one fateful day, the goddess gave us a prophecy. Mwaza, it happened when Mwaza finished the 50-year-long process of restoring the statue of the goddess that had been destroyed by the Merg shield. Nation soldiers. From the west cometh a white child, leading my forgotten children. That child shall guide thee to prosperity and glory. Mwaza heard a voice filled with a deep love, and he instinctively felt that this was a prophecy from the goddess. At the same time, he remembered a legend that had been passed down from their ancestors. The founder of vampires was born between the goddess Vita and the champion Zackert. When he was defeated by the champion Bellwood, he left behind a certain prophecy. Though I may perish here, I shall be reborn once more, rise up with my brothers and bring ruin to the disciples of the arrogant god. Vampire founder, and then Mwaza was certain that the white child of the prophecy was unmistakably the legendary founder of the vampires. And more than 100 years after the prophecy was made, Mwaza had met a white child emanating a divine aura, the effects of the death, a tribute charm, leading the ghouls who were a race created by Vita but treated as monsters by human society. O Holy Sun, you are the white child in the prophecy, the second coming of the son born between the goddess and the champion. Rise up with us, and bring prosperity and glory. Mwaza, no, let's wait a minute, you're getting the two prophecies mixed up. As Mwaza was overcome with emotion, Vandalyu hastily restrained him. He had been bewildered at being referred to as the prophesied Holy Sun, but with this strange prophecy made by the vampire founder added on to that, simply being bewildered about it would be dangerous. At this rate, he might become forced to become the leader of an anti-Alda resistance. Vandalyu hated the god Alda and those who followed him. He did consider them his enemies, but they were so powerful that he was hesitant even to fight against just a single high priest and his dozen or so subordinates. No matter how composed and rational undead looked, they were fundamentally creatures driven by desires and urges. If they got too excited, their minds turned towards, let's attack the Merg shield. Nation. And Vandalyu doubted this prophecy, rather, the one made by the vampire founder. There was a chance that the prophecy was something that Mwaza had simply hallucinated after becoming an undead, but its contents matched Vandalyu and the ghouls too perfectly for that. He had no intention of guiding the undead to prosperity and glory, but what Vandalyu and the ghouls would achieve from now on might lead to prosperity and glory for Mwaza and the other titans. If Vandalyu had heard a prophecy while he was living on Earth, he probably wouldn't have believed it, but since he knew that a god did in fact exist, even if that god was a good-for-nothing god, it wasn't strange to imagine that the gods whose names appeared in myths would give prophecies to those who followed them. But why were the prophecy of the goddess and the prophecy made by the vampire founder getting mixed together? They didn't seem related to each other at all. Vandalyu is indeed white, and we ghouls do have our roots in the goddess Vita. While the goddess's prophecy may refer to us, I do believe that the prophecy of the vampire founder's rebirth is unrelated. Zadiris, it seemed that Zadiris agreed with Vandalyu and began to remonstrate Mwaza, but Mwaza didn't seem to be fazed in the slightest. It matters not. For us who cannot rid ourselves of our attachments and turn to dust, nor scorch our souls with hatred, who have only submerged ourselves in our feelings of resignation, your mere arrival gives us hope, O Holy Sun. Mwaza, Vandalyu wasn't unhappy to have a person, that he had only just met for the first time to trust in him so much, but his feelings of confusion were stronger. He had no plan or strategy to lead them and say, I understand, prosperity and glory is right this way. However, it was convenient that Mwaza and the Titans had a good impression of him, considering his original plans. Well then, would it be alright if I brought the 600 or so ghouls that I led here to move into Talashim? Vandalyu, you would reside in our city, Holy Sun. These are the ruins of a dead nation, nobody would object. Isn't that right, everyone? Mwaza, in response to Mwaza's question, the undead titans who had been kneeling silently suddenly let out cheers that sounded like groaning. We will welcome the Holy Sun and his companions. You. Ah, 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 ah. Ga, ah, ah, ah. Kill them. Kill them. Kill all who would get in their way. Kill them all. A moment ago, the ruins had been silent like a graveyard, but now it was full of delight and bloodthirst. The undead titans lifted their weapons into the air, stomped their feet, their fighting spirit welling up as if they were about to head into battle right this moment. It was such a change that one had to question where their docility had gone. The fire of their emotions were inextinguishable once sparked. This was just another quality of undead creatures. Most undead had such fires sparked in them from the moment they rose, so not many knew about this, however. Boy! It seems that some of them are saying quite dangerous words. Zadiris, they mean they're going to kill everyone that gets in the way of our migration into Talashim. Vandalyu, I concur, but there is such a thing as over-enthusiasm. Sam, that sounds very convincing when father says it, doesn't it? Saria, sarcastic, let's see then, those who are willing to help, follow us. Vandalyu, and so several hundred undead titans charged into the devil's nest that separated the center of Talashim and the temporary camp that the ghouls had set up outside, with enough force to stomp the ground flat. They slaughtered the needle wolves and raptors that attacked them while cutting down trees that were in the way. Though the distance they covered was only around 2 kilometers, they turned the fortress city nation from the center to the front gate into a safe ruin where not even a single mouse moved. Was it Vandalyu that was amazing for inspiring them, or were they the amazing ones for being able to do this just from the uncertain hope that Vandalyu had offered them? I think it's the latter. Vandalyu, after that, since there was now a safe path through, Vandalyu led the pack of ghouls, who were surprised by the undead who seemed driven crazy by their fighting spirit, in their migration into the center of Talashim. They had chosen the central area that contained many buildings that had been government buildings such as the royal castle, the church and government offices instead of a residential district. This was because the sturdy buildings of the central area were in better condition. The central area had been exposed to the fierce battle that had taken place 200 years ago, but what the Merg Shield Nation had focused on trying to destroy was the Church of Vita and, most importantly, Vita's treasure that had been hidden below the royal castle. That was why they didn't destroy the buildings made of solid stone. In addition, the undead had been guarding the buildings of this central area for 200 years, not allowing monsters to take up residence and damage them, so they would be usable once cleaned. The Titans' buildings were too large for the ghouls, their furniture and implements had all decayed except for those made of stone, and the things that were left didn't match the ghouls' size, so a considerable amount of remodeling was still required and new furniture needed to be built. But there was a mountain of materials to be found here. First, the timber from the trees that the undead Titans had cut down was gathered and lined up. Wither. Get up. Cut. Get out. Vandalyu used the death. Attribute magic spell Wither to remove some water from the trees and have them dry up, turn them into wood golems, use golem transmutation to have them cut themselves into appropriate sizes and then remove the souls possessing the wood again. With this method, the Devil's Nest's trees turned quickly into usable timber. And then the ghouls built partitions between rooms and furniture. The ghouls were originally native to a Devil's Nest forest. Since they didn't need particularly elaborate furniture, this work was finished in several days. Vandalyu went around using golem transmutation to repair parts of the buildings that had fissures and parts that had crumbled. Seeing this, the undead Titans who had been craftsmen while they were alive exclaimed, "We won't lose, either. And we cannot allow only the Holy Sun to perform all of the labor. They dropped their weapons and began to work as well. This was something that Vandalyu hadn't included in his calculations. Speaking of things not included in Vandalyu's calculations, Mwaza had said that he was only an apprentice priest. As such, he was only the church's representative among the Titans, those of priest status or above either never revived as undead or had already faded away. He wasn't in a position to make decisions and speak for all of the undead titans. Therefore, there was a considerable number of undead titans other than the ones who had helped with the migration still remaining in the buildings. Most notably, one of Talashim's heroes, the Sword King Borkus, had turned into an undead and was apparently still guarding the inside of the royal castle. That was certainly one capable person, capable corpse that Vandeleur wanted as his ally. If I could have him act as a mediator for the undead, there will be fewer troubles between the races after I get to the Orbaum Kingdom, too. Vandeleur, the ghouls had already secured plenty of living space, so there was no need to have Borkus vacate the royal castle. Even so, Vandeleur requested Noiza to accompany him to convince Borkus to become his ally and headed towards the royal castle, giving a puzzled look towards Zadiris, Saria and the others who had refused to follow him. The level of the strengthened follower's skill has increased to level 5. The level of the carpentry skill has increased to level 2. You have acquired the cooking skill. Monster explanation. Orcuses. These are mutated orcs, created by being submerged in death. Tribute mana before birth. Their base rank is rank 4. Their physical strength is about the same as that of orcs, but their tenacity, endurance, dexterity and their intelligence in particular is superior to orcs. They possess the dark vision, superhuman strength, physical damage resistance and bad eating skills from birth. Because of these, once an Orcus becomes an adult, his offensive and defensive capabilities exceed those of a fully armed orc even if the Orcus has no weapons and armor equipped. However, they possess lower levels in the endless sexual stamina and breeding skills, and some do not even possess these skills at all. Their reproductive abilities are only a little superior to humans. Their appearance is that of an overweight human with a black or gray furred wild boar's head, and only male individuals exist at present. Though this is a conjecture, their lifespans are estimated to be roughly equal to those of humans. As the Orcus race has only just been born, it is unknown what kind of superior races of Orcuses may exist. If one were to report the existence of Orcuses to the Adventurers Guild with proof, they would be rewarded handsomely for reporting the existence of a new race of monsters, but that would be difficult at present. Chapter 29, The Black Ghoul King and the One-Armed Sword King. You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Chapter 29. The Black Ghoul King and the One-Armed Sword King. While Vandeleur was in the royal castle with Noiza to recruit the Sword King Borkus, the main members of the group that knew Vandeleur well, except for Sam, were gathered in a certain room in one of Talashim's buildings. It seems that everyone has gathered here besides Sam. Dono who cannot leave his carriage. Zadiris, so, Zadiris, what were you planning after gathering us all here? Teria, if I'm not mistaken, nobody called for you to be here, though. Badia, elegantly hiding her mouth behind a folding fan that she had made herself from ant wood, Teria gave a small laugh in response to Badia glaring at her through half-closed eyes. I cannot miss this meeting after hearing that we are gathering to form a plan to comfort Van. Sama, after all. Teria, I do not recall saying anything of the sort, just where did you hear this? Well, it is fine. Zadiris had planned to have a discussion with only those who knew about Vandeleur's circumstances. His past lives, the god, the 100 people who would be reincarnated here. But since Vandeleur seemed to trust Teria considerably, Zadiris decided that there would be no problem long as she was careful with her words, and started the meeting. Now then, the reason I have gathered everyone here today is to make you aware that the boy needs rest, and because I wish for you to cooperate with me in making the boy rest. Zadiris brought up the topic of discussion, but this only caused confusion to stir among the people in the room. Rest, did you say? Bakken is sleeping well every night. Saria, yeah, he's always sound asleep. Rita, Saria and Rita, who were attending the meeting on Sam's behalf, spoke their opinions. Vandeleur was in fact sleeping well, as the two of them said. He didn't even turn over in his sleep, and his breathing was soft. There had been more than a few instances where they checked his pulse to make sure he hadn't suddenly died. That's right, Zadiris. Vandalyu hasn't shown any sign of being tired, and if he was tired, he'd definitely say so himself that he needs to rest. Vigoro, Yuri right. When he was making sauces and preserved food, he didn't seem any different from usual. Badya, as Vigoro and Badya said, neither Vandalyu's behavior nor his facial expression showed any signs of fatigue. He had never even said, "I'm tired," or "I want to rest." He sighed often, but that usually because things weren't going his way rather than because he was tired. Because his breaths were so quiet in the first place, there were also a lot of times where nobody could even notice him sighing. And everyone is treating Vandalyu with care. He really is a hard worker, but I don't think we're forcing him to do anything unreasonable. Saria, Darshia, who was awake at this time, was also participating in the meeting by having Saria relay her words. In response to the trust that Darshia expressed through Saria, Zadiris gave a small groan and shook her head. I am sorry to betray that trust that you have in us, but we are demanding the unreasonable of the boy. Recently, I massaged the boy's shoulders jokingly, but they were stiff. He didn't dislike it, he called it heaven and almost fell asleep. Zadiris, I was wondering what you were going to say, but you just wanted to boast that you are skilled at giving shoulder massages. Anyone would feel sleepy after having their shoulders massaged. Teria, the elderly should at least take 5 seconds to think before opening their mouths. Remember that the boy is only just about to turn 3 years old. Zadiris, everyone was taken aback by Zadiris's words. Vandalyu was an infant who felt pleasure from having his shoulders massaged, in other words, his shoulders were stiff. No normal child of that age would have stiff shoulders. And just think. Think about how much the boy does in a single day. Incidentally, he does not stop his lessons in alchemy until he has completed at least 4 hours. Zadiris, Vandalyu spent 4 hours a day in lessons where he would crush materials in a mortar, mix them together, knead them and pour mana into them. He also makes sauces from walnuts and herbs, and cookies with acorns and other tree fruits with everyone. We ran out of salt and he was worried about finding an ingredient to replace it. He did come up with the idea of turning the mortar and pestle into golems so that it wouldn't take too much time or effort, but, Badya, even the work he did while chatting with people took a considerable amount of time. He did take care of us during our migration. He used lemurs and undead insects to watch our surroundings, and most importantly, he created roads for us and then returned them back to how they originally were. Currently, he is making lumber out of the trees and repairing the buildings, isn't he? Teria, also, he is practicing no-attribute magic until late in the night. He performs small tasks with telekinesis while practicing his mana control skill. Saria, Bakken wakes up early in the morning to practice his death-attribute magic, doesn't he? Rita, that can't be. Then when is Vandalyu sleeping? Darshia, that is what I mean. The boy possesses the status effect resistance skill, so he is likely enduring the effects of fatigue and sleep deprivation. He even seems to possess the surpass limit skill as well. Zadiris, as Zadiris was saying, with the skills that Vandalyu possessed, even an infant's body could endure the effects of fatigue. Even to the point that Vandalyu himself wouldn't really notice that he was pushing himself past his limits. Because of his resistance skills, even if he was fatigued his body still moved normally, so he would be under the impression that he was still fine. That was why he could endure being sleepy, so even the time that he did spend sleeping so that his development wouldn't be negatively affected grew shorter, as he would always think, this much sleep will be enough. But the resistance skills only allowed him to endure this. They wouldn't remove his fatigue or help him quickly recover from it. And so, in reality, his fatigue was accumulating. I've only just realized, but Van rarely shows any emotion in his expression. I'm able to tell how he's feeling to some extent from his tone, behavior and the air around him, but, Badya, and as Badya said, Vandalyu's accumulated fatigue almost never appeared in his facial expression. His face was always white, almost enough to be called too white. It wasn't white in an attractive sense, he always looked unpleasantly pale, as if he had smeared candle wax over his cheeks. That was why it was impossible to tell how healthy he was from the color of his face. And Darshia, Sam, Saria and Rita had all been unaware of Vandalyu's overwork. That was because they were all undead without bodies of flesh, so they didn't feel fatigue themselves. Mental fatigue may have been another story, but even though Saria, Rita and Sam had only been undead for less than 3 years, they had already become unable to recall the sensation of being physically tired. In addition, Darshia was spending more than half of each day sleeping in her remains. Nobody could blame her for not knowing how much rest Vandalyu was getting. Nah, then why doesn't Vandalyu try to get some more rest himself? It's true that there might not have been any time for him to rest while we were on our journey. But it's different the past few days. And even on our journey, I'm sure he could have at least rested for 1 day. As Vigoro was saying, Vandalyu could have rested if he had wanted to. All he would have to do is tell everyone, I'm tired today so I want to rest. After all, he was truly the king of the ghouls right now, standing at the top of their community. Of course, Vigoro, Zadiris, Teria, Badya. All of the important ghouls recognized Vandalyu as the ghoul king. If Vandalyu had stopped building roads during their journey across the mountain range, then they wouldn't have been able to continue traveling. But if they had chosen to stop at a spot where monster attacks would be relatively infrequent, Vandalyu could have rested for a day without a problem and nobody would have complained. After all, without Vandalyu, it would have been impossible for the ghouls to cross the mountain range in the first place. No, without Vandalyu, the ghoul women would still be in Bugin's custody and many of the other ghouls would have perished after having their villages destroyed by the orcs. The ghouls had no reason to complain. However, words expressing a desire to rest had never come from Vandalyu's mouth. Indeed. Why is that, I wonder. Zadiris and the other ghouls couldn't understand why this was. The ghouls were a fundamentally lazy race. Though they would often need to tell each other, don't rest, keep training, work harder, they would never need to say, you can take a rest now, catch your breath. Ghouls rested plenty without being told to, and if they were tired, they would say so themselves. In this regard, ghouls were indeed part monster. Ever since father became a carriage, Bakken has been taking afternoon naps, but, Saria, I wonder if it's because of the resistance skills after all. I have a feeling someone told me that those born with resistance skills have poor awareness of the status effects that those skills grant resistance to. Darshia, after careful consideration, this was the conclusion Darshia had come to. As a dark elf, Darshia had been born with the magic resistance skill. This skill caused damage from offensive magic spells to be reduced and status effects caused by spells were less likely to occur and faster to recover from. As a result, she had apparently experienced more than a few situations where she relied on her magic resistance skill too much and sustained severe burns, and situations where she was trying to take an enemy alive in battle and cast a spell thinking, I'm sure they won't die from a direct hit by a spell like this, only for the target to be turned into a piece of meat. Because of this, all dark elves were taught about resistance skills while they were children, including how much of an effect certain things would have if one didn't possess these resistance skills. However, Vandalyu hadn't been taught this. It was very likely that he thought he could simply endure things because of the status effect resistance skill, thinking I'm surprisingly not tired. That's why he doesn't think to rest. And he might be thinking of the current situation as a state of emergency. Because after I died, a lot of things happened. Darshia, he had been desperate to survive since his mother had died, and he had been doing his best to gain revenge after that. As a result, he had come to work with the ghouls, but his original goal when he first met Zadiris and the others was to learn certain skills and then leave the Devil's Nest. And so he had worked hard in his lessons. He had defeated the noble orcs, led the ghouls across the mountain range and helped them find a new home. It had been a series of emergency situations. Because much of Vandeleu's work hadn't required him to physically move his body, he might not have a good sense of having done work. However, everyone here knew that using one's mana caused fatigue. I understand that Sama is tired. So can't we solve this if we simply tell him to rest? Teria, they were now well aware that Vandeleu needed to rest. But then, wasn't the solution very simple? Teria suggested that it might be so, but Zadiris shook her head. If that were the case, I would have already told him to rest long ago. But he does not really listen. Zadiris, one time Zadiris had suggested for Vandeleu to take a rest, and Vandeleu did stop his alchemy lesson. But it was with reluctance, as if he felt that he could keep going. But he would continue practicing death. Attribute magic while lying down, and just when Zadiris thought that he was taking a relaxing walk, he was performing needless repairs on the buildings of Talashim. He was always thinking of the next thing he should do and doing them on his own. When it seemed like he was playing with the Black Goblin and Anubis children, he was helping them with their studies and taking care of the live, dead. He barely rested at all. He was also performing strange experiments to somehow make Bone Man stronger, as Bone Man was the only one of his undead who hadn't increased in rank despite reaching level 100. Now that I think about it, Van said that he wanted me to teach him unarmed fighting when he turned 3. He said something about stories where one can become a master if he begins learning from the age of 3. Badya, what? Why is he asking you, Badya, and not me? Vigoro, I assent that because your arms are clearly too long, so he would not be able to learn your techniques. You're the one who told us that unarmed combat for ghouls is completely different for men and women, Vigoro. San. Saria, Vigoro, be quiet for a moment. Badya, if you are going to teach him, you must be skillful with your words and make the boy rest. So that is how it is, everyone. We must form a plan to have the boy take a break. I have spent so much time wondering how I could get the youngsters to train themselves diligently. To think that I would also have to strain my wit to have them rest themselves as well. Zadiris, and so Zadiris and the others discussed how to make Vandeleu rest while he was away at the royal castle. With Mwaza's guidance, Vandeleu passed through the collapsed gate of the royal castle with some difficulty. These tall stairs aren't kind to infants. Vandeleu, the buildings of Talashim were very rough on Vandeleu, as they had been built for titans whose average height was 2.7 m for males and 2.5 m for females. Climbing the stairs was an athletics exercise. My apologies, as you can see, the stairs for the use of other races have been buried in the rubble. Mwaza, as Mwaza said this, he suddenly picked up Vandeleu with his arms that were only made of skin and bones. Even after becoming a lich. A lesser lich, to be more precise. He hadn't lost his augmented strength skill, a transformed version of the superhuman strength skill that he had possessed while he was alive. We haven't used it up until now, so I decided to leave it until later, but it's probably best to repair the royal castle as soon as possible. Vandeleu, if Darshia and the others had heard this, they would have stopped him, but Mwaza replied, it matters not as long as it is at your convenience, holy son. It would indeed be fortunate if you were to repair it for us, but it is a castle where no soldiers or civilians live. And it will likely not collapse for several hundred more years. Mwaza, for Mwaza and the rest of the undead of Talashim, the royal castle was an enormous gravestone for their nation. If it were to be repaired, they would be happy, but it seemed that they didn't desire it so badly that it would delay Vandeleu's plans. Even now, 200 years after the fierce battle, there were parts of the city that had been destroyed and collapsed, but the royal castle built of building stones originating from dungeons still stood tall. As Mwaza said, the castle would still be here several hundred years from now. Its impressive presence was enough to make anyone feel certain of that. I understand. I'll do it if there is some spare time. So, where is Borkus? San. He should be in front of the door of the audience chamber, which contains hidden stairs that lead beneath the castle. He has not moved a single step from that spot for 200 years. Mwaza, before coming here to recruit the Sword King Borkus, Vandalyu had asked the undead titans, including Mwaza, what kind of person Borkus was. According to them, he was the only one of Talashim's heroes to revive as an undead, and the most powerful among the undead titans right now. His personality was a heavy believer of justice and virtue, a cheerful, kind person. He loved to buy others drinks but was weak to alcohol himself. He was someone who did not hesitate to say that a woman's charm was in her chest, while a man's was in his muscles. Mwaza, this is what Mwaza, who had apparently been among the intellectual group of titans, had said. The other titans had replied. He was bald. Strong. 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 His complaints about his wife and boasts about his daughter were too long. So annoying, so annoying, but he's a good gooey. In summary, he was apparently a good person. I don't have any confidence in my muscles. Is there any chance that he'll say, come back the day before yesterday? Vandalyu, I am sure he will not. And speaking of muscles, I am only skin and bones myself. Mwaza, I suppose that's true. Vandalyu, and after proceeding through the inside of the castle with cracked walls and floors littered with broken fragments of smashed reliefs and broken pillars, they soon arrived at the audience chamber. The Sword King Borkus was there, as if taking the role of the ruined door that had probably once been heavy and yet extravagant. His 3-meter tall body was enormous even for a titan, with his bloodless skin covering his organs and large, piled up muscles. Even as an undead, a powerful presence radiated from him. Borkus had lost his right arm in the fierce battle with the divine spear of Ice Mikhail, and his enormous 2-handed sword had been broken halfway up the blade, but he hadn't lost any of his strength. Vandalyu was sure of this, even without using appraisal. His constantly active danger sense. Death was telling him, do not make him angry. The youngster from the church. Who is this unusual brat? Borkus, the Sword King Borkus, whose skull was completely exposed on the right side of his head, glared at Vandalyu suspiciously. From the vigilant tone in his voice, Vandalyu knew that he was resisting the effects of the death, attribute charm skill. This is the Ghoul King Vandalyu, the prophesized holy son. Mwaza, what? Ghoul King, you say? So she's not a damper, but a mutated ghoul. To be a Ghoul King as a little girl, even if you disregard the strange air around her, means that she's no ordinary person. Borkus, no, I'm a damper, not a ghoul. Also, I'm a boy. Vandalyu, is that so? Borkus, Vandalyu hastily corrected Borkus's misunderstanding, but even though Borkus had said that Vandalyu was no ordinary person, he didn't seem very interested. I don't know what you were thinking when you came here, but I have no interest in what you do. If you want to settle down, or take away the bodies of those bastards from the Shield. Nation, go ahead. Borkus, resting his broken sword on his left shoulder, Borkus looked down at Vandalyu. He seemed relaxed, but he would certainly bring that sword swinging down in an instant if anything were to happen. From his behavior, it was difficult to imagine that death attribute charm was having any effect on him. In fact, it seemed to be making him only more vigilant. I hadn't thought that it would be this ineffective. Vandalyu had never assumed that death attribute charm would affect every single undead. Naturally, he had known that there was a possibility that Borkus would resist it. He had thought about that possibility, but hadn't thought of any concrete plans on what to do if Borkus really did resist it. If Borkus were to become an enemy and Vandalyu couldn't charm him, he had to think of a way to defeat him. If Vandalyu wanted to build up more forces, he had to think of another way. But now that Borkus had declared that he wouldn't have any part in Vandalyu's activities, what should Vandalyu do? I suppose I have no choice but to negotiate normally. Well, that was the conclusion that Vandalyu arrived at. Borkus.san, there is something that I wish for you to help me with. Vandalyu, sorry, but I refuse. I have things to do, you see. Borkus, rejection. It seemed that the recruitment negotiations had failed. No, it wasn't over. It was too early to give up. Borkus.san, I can use death. Attribute magic, a magic that has never existed in this world up until now. It might be possible for me to grant your wishes with this magic. Vandalu, in a negotiation, one has to present something that the other party desires and offer it to them in exchange for the other party fulfilling a request. Thus, Vandalu thought to first find out what it was that Borkus desired. Would it be revenge on the Murg shield. Nation? Or the restoration of his body? Or perhaps he wanted to find out what had happened to his daughter who had escaped into the Orbaum kingdom. Can a brat like you really do something like that? Borkus, at the very least, I've been able to do a number of things that weren't possible in this world before. Vandalu, Borkus asked his own question in return, but Vandalu could give him a proud answer. This wasn't a matter of him having pride or not, but because he could use magic that had never existed before, he knew that it was only natural for him to be able to do things that were never possible. Even the most basic of death. Attributes spells like sterilization and bug killer were apparently difficult to reproduce using other attributes of magic. Hearing Vandalu's answer, Borkus turned his face that had only one eye down towards the ground. And then he spoke without looking up. But you can't do something like removing the curse of a legendary. Class magic item, can you? Borkus, there were some legendary. Class magic items that inflicted curses on their targets or their users that even first. Class mages couldn't remove. Such curses could only be removed by another legendary. Class magic item, a hero or any beings who could match the gods or the gods themselves. Would that not be impossible, even for the Holy Sun? Mwaza surreptitiously turned his mummified face towards Vandalu with a concerned expression. A curse, you say? I can do that. I haven't used any mana today, either. Vandalu, you can do that. Borkus, how can that be? Mwaza, as Vandalu quickly answered that he could do it, Mwaza and Borkus simultaneously expressed their disbelief. It's a curse, one from a legendary. Class magic item. It's so powerful that it can't be purified no matter how many gold coins you pile up at the church. Borkus, that is right. The High Priest. Sama and Bishop. Sama, who I cannot even be compared to, and even the Saint Gina. Sama, could not purify such curses. Never mind purifying it, what would we do if you were to become cursed yourself, Holy Sun? Mwaza, from the point of view of Mwaza and Borkus, Vandalu was saying the impossible, so their reaction was only natural. Yes, I did it before. I was forced to do it, so I think I can. It's a curse after all, isn't it? Vandalu, however, from Vandalu's point of view, it was only natural that curses could be broken, so he hadn't the slightest idea why the two of them were so confused. Well, judging from their behavior, he had at least realized that in Lambda, curses were probably not something that could be so easily removed. Curses are basically status effects caused by mana, aren't they? Depending on the curse, malice or hatred might be at the core of the curse, but the specific effects. Causing incurable illness, bringing misfortune or sealing certain actions. Mana is necessary to cause those kinds of status effects. Vandalu, mana is fundamentally essential for curses to manifest their specific effects. For instance, sending a doll that has been torn to shreds to a hated person is nothing more than a psychological attack. If that person has nerves of steel or doesn't fear anything, then this will have no effect at all. Mana is necessary to turn a curse into something more than just a superstitious charm. Mana needs to be embedded into it through a ritual, chant, a sacrificial offering or something of that sort. This was the definition of a curse in the world of origin, in which science and magic had company existed. Death. Attribute magic is capable of absorbing energy, including mana, to extinguish it. So if the mana that makes up the curse is extinguished, the curse can be removed. Vandalu repeated the exact words that the researchers had once told him. Curses had previously been incredibly difficult to remove in origin back then. Vandeleur remembered how loud the excited researchers had been when the experiment had succeeded. Well, the success of the experiments hadn't improved the way Vandeleur had been treated, nor would the researchers grant him any wishes, so Vandeleur had never appreciated how amazing it actually was to be able to erase curses. So you mean to say that you can remove a legendary class magic item's curse. Borkus, yes. As long as it's not some incredibly unique curse. Vandeleur, even as Vandeleur gave this answer, he was silently puzzled. He couldn't feel any sign of Borkus being under the effects of a curse, other than the fact that he was an undead. All right. If you can bring those guys back, I'll become your subordinate or minion or anything you want. I don't know if this has any meaning to it now, but I swear it by my honor as the Sword King. Borkus, those guys. Vandeleur, yeah. My companions who are still trapped by the curse of that damned spear of ice. Please release Gina and Zandia. Jushin. I beg you. Borkus's head had been far above Vandeleur's own up until now, but now he lowered it to Vandeleur's feet. I understand, Vandeleur replied as he looked down at Borkus's hairless head. Monster explanation. Live. Dead. These are special undead created when life. Attribute magic is used on fresh corpses that have not yet undergone rigor mortis to grant artificial life from the outside, resulting in a soulless body with biological processes such as the cardiac and respiratory functions restored. As they are corpses without souls, they do not even possess the most basic intelligence and do not attack the living like zombies. All skills that the owner of the body originally possessed while alive are lost, other than skills that he or she was born with. From this fact, there are scholars who insist on the theory that skills are dependent not on the body, but on the soul. But they are in the minority. Defeating them is simple. If they are injured in a way that would be fatal to a normal human, they will die. Their base rank is rank 0, they pose even less of a threat than a slime or a goblin. In addition, they do not spontaneously appear in devil's nests or dungeons. All dead are artificially created by mages. The reason mages create these undead that only possess the most basic of biological functions is because their lack of souls makes them ideal for use as familiars and to act on the mage's behalf. In such cases, the live dead's physical abilities increase beyond its normal limits and it becomes a dangerous enemy. There is a whispered story where the king of a nation suddenly passed away and the people had been deceived by being told that the king was not dead, but simply lying on the floor because he was feeling unwell. There is another, though its authenticity is questionable, where the head of a noble family passed away without an heir, and he was turned into a live dead in order to make one. As it is impossible to create live dead who have sustained injuries that render biological functions impossible, including loss of blood, only corpses that have died spontaneously or of most illnesses can be used. It is also impossible to create live dead from the corpses of monsters or races that were created when the goddess procreated with monsters, vampires, dampirs, ghouls, etc., as their corpses contain residual amounts of mana following death.